Oh, wow.
Okay.
What is this? Oh. I didn't get a chance to watch this yet. Somebody said Hassan was doing the mic thing. Ugh.
Okay, chatter. Good luck.
In making that a reality for me, but also a reality for New Yorkers at large. And ultimately...
Wait, was that it? Or did it?
Okay, chatter. Good luck.
In making that a reality for me, but also a reality for New Yorkers at large. And ultimately, what we're seeing in President Trump's rhetoric is an attempt to focus on who I am, where I'm from, what I look like, how I sound, as opposed to what I'm actually fighting for. Because to do so would be to display the stark contrast in our sincerity and actually delivering for the very working people who've been left behind by our politics, compared with what President Trump has been able to do. You know,
Is it because I have guns on my stream? Or... What? The Live and Learn with Wick last night preceded the screenshots where they interviewed a disfitted Liv who voted for Trump. Link me even.
over the same period of time that I've been running has been the moment where President Trump ran a presidential campaign premised on making life easier for working class Americans, on making cost of living that much lower, on actually having cheaper groceries. And he's been unable and uninterested to deliver on any of that, instead focusing on cruelty in the manner that we've just heard today. And what I would tell him is that the last person who couldn't get my name right, we defeated them, and that's what it's going to look like again.
Okay, fair enough. As you may have heard, a number of business leaders in the city have been meeting in a state of, I would characterize it as panic. I'm not sure if they would agree, but they seem to be trying to rally support for Eric Adams or even for Andrew Cuomo or anybody in order to try.
First thing we want
Oh, you found his account?
today, I will show you 3 ways you can use your smart.
Wait, this is the guy?
First thing we want to do is download the YouTube VPN app, which we can do through the first link in the description.
Fuck are you gonna do, bro? Write a petition? Let's do a crusade, he says. Let's do a fucking crusade, he says. Let's hang Hassan and Mamdani for treason, he says. The fuck are you gonna do? Go on a fishing expedition? Try to fucking put malware in my phone? Is that what you're gonna do? You skinny bitch. Ugly ass. That's not him, it's this. Oh, it's even worse. Oh my god. Does he even show his face in it?
Ping for US servers is kind of high, or there is.
Oh no, it's even worse. It's even worse.
Jesus. Why? I just, they're just so shameless. Fuck, there's gonna be some shit, like if I was doing this on, if I was doing this on stream on Twitch, I'd be like, fuck, am I gonna get banned for? No, I don't think I would do this. I feel like this is too much. Bringing up a dude's YouTube stuff, clicking through personal links, that alone I think would get you banned on Twitch, or when I used to stream on there, that would get you banned. But then to do that, to go and bring out your little airsoft gun or whatever.
Guess who he's a fan of? Awesome. First time catching him on Lamau, the infamous chat.
No US server, so. But it.
Didn't you somewhat defend this behavior when that girl threatened to egg you at the event? Okay, this is a thing. I don't know how many times I can explain this. You either have the ability to empathize with something that you aren't familiar with or you don't. Okay, so I'm not sure. All right. Somebody egging somebody is annoying, but that's a whatever thing. My issue with that girl wasn't anybody egging me. The issue is somebody saying somebody is going to be at this future place at this certain time, and I will pay somebody to go and, in this case, it was to go egg me, but like it doesn't really matter what they were offering money for somebody to do. It's the idea of telling somebody where somebody's going to be and then encouraging somebody to go and attack. Like that type of shit can go wrong in so many ways so fucking fast. In terms of like stupid, crazy, like that's like, I don't know how you either get that or you don't. There's no other way I can explain that. This person was not doing that though. No, didn't this person just talk shit in his chat? Was this person saying they were gonna? I don't know how the I don't know how this is comparable. What did this person even initially say? It's time to crusade Iran and Gaza. Mamdani, communist. Let's go to war against the left. Hassan Piker getting beat up soon. Mamdani is such an idiot. We will fight the left before they elect a communist. Every infidel shall be hung for treason. Hang Mamdani for treason. Hang Hassan for treason. Oh, actually, fuck this guy. This guy's unhinged. Oh, if somebody docks this guy, I actually wouldn't give a fuck. Never mind. These messages are unhinged. However, I still wouldn't do it on Twitch because you know you're getting banned if you do this on Twitch. These are unhinged messages, though. I just can't believe that if you're of the right political persuasion, though, you feel safe doing this kind of stuff on platform. That's crazy. What you initially said is extremely important to your argument, isn't it? What I initially said about what? Hassan seems to be responding to this guy, allegedly calling to have him hanged. Well, firstly, apparently this is the wrong guy. Secondly, I don't think I doxed that girl on Twitch. Did I? Wasn't this like in my chat and then on Twitter or something?
Guess who he's a fan of? Awesome. First time catching him on.
And bringing out the gun?
Lamau, the infamous chat.
No U.S. server, so. But the ping hasn't really affected my gameplay at all up until this point. There has been mine.
Bro, it's kind of funny. It's kind of funny how this fucking dude who's advocating to hang me for
like,
treason.
what are we talking about, little bro? Are you okay? Holy shit.
Me, okay, is mad at me and doesn't realize that Trump is going to cook his family. Okay? Trump is going to destroy this motherfucker's family. Like your grandparents and all of the people that you love and cherish are going to get fucked over with this new Trump tax cut. That's crazy to me. That's something that I'll never understand. That was supposed to hurt, get beat up enough in 2020 when we dragged y'all. Uhuru. Lol, I'm actually in Singapore, buddy. Crusade.
They've already jumped on that and are working to get it fixed as we speak.
He said Uhuru.
It's an airsoft gun. It's not real. You can tell it's not real because of the way that he's handling it, or if it is real, he just has not been shooting very much. The whole, like, I just saw him do it earlier. Unless it was off screen, it looked weird. The holding, like, putting the like holding the barrel at the end with the palm of your hand is kind of like, this is a very weird thing to do unless you're like shooting your hand out.
Oh, yeah. They already got fucking clapped.
So it's either airsoft or.
Of course they did. They fucking told a Twitch
But even the airsoft, that's just like an unhingedly stupid fucking
streamer.
What the fuck?
That they are gonna be hanged.
Damn, that guy got insta banned from Twitch. What, do the mods just literally dick ride here in the chat, like Twitch admins?
That I'm excited to meet with them. I'm excited to speak with them because ultimately my vision for this city is one that includes all of us, and that includes these same business leaders.
Crusade LARPers are so funny. They're similar to leftists who LARP about firebombing a Walmart while being afraid of turning on the camera in a Zoom call, but at least the leftist LARPers pretend they're fighting for a better world. Crusade LARPers are such losers that their entire fantasy is about dying in a battle for a world of losers. Or rather, they are also in line with like the government. You know what I mean? They're like, more of this, please. That's what they keep saying. They're like,
oh shit. We got. We got breaking memes. Wait, real fast. We're going on an adventure. Okay, good luck. Okay. I was on my YouTube app on my phone, and I swear to God, I saw it was like a Chrono Cross cover. The color scheme kind of looked like this, but it was like drums, guitar, a soprano sax. It was like filmed well, it looked well, but it sounded good. Maybe like 7 minutes. Somebody find the group, the song, find this. I don't remember which song it was. Da na 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 da na 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 na. Do 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 do. Which one is that? Do do do. Do 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 do. That one. What is that? Look at your history. I turned that shit off. Play it on the keyboard? No, it's one of those popular fucking Chrono Cross songs, okay? Is it this one? No. Bum, bum, bum. Bum. Why is it so fucking quiet? Wait, hold on. It's like one of the. It's a popular Chrono Cross song. Hold on. Oh, it's this one. Time's Scar. Okay, now find me the group that played it. It's soprano sax, drums, keyboard. Filmed and it looks good. It looks well. Who linked this? You fucking imbecile. Does that look like a soprano fucking saxophone to you? You fucking idiot. Stop. As Destiny commented on the logistical rape machine, I just am surprised that he would openly, shamelessly engage in rape after arguing for months that apparently any sexual interaction with a deeply mentally unwell person counted as rape, that he would just go on and become a full-time rapist. That's just crazy to me. But we can't talk about that until you guys find this song. It was cool. What is this? No! It wasn't that album. What did I say? It was Time Scar? Chrono Cross Times Scar jazz version? I don't know. Jesus, this is necessary? Holy. Stop sexualizing my video game characters. This one maybe. No, it's filmed like cool. It looks cool. It's like a moody thing. There's no soprano sax in this. The first result, you scrolled past it. This is a piano solo. No, idiot. Was the audio a good studio recording or just a camera microphone? It was a good recording. No. Okay, it wasn't like a whole orchestral thing. It was in like a studio. Ban me if it's not this one. You're asking to get banned. No, it's not. It was like in a studio room. Third one, it looks like this kind of, like this aesthetic, but it wasn't this. But I would say kind of sort of this aesthetic-y, maybe. Smaller room, though. Not this one. This is like close, though. And this was a cool remix. We used to listen to this. But not this one. Were you in bed? How do you know it wasn't a dream? I don't know it wasn't a dream. And I was in bed. But it wasn't a dream. It was real.
Hello, old chum. I'm not a gnolf. I'm not a gnoblin. I'm a gnome.
This is an alto saxophone. It's not a soprano saxophone. What is wrong with you? Oh, wait. No, it's not going to be this one. I don't think there are any women. I think it was all men. Oh, okay. I thought I didn't know anything. I thought I was having a stroke because I was like, that sounds like a soprano sax, but this is a trombone. When I see him, okay. Well, hey, you got the instruments right. Thank you. Was it Chrono Cross or Chrono Trigger? I think it was Chrono Cross. Because it was this song, the da-na-na-na, I think. Right? Oh, fuck.
I thought I told you to pack the
Was it a Chrono Trigger one? I didn't like the way that they dealt with this guy. I feel like everything worked out too perfectly, but what's interesting, the two? Soprano sax has a straight pipe, and an alto has a curve at the top. You couldn't Shazam it? How can I Shazam? It's not the song I'm looking for. It's a particular arrangement. You idiot. What?
Hello, me old chums. Oh, you cheeky thing, you. Oh, you've been gnomed. Oh.
Did you have Google history stuff? It was on my phone in the app. Oh my God. This woman has a cat. Oh, I see him. Is he in this video? Sometimes he shows up and he just lays on the bench. Oh, he's not on this one. Why would she even waste her time uploading it? Oh no, not the Game of Thrones clips. Okay, don't do it. Your YouTube account tracks your video history. I have my YouTube history thing turned off. It's not in my YouTube history. Google history includes Google Apps. No shot. Does it? Hold on. Control H. No. Yes. F. Chrono. No, it's not here. I don't even think, I think you guys are fucking lying. I don't think it's there. I turned it off. You guys are just stupid. It can't be that hard to find this. It wasn't like rare. There were like over 100,000 views on it, I think. It was some group, and I think they did, I think they do other music because I think one of the top comments was like, oh, I'm glad you guys did a video game song again or something like that. So it's like some jazzy group, and they don't just do... Oh my God, wait, is this it? Oh, I think this is it. Who found this? Oh, yes. Thank you. Sven S. You're a god. You're an actual, you are the god. You're such a great human being. Look at this guy's glasses. This is Secret of the Forest. It's not Time Scar. The soprano does the thing, though. No, this is the song. Isn't this the one I was singing? This isn't Time Scar, though. Wait, is it the same melody? Hold on. Okay, no, it's not. Was this the one I was singing? Fake Chrono fan? I've never played this game in my life. I just like the music. This dude helped me realize Destiny actually knows nothing about music. Steins Gate music is peak, supposedly. Steins Gate music is not peak, but okay. It's okay. It's serviceable, that's what you would say. Oof, a little pitchy there? Excuse me. Pitchy? That's what vibrato's for. That was an epic joke if you're a horn player, okay? Fuck you guys. Oh, fuck, there's so many good memes. Okay, sorry, all right. Well, we're gonna park that for now. All right.
Trying to talk to these women, trying to get a close personal relationship with them.
What is this?
The meme is with her and Darius. That's me not making an argument, I understand. That's also me freezing up. When I say, please, Kelly, read the logs between us, that is also me freezing up.
I didn't talk to you about the log. Sorry, I might have said read the logs.
This is Forethought, our brave prior subreddit mod, speaking with Jizz Tickle, #1 anti-fan hater.
But I'm not criticizing you for not reading the logs. I'm here criticizing you for your behavior in DMs, trying to talk to these women, trying to get a close personal relationship with them. For what reason? I can't even speculate. You're just trying to do it clearly, right? You're trying to win favor with them for some reason. That's what I'm criticizing.
I don't even want to like defend Forethought, but he could have just been, he likes gossip. Like, this is creepy.
Damn, even your queen's against you here.
No, because it's dumb. Like, he has plenty of actual arguments against you because you're a c, but this isn't a particularly good one.
Okay, autistic Frank Underwood. What's next? What else have you been building up?
I don't know what the point of this clip was, actually. Fuck you, whoever linked this. I shouldn't trust any of you linkers, except for the guy who linked this. Okay. So if you aren't aware, So Justicle's my number one fan turned hater who has decided to cover me as basically a rapist for the past 6 months. That entire Discord server has stretched itself as much as possible to call me a rapist, basically. Something to do with, and then there was this whole stream with Gisticle, with
I guess.
Yeah, we're gonna wing it.
with Gisticle, with Queeman, with Mr. Girl, basically saying that I was I'm a rapist. Apparently you are a rapist if you engage sexually with people, I guess with any mental illness at all, okay? Any mental illness at all, you are a rapist. Doesn't matter their age, doesn't matter if they're the ones that proposition you, none of that matters. You are a rapist. Well, something that was kind of strange. So, something that I thought was weird. On January 20th, when the videos dropped about me, when Pixie launched her Substack, when Cherry started tweeting stuff, so I wasn't really sure, okay, hold on, this seems like a lot of weird coordination stuff going on here. Not really sure what's going on right now. Kind of bizarro. A couple months later, the first meme, there's many memes, but one thing that I thought was kind of interesting was, I don't have all these things saved. Somebody gave me the screenshots. Cherry tweets out that apparently Gisticle told Cherry, I guess to continue to get her to come on stream, Gisticle told Cherry that he would be her Dr. K to like help her and guide her and keep her safe on his stream so that her and I guess Kelly could continue to just show up and foster their insane obsession with me. Also, if anybody remembers, the reason why a long time ago, people used to tell me like, oh, like, I don't know why I'm looking like this retarded shit. People used to tell me like, or people used to ask me, why do you keep Kelly around? Or why don't you just like formally eject her from orbit? I've hated Kelly for a long time. I think she's legitimately like a disgusting, like femcel, like loser. But the reason why at the time I wasn't like, I didn't really want to harshly eject her, and I think I said it at the time, is because if I do it, she will become a permanent hater. Like, this is the kind of person, due to a combination of mental illness and scamming the UK government for fake diseases because she's too lazy to get a real job, who will sit in Discord literally for the rest of her life obsessing over me, which she has. And I knew it was going to happen, and it is. But you know what? It's okay, you know. We take that one on the chin. Or both of them in her case. But somebody give me, does anybody have the picture of, fuck, I need this. I need the Dr. K screenshot. I didn't like prepare a thing on this today, okay? I'm sorry. I don't put any work in my drama segments. I don't put any work in any of my stream segments, actually. Let's be real now. Okay. Just chill. It'll be better when it goes up on my YouTube, okay? Now I've got to search for these. Oh my God, good job. Oh, this guy is my like #1 fucking hater. This guy, I don't even know who this is, but he absolutely tweets unhinged shit about me. I love it. So every now and then, Cherry will take to Twitter to inform the entire world of how horrible she's feeling, while also trying to destroy as much around her as possible. It's just the Cherry cycle. I've been through it a few times. And now Jessica, I guess, is going through it at least once, but if I'm going to make it through, so this was on February 20th, so 1 month after she tweets about me, and Pixie's stuff drops and everything. If I'm going to make, so she tweets on February 23rd. If I'm going to make it through the next few years, I need to get rid of every toxic person around me. I hate talking down about myself, but I'm still a weak person. I'm still the person who needed to hear proof that Destiny violated my consent before I accepted he was a bad person to me. So I don't know if that, so like obviously this is conspiratorial on my end, because I mean, I don't know. I don't have access to these people, but like, I don't know what that means. Like, who's talking to you to convince you of whatever, but okay. I think when Gistigal told me I am Rekful and he is Dr. K, and he promises to be my friend for 2 years no matter what, because he often blocks me if I disagree with him or don't do what he wants me to do, he means for me to depend on him so that I eventually kill myself like Rekful did. So I feel like that is an unbelievably unhinged thing to say to somebody, that he told her he was going to be her Dr. K. I will delete these messages, but there are valid reasons I feel the way I do. I'm emotionally, mentally exhausted, and I'm getting help for that. But also, I need help cutting people off, or I need help cutting off and distancing from people. I have no community outside of Dristicle. I don't have a lot of support IRL. I'm trying to fix these things. I don't want to die, not until I at least get justice for what was done to me. So just to be clear, okay, if I was analyzing this, the way that my ops analyze my behavior, she says she has no community, okay, isolated from every community except for Gistigle's community, as he literally tells her that he will be her Dr. K so that she can continue to go on his stream and amplify attacks of me. Okay, that's fine. Also, at the same time as this, apparently, Cherry is the only person that gets paid money from Gistigle to be on his streams. Kelly is apparently very ass-pained about this. There's more context in the docs, by the way. Go check it out. Oh, you're the guy. Oh, wait, did you actually put this in the thing? Oh my God. Do I have a... Hold on. Wait, am I missing context from this, or are you just talking about the 5 links that you have here? Okay, so anyway, whatever. That was, 5 months ago, 4 months ago, but okay. Definitely not weird or, it's all good. The whole internet hated me at this point anyway, and half of them still do, and I don't care. I'm here to tank all of your hatred. However, in the dead of night, Cherry takes to Twitter again. My life is humiliating and worthless. The person I've been in love with and spent every day with for the past year was divorcing my husband and ruining my life to be with, just took my last reason to live. My existence is literally just for others to enjoy fucking me, and I'm done. Now, it's funny, when she tweeted this, I messaged a couple of friends, and I was like, there's no shot that this is about Gisticle, right? There's no way that that's the case, right? I was like, nah, no way. This is what they do, all of them. I'm a BPD toy for all of them to wind up and trigger and make every abusive person in my life the victim of me. That is why Destiny felt like he could do whatever to me. That's why Gisticle didn't want anyone to know about me. I'm worthless. Also, as a heads up, Cherry has... I think Cherry has me too'd me now, if you include the last one, I think 3 times, but it is what it is, okay? We love a BPD queen, but definitely, it's just everybody else around her's fault, for sure. Okay. Then we get the, holy shit, that's a good picture. I've been mind-fucked and toyed with and threatened and violated and humiliated and abandoned and publicly crazy made that I can't believe it took me this long to break. Okay. Gisticle said he'd delete everything if I told people he wanted to be with me. But after being on call with me for 16 hours and not giving me a single reason to live, and telling me he will never love me and never wanted to be with me. I think he's love bombing and abandoning me until I break. So Cherry obviously is an unreliable narrator, unless she's making accusations against me, then she's the most reliable narrator. But if we take anything she's saying here to be true at all, was he explicitly trying to keep his, I guess, relationship with her super private, and then telling her that if she leaked anything, he would delete his stream and everything else? I don't know, the thing that she said was the only community that she had, the only friends she had, that he threatened to delete all of it if she revealed that they were dating? This tweet, so we have a text message. Now you can tell this is from her perspective because it's a woman's phone, because the battery's almost dead. And I don't know what the full conversation is, but, and dying is the only way out of this. She says to him, I love you, just come back and we'll make it work. Book another flight. I don't know if that means that he's already visited before, or I don't know if they were planning to visit, or, okay. Book another flight and come back. Oh, that makes it sound like he was there. Okay. Or she was at a place or something. I need you here. We can make whatever work. I love you. Please come back. Hello. Can you see my previous texts or not? And then he says, nothing will go through after I block you. I'm not killing myself now. I will not be stupid enough to tell you when I do it again. I'm blocking you again now. I think the blue is Justical. How do you know? Or why would she have his text screenshot like this? Why would that be the case? I mean, it doesn't make sense the other way around. Why would he kill himself? I don't fucking know what he's like interpersonally. Maybe he's suicidal too. Who the fuck knows? Why is he saved on her phone as Cherries? I don't know. Maybe she calls everybody Cherry. I don't fucking know. Damn. Okay, maybe it's him to her then. She was blocking and unblocking him, so she likely asked him to send her a screenshot explaining what he messaged her. I feel like that makes even less sense then. Or I guess, well, sorry. I'm cheating, I guess. Okay, I guess then that kind of makes sense in terms of the naming and everything. But, oh wait, that's a different tweet. Shit, hold on. Fuck! Hold on. Here's what I don't understand then, I guess. Well, fuck. Well, we'll get to this. Well, here, I'm sorry. Just to explain why I thought that it couldn't be that way. Jessica says, there was no romantic relationship between Cherry and I before June of this year. I'm not going to comment further on it, but she can say whatever she wants. I prefer to keep my dating / personal life private. How is it that they started dating in June? So last month? And he's saying like, I love you, come back, we'll make it work. Book another flight, come back, I need you. Like after 1 month of dating? No shot. I think they started dating a lot earlier. If I had to guess, I'm super reaching like conjecture, whatever here. If I had to guess, they probably were dating before January. Like before this year. They've been dating for probably about a year, but they might not have like made it official, or he might not have told her that he loved her until like a month ago, and he's counting that as now we were dating for real. That's my guess. I don't know for sure, but that's my guess. Which that also makes things so much more strange, I guess. So the person who was making accusations about me and then was on Justicle's stream as he's supposed to be supposedly the impartial person covering things, the guy who would literally never fuck somebody from my community in a million years, happened to be dating one of the people who was in the process of leaving her husband for him. I feel like that's, what do you say, a conflict of interest a little bit, or something maybe that is worth disclosing. But who knows? So I guess then she was threatening to kill herself, but she does this a lot, but whatever. It is what it is. Not to say that she wouldn't do it. I mean, I think she has the capacity for it. I will never not be the person used, violated, and spit out by this space for others' amusement. The people I trusted and told all of my problems and fears to actually just tortured me out of my will to live, while they crazy made me and went on like nothing. So, again, to be fully honest, I have very little sympathy for Cherry. I think she's acted in an incredibly disgusting manner at multiple points in our friendship or whatever the fuck you would have said that we had. That being said, I do think that it's a little bit. I don't have sympathy. I'm trying so hard. Hate women. Okay. That being said, I think it is one of the reasons why it's so fucked up that people make all these insane accusations about my behavior, right? Like, if you want to accuse me of anything, right, you call me a gooner or a coomer or whatever, that's fine, I guess. If you say that whatever. If you want to make those accusations, that's fine. But I don't really do this type of shit, like the crazy manipulator stuff. If anything, like if you ask anybody, or if you look at the 50 billion fucking insanely personal DMs of mine that have been leaked, my biggest problem in relationships is actually very consistently that I just disconnect too much. The idea that I would have the time to like go through and do the crazy fucking manipulator fucking game and do I just don't have the interest for it. I don't care. And when I usually get really triggered by somebody, my toxic coping mechanism, I guess, is I have a very dismissive, avoidant personality. I'll just stop talking to the person. The reason I bring that up, though, is because if you genuinely believe that I am like that, it probably inhibits your ability to see when people actually are like that. And I already said it before when the Dr. K tweet came out, when Cherry said that Justico would be her Dr. K, that looked like some insane fucking manipulation to me. It wouldn't surprise me if Cherry has unironically gotten unbelievably mind-fucked into the next dimension by this community group of people. And she already has a bunch of issues on her own. But yeah, Jesus. Then the final two is Destiny sent me a video of Abby MC giving him a blow job. I told Abby, gave that info with the DMs from Destiny and video to the police. I don't know if she just likes to text them everything, but okay. She has never told me that she received anything of me. Neither Pixie nor her told me anything then or now. I'm not a person to any of these people. Last time I wanted to die, I gave Queeman all the stuff and evidence about what Destiny did to me. I heard from the detective a couple weeks ago, there is a case. Regardless of what happens, there will be a police report, and Queeman can do whatever about that. So, these are all of my oppos working together. I don't know what case is going to involve Abby and Cherry and anything else. I don't know. This is all whatever. We'll wait and see what comes of this. But implications for my current case, which I think is very interesting, although I already know this factually because I can go through all of my DMs. Cherry was in contact with Abby after all of this stuff broke. Cherry was sending stuff to Abby, and Abby never thought to mention to Cherry that I had supposedly sent stuff to Abby of Cherry. It's because it was all bullshit. And the opposing counsel and, well, counsel might not know, but Pixie definitely knows that it's a fucking lie. And remember, Abby is the only thing that is keeping the current case against me alive. Abby's testimony is the only thing that gives subject matter jurisdiction to the federal court to hear this case. So the entire court case right now is resting on her testimony because she has no proof, which they already admitted in court, although I can't show you them admitting that because I don't have access to the transcript yet. And this is just kind of like another pin in the cushion that Abby is lying about everything, basically. Now, whether she lied on her own, whether Pixie offered her money to lie, whether Pixie doesn't know she's lying and just didn't bother checking. Well, no, they did check because in court they admitted that they hadn't seen any evidence that I'd sent Abby anything. I'm not sure. I can't really know 100%. How can she give testimony if she doesn't get served papers? I don't know. We're working on that, but she is not accepting any of our subpoenas or anything, so yeah. So I'm curious, when he posted this in his Discord, were they already dating? I will literally never fuck somebody from this community in a million years. Book it and cancel me if I ever fail to live up to this. Are you gonna tell your lawyers about the schizo charges? Kind of. Right now we're waiting on all the rulings from the current court. Oh, damn. It's actually so crazy. Wait. Honestly, I hope this is January 24th. I hope Destiny pays huge financial penalties and goes to jail. Cherry says, that is why I went to the police and why my focus is there. But while I go through that process, I do not want Gisticle to be a target to harass. His stream career is serious to me, and I hope calling it out will help. Kind of makes you kind of interesting. I don't know. Okay, let's see, what else do we have in here? Where the fuck does Destiny find all these crazy BPD women? Cherry used to be on the... she used to do the circuits and everything, like the debate panel stuff. The reality is for... I think BPD probably involves some kind of compulsive behavior. The sad thing is I think that Cherry is actually a pretty intelligent, and it's very rare for women, I think actually a pretty funny person. When she is, I don't know if she takes medication ordinarily or what, but when she is trying and she has like her shit managed, she actually does pretty good stuff. There was a short stint in time where, I don't know if she was managed or if she just like felt better, where she started to she set up like panels and shows and stuff. She actually did a really good job at it. I don't know if you guys remember that. For all of like 2 months, I think. But unfortunately, she has whatever mental issues are going on it's kind of fucking her up. Oh, the obsession with Not So Erudite or Kylo was weird. I don't know where that came from, but... Medication doesn't work for BPD. There must be something you can do to help with compulsive stuff. Like, I bet there's like some OCD medication or something. She was one of the best peeps I met at IRL events. I'm very sad with what's happening since. Yeah, Charity Best is actually like a really cool person, I think. Actually, I legitimately think she's cool. But yeah, obviously, whatever stuff is going on here is, yeah. From what I know, BPD is incredibly hard to treat. It is for a variety of reasons, yeah. Will anything come of the police report? I don't think so. But, I mean, what am I don't know. I don't even know what she reported, so I have no idea. But we'll see. Let's see. What are some of my victims saying that are traumatized and scared to come forth as witnesses because I'm so threatening? Stacia, the person who deleted all of their DMs with me and then claimed in court filings that I deleted my DMs with her. Bro, do these people not even realize how gross it is to rejoice about stuff like that in general? It's such an unbelievable thing to say in this Discord. These people have been... Wait, actually, hold on. Rewind. That's such an unbelievable thing to say in this Discord. After the unhinged shit that these people have been saying about me for months. Also, Nick is one to talk. The commentary community used to call him Destiny 2.0. Listen. Oh, and then this is... fuck it, I don't care. Zoe, I guess. This is the girl that I met and hooked up with, who has now started to date Jacob, who I think is forever salty that, I guess we hung out first, which is why he hates me. Her and Jacob were two people who used to be in this community fairly actively, who got doxxed so fucking hard by Kiwi Farms that they fled the internet, but then they came back 2 months later, made peace with the person doxing them on Kiwi Farms, and then started to relentlessly shit on me. And then the guy on Kiwi Farms stopped doxing them because they decided to shit on me instead of being friendly towards me. So that was good. Nice. Yeah, okay. Anyway. Just keeping tabs on my oppos today. And we can't see the whole screen. Wait, what? Did you miss something? No, you saw it. Wow, okay, thanks for the 5 gifted memberships. That's an insane fucking circle of people. That whole Discord server is actually fucking insane. Yes. And so many fans and stuff too. Esports Batman. Stacia, I mean, to be honest, I'd probably feel different if this was just a random person who was a oh, also, by the way, I don't have her messages anymore, but oh wait, actually wait, do I? Hold on. Do I? Just the history rewriting is so funny. This was also Stacia. I'm lucky my boyfriend is a saint because he's always hated Destiny so much, LeMayo. Why were you fucking me and having us make fucking recorded sex tapes when your boyfriend fucking hates me? What the fuck was going on there? Is that like some actual cuckoldry or what? Like why? What? Why would he be okay with that? Also, pretty sure we met and hooked up like 5 times. That's an insane hookup friend to keep, I guess, if your boyfriend is actively hating me because he always hated me so much, but okay, kind of interesting, but you know. Followed you for ages, Destiny, but it was going to happen as you got more famous, to be honest. Loons generally are sick. Yeah, I don't know, fuck. Like I said, I've been streaming for like 10 years. No, I'm sorry. I've been a Coomer for 10 years probably. And I've never in my life like run into stuff like this. And then all of a sudden, in the last like year, apparently every single fucking person was like, actually, Jesus. Stacey says, I mean, to be honest, I'd probably feel different if this was just a random person who was a victim he interviewed for a case or something, but this is someone he's known and been friends with for an extended period of time. Like the reason he, Justical, even got super into the story was because he was friends with her, Cherry. Apparently, now I don't know how true this is, again, because I don't know all of the background for these people, because I don't have time to keep up with all of their shit. I've been told that apparently Justical has been obsessed with Cherry for a long time, so... At Destiny, personality disorders are more based on fixed behavior. Meds can help for symptoms, i.e. anxiety associated with OCD, but does little to remedy. For sure, I understand that. Personality disorders versus like actual like mental illness, but I think BPD is a little bit of an outlier. For like extreme mania, even for bipolar personality disorder, I think you can treat like some of the extreme mania and stuff, or some of the depressive symptoms and stuff, yeah. Bipolar is not a personality. It is. BPD is bipolar personality disorder. No, BPD is borderline personality disorder. bipolar disorder is... Wait, bipolar is a personality disorder, isn't it? Is it bipolar personality disorder? Oh, no, wait. This might not be a personality disorder. Sorry. Oh, no, this is considered a mental illness. My bad, sorry. I do think BPD, though, is one of the outsiders in that BPD has some, like, more mental illness aspects than the other personality disorders, though. I do believe that is the case for borderline. Anyway. Here's Esports Batman. Don't ever forget, he did go out naked with an 8X and mined and died and lost it, okay? Don't ever forget that. Jessica and Cherry break up, and it's a drama discussion. Destiny is accused of shopping around sex tapes and makes it a literal federal case. See how they're different? A federal case? You mean somebody sued me? Okay. It's not like when Edwin interviewed Mama Max's victim and midway started fucking her, LOL. Or is it? Also, oh my God, hold on. I love watching this happen in real time. Oh my God. Wait, hold on. Now the mentally ill people have got agency. Even without knowing the details, he clearly cared for her as a person for quite a long time. So I think it's pretty cruel to remove her agency in their relationship and describe this as him using her. Well, like, think of the rewriting, right? You're saying like I never was friends with Cherry? How many events was she involved in that I tried to promote? I tried to promote her panel show. I showed up anytime she wanted me to debate people on it, and it was mutually beneficial. It was good for me as well. I was willing to maintain my friendship with her after she... I'm trying to think if I don't think I did after she Me Too'd me the second time. No, even after the second time, I was still friendly with her. That's a great, and also all of this while not like telling her that I would be her fucking Dr. K either, but that's a crazy rewriting there, but okay. She literally said that she was suicidal in February because of the situation, yet Jewstalker brought her on stream to talk about you, and his editor would post her tweets in Snark subreddits. Nice and based. I don't know who the Shellboner is. I don't think I know this person, right? It's just somebody who's in Gisticle server. I see them post a lot. Bro, Destiny's in like psychosis, LOL. Thanks, Steve. Oh shit, wrong tag, William Pepper. Get help, Steven. This isn't normal. Destiny is 100% gonna try to reach out to Cherry. It's the projection right here. He's already planting the seeds of, look, Gisticle was fucking you to get close to me. He's so transparent. The projection. They are transparent. He's posturing all of this as Cherry victim, Gisticle abuser. She probably is his victim, but for her to come out and say that he said he would be her Dr. K, that's an unhinged statement. And now to find out that they were dating for months and months, for a year maybe, right? Remember, this is projection like crazy. And the fact that I'm on stream talking about it now, I don't feel that bad for Cherry. Fuck her at this point, okay? You get three Me Too's, and then and then I'm done with you, okay? You get 3 and you're out. All right? I'm not trying to rebuild any bridges or whatever. Paving the way to get Cherry to be comfortable with Destiny again, to drop the charges. What? This is not a real thing that I'm concerned about, okay? He doesn't actually think Cherry was manipulated. He's saying this to make her think he views her as a victim. Oh my God, he should actually die. So that when he DMs her about this, she will feel more comfortable and vulnerable with him. He will do this, mark my words. Destiny, your manipulation tactics are so transparent. You don't think Cherry was manipulated. And if you actually think this is all about you, you are seriously mentally ill and need some downers, because that's not a normal line of thinking. You act like you're being gang stalked, as their entire Discord server has been, unironically, talking about me for months and months and months. Oh, and their kick chat. Steven is overblowing what seems to be a dumb fuck making selfish decisions, and another dumb fuck making stupid decisions, and trying to smear the first dumb fuck to cover for all the actual evil shit that Steven did. I like how if I ever do anything wrong ever, it's actually calculated from the time of birth to be the most evil and unhinged and terrible, horrible, evil, manipulative shit ever. Also, keep in mind, right, more of my videos, more of my DMs have leaked than probably any other motherfucker on the internet at this point, okay? And there is not a single DM ever. I am the most submissive loser, ooh-woo fucking piece of shit ever in DMs, okay? In all of my DMs, you've never, ever seen a single DM leak. Arguably, the worst one ever, arguably, was when I told Zoe to keep fighting with Lav in Jestio's Discord server, but that was Zoe reaching out to me first to ask me if she should keep doing it. That was her. She was already fighting with fucking Lav at that point. Now this is before they all became friends and realized that I was the true evil one. But I like how now when Gisticle, who's been bringing Cherry onto a stream, knowing that she is like mentally unwell over this, while secretly dating her and not telling anybody, and paying her to make appearances on stream, knowing that it's destroying her mental health, and telling her that he was going to be her Dr. K, and apparently now trading messages with her while she's suicidal, that's all just a, oops. That was just, people were just making dumb, selfish decisions. Oopsies. Jessica was just a selfish dick with Cherry, and Cherry just went with it. Oh yeah, and at the same time holding her only friend group, his community, hostage by telling her that if she ever went public with their relationship, that he would delete all of it. I don't think I've ever done anything remotely. The second time that we hung out, this doesn't really come across in all the DMs either, I guess. Mainly because I don't leak these ones, I guess. But like when it comes to the NFR stuff or the Cherry stuff for these people, when it comes to me, like these people are, it's not like I'm hitting these people up constantly. It's not like, please, please come back. Please, can we do the play? They're hitting me up constantly. Now, I don't have any of our DMs and I don't have them backed up, which sucks between me and Cherry because Cherry would constantly tell us, please delete our DMs. I just had a freak out, or please delete our DMs. I just had an episode. I have our Twitter DMs, but I don't have any of our Discord ones because we were constantly deleting our DMs because she would have moments. The second time Cherry wanted to visit, which is where her recent accusation comes from, that was something that I was super opposed to. I was like, I don't know, man. You know, you kind of, it wasn't good. And she was like, no, I promise it'll be okay. It'll be fine. Don't worry. Blah, blah. Like, she's the one who debated me into that. It's like, okay, fine, fuck it. Yeah, come over for a week. Now, regardless of the outcome of that, thank God for Cherry because I discovered Adderall, which has changed my life. So something good came out of it. But anyway. Wasn't Anna stalking you and you were still DMing her? What's with that? The timelines on this get weird, but Anna had a compulsion related to, I don't even know how many people will ever believe this or understand this, but Anna has OCD and she had a compulsion related to people saying things about her that she felt was untrue. Some people think that she was obsessed with me and wanted to date me. I don't think that was ever a part of it. The problem was if anybody ever said anything about her online that she felt was untrue, she would have to correct the record. And what that looked like was her going live basically every single day over and over and over again to correct the record. And I want to say she did that for like about a year. And in the course of that year, we were chatting again and not chatting and chatting and not chatting and chatting and not chatting or whatever. But also this was like a 30-year-old woman. Like the worst thing, we met one time for 4 days and then we like sexted, I think like 4 or 5 times. And people act like this person was like, that I abused this person for years or something. It's like, Jesus, just stop DMing me. What the fuck? Somebody said, speaking on the Kelly drama shit, she has a private server where they constantly talk about you and they say deranged shit and delete the general chat when they really, yeah, I am aware. I have eyes everywhere again. Okay, my whispers have gotten out. I know about her servers. I know all the things they say, all the red text because they constantly delete the shit they say too. Yeah, it's all good. It's all good. I know the unhingedness. I think this one comes right from Discord server. He needs to get shot. Now, this person means vaccinated when they say that. Okay, don't worry. Shh. Anyway. Reminder that Jessica did content with her about you and even tried to date her after this tweet. This is February 22nd. I think Destiny, Justical, and every person in my life is trying to make me kill myself. I think I'm going to be dead soon. Oh. And then he dated her. While weaponizing her on stream for content about me. Really makes you think, but okay. Anyway, back to manipulating the people in my life and how much of the Justical community does crossover from Hascord and Denims and those people? Almost none of it is, which is especially kind of pathetic because they all ended up siding against anybody that they perceive as being on my side. So you have a whole bunch of people like Justical and some commentary people who probably would have always sided against iDubbbz, but because they perceive me as being on Ethan's side, they're like trying to make arguments for why Ethan is an idiot in the whole lawsuit thing for the copyright stuff and for the whole Ethan versus iDubbbz thing. They're trying to side with iDubbbz, even though it's like clearly these people would never do it. But yeah. Does addressing someone like Justical just provide more relevance to irrelevant people, or am I understanding their relevance? They're not really. So I would describe people like Kiwi Farms or Justical is they're kind of like herpes. So there are certain infections in your body. I think HIV is similar. There are areas in your body that are immunoprivileged. Your immune system doesn't have access to every single area of your body in the same way for a variety of reasons. Ask God. And the way that some viruses work, I think HSV, all the variants of herpes work, is they hide in places. I want to say herpes hides in some part of your nervous system. And what'll happen is every now and then, for some reason, the cells turn on and they're like, oh, we're gonna go make a bunch of friends and we're gonna go, give you a cold sore or genital herpes or whatever the fuck, however it manifests in your body. Or just sometimes they'll do nothing. They just want to hide out invisible on your skin and go infect other people, because herpes can do that as well. And then your immune system comes out, you fight the infection, but it's always hiding in some reservoir. I think that Kiwi Farms and Justical, they're kind of like that reservoir of weird, like conspiratorial stuff. And what'll happen is anytime you get into a fight with somebody, for me, if I get into a fight with somebody, if they find a way to kind of like flare up, they will eject all of their unhinged shit into some public forum. And then depending on what else is going on, if it's convenient, other people will grab onto it and then they can amplify all of that. Basically, that's like how the kind of the chain has worked between Kiwi Farms to Justical server. Like there are mutual posters in there that I've identified at this point. And then from Justical server, it'll go out to the rest of the internet if there are people who want to type or something. So that's the only annoying thing about it, I guess. But I mean, like I also said like that community, you can't like hold a community together with hate. As cringe as that sounds, is one of the reasons why I don't like it, or I've tried to prevent my community from becoming like unhinged snarker communities about content creators. Like if you obsess over weird personal drama and shit all the time, it draws a certain type of fan. There's a reason why I have these types of fans, actually, because I used to do a lot of this drama content over a year ago. There's a reason why I have these types of followers who don't like me now. But what'll happen is once you run out of ops, once you run out of enemies or run out of drama, you turn on each other very quickly, and then everything will just self-destruct. And Justical server has kind of been self-destructing for a few months. But yeah, I think Kelly's been gone for a while because she got super ass pained. Maybe she got upset third wheeling. And everybody in that Discord server fucking hates her, so. Yeah, this is probably one of the most annoying things. I've said this actually, it's true even interpersonally in my relationships. But the reason why I come off sometimes is more complicated to people or mysterious or whatever is just because people just don't take anything I say at face value. Someone on YouTube said, Destiny, people think Destiny is Littlefinger and fuck themselves over trying to emulate this master manipulator meme. It happened to Arcadum, Robert Seven, and something. Yeah, like I just have never done this. I don't do this stuff. And it's not even because I don't have the mind for it or because like I'm a good person. I just don't have the time or the inclination. I just don't. Like if there's like, I can't even hold on to relationships if people start shitting on me too much to my partners. I just like, fuck it, dude. Just, you know, do whatever. I just want to stream or do whatever other bullshit. So. What Game of Thrones are you? I'm Ned Stark, getting beheaded every single season over and over and over again. Why are we watching this? This is never expected to fail, right? I thought they got the votes for this earlier today. I thought I saw this on my subreddit. Some of the yeses said they'd vote no on the passing. Why? Oh, I thought if they had enough votes. Apparently, I don't know the parliamentarian. Maybe at some point we'll research how the House and the Senate actually fucking work for those rules. But I think they had to take a vote first on opening discussion to do it, and then they have to do a vote after that to actually pass it. But my understanding is if they had enough votes to open discussion, then they would have enough votes to pass it. Almost certainly it will pass, but if it doesn't, do you want to miss that? I mean, I don't have, I wish I did. I need to find, okay, we need to find another drug. What's the one that makes me give a fuck about breaking news? That's the next drug, okay, that will enhance my streamer career to the next level, because holy fuck, I don't care about breaking news at all. Okay, sorry, last one. I just wish... It's so creepy and weird seeing, especially people that have done so much for it. It's so sad seeing what happened to this guy. I wish he just owned up to his mistakes and faced the music. So Supreme, the old creepy dude who used to be on my stream, his initial take was that I should have been removed from society permanently because I could like never be reintegrated because of how criminally minded I was in regards to how, I guess, everything that had happened. Like, it's actually so unhinged. These people are so fucking unhinged. Wicked Supreme? Yes, he's been a poster in there for months. There are so many people from this community that I don't know what it is, but if you post in there, if you spend at least a month in there, you will like be osmosis into this. Any X fan or whatever that goes to the server, it always happens. Or you'll get permabanned because they ban people that don't buy into their narrative too much. But removed from society, what are you referencing? I think Supreme early on, I don't have the screenshots or whatever, but was saying that like people that have sex crime inclinations like I do can like never be rehabilitated and need to be removed from society or something. It's just like it's just like the most like unhinged, like insane, stupid shit. Like, but I think these people actually unironically believed that I had set up, like I had concocted some like ring of luring susceptible, like at its worst, I'm like luring mentally ill, susceptible young girls in with my fame and manipulator tendencies, and then forcing them to do video content that then I would use with other people without telling them to gather more mentally. It's just a whole fucking thing. But anyway. I don't think your dentist room is always sunny. Yeah. This is only bad for Americans' rights, but Euros can cheer it on in the hopes that Republican voters suffer more. I mean, it's just a budget. That's what they're passing. The problem is that the new budget just sucks, and they're supposedly making huge cuts to Medicaid. Yeah. As a quick reminder, what is your Hassan global entry position exactly? Why is peace go wrong here? Also, why the fuck doesn't he just talk to you on stream or mention she was on stream? For what? Quote from Destiny re Hassan detainment. Hassan was fully accepted. They classified the Houthis as like a terrorist organization the day before they kicked him out. And I think he made those Rick Scott comments at this time. It was probably something he said or something related to that got him removed from global entry. So for the kids following, Destiny agrees with me that something Hassan said led to his global entry revocation, i.e. that is the most likely scenario. The only thing left then is whether a global entry revocation based on stuff Hassan said is justified under First Amendment principles. I'm assuming you agree with Destiny on the factual issue. I think Pisco is trying to basically somehow like weasel this back into a... Pisco is trying to make this really stupid argument that whatever is protected by the First Amendment can never be used as a basis to remove you from global entry. It's just a fatal flaw that he's making. I don't know if he sincerely believes that or if he's argued this position so hard that he can't back away from it now, like his obsession with the Her report that he didn't read, by the way, or any of those things. Like, that's my guess, is that he's like kind of, he's like backed himself into this and now he has to say, because what follows logically from this, and I actually think Pisco would say yes, I think he has to, I think he's committed himself at this point. If you would ask Pisco, hold on, if I were to tweet out, you know, a comment about killing a politician, and then I was removed from global entry for that, do you think that would be viewpoint discrimination? It sounds like Pisco would say yes, which is retarded. That's unhinged and insanely retarded. But I don't know. They're also increasing spending by ICE by more than 10 times. Oh yeah, the ICE budget increase. Was it? It wasn't 187 billion with a B, was it? That's so high. Was it? It was? What is that? More, that's about as much as we've sent to like Ukraine since the beginning of the... Jesus Christ. Thoughts on Taylor Lorenz talking to 12-year-old kids without the parent knowledge? That's kind of weird. Oh, one thing I might do, this might be a clause we take up, depending on how much I care. Sorry. Dan pointed this out to me. I'm actually really triggered by this. Her whole Wikipedia should be deleted, or her birthday should be listed, at the very least the year here. Or Wikipedia as a whole should be deleted, or it just shouldn't have any current event anything. I don't understand the argument for why she's allowed to completely delist any part of her birthday. That's really fucking weird. It's a pretty essential part of a person's biography, both obviously and by the Wikipedia standards. And apparently she literally has just said that I don't like my birthday on there because people use it to harass me, which is a bullshit argument. Like, what? Yeah, I don't know. It's incredibly fucking weird. Do we really care though? Yeah, actually. I think it goes a lot to the credibility of the site to allow authors to personally intervene in their articles and delist some information that is almost certainly newsworthy, because they don't want it being listed. That's unhinged. That's insane to me. ICE is getting triple the budget that the Marines get, 57 billion versus 170 billion. Damn. Is there an argument that your age or birthday is not newsworthy? No, it's like knowing how old somebody is and like when they were born is it's one of the most important pieces of biographical information about a person. What do you mean? Destiny, so what? She just told Wikipedia to remove it and they acquiesce? No, she made that publicly known, her knowledge about it publicly known, and then some of her warriors show up on Wikipedia to fight over the age and delete it. And then she's like tried to scrub her birthday from the internet as much as possible. Would this bill have to go to the Senate again? I don't know. Did they make enough changes to the bill that it has to go back to the Senate, or is it good now? Oh, sorry, hold on. Just as a quick thing. And then we're done. We're moving on from the drama. I don't want to misstate his position. My initial position from Wicked Supreme was that I do need rehab and maybe removed from society, but just while I'm in rehab. My bad. Thank you. Okay. Thank you. Definitely very reasonable position. Okay. My bad. Jesus. Let me get a Red Bull. One sec. Hold on. Somebody said, I don't know if will our democracy survive this. I think I've kind of said this before, but something the Democratic Party needs to figure out. Hopefully they do at some point, but this isn't going to happen spontaneously or randomly. It needs to be a deliberate effort by some person in the Democratic Party has to do this. Somebody needs to build a coherent, vertically integrated apparatus that carries democratic messaging. Like, the Republicans have this system that just, like, Donald Trump, the president, will say a thing, and when the president says a thing, his whole cabinet will say it. All of the lawmakers are on board with it. All of the mainstream pundits will carry it. All of the alternative media pundits will carry it. All four of these groups have no problem going on to other platforms like Joe Rogan or whatever to carry it. This form of like propaganda resonance where a resonant frequency is, there's some ideal frequency that a material will vibrate at, and when you sing a note into it, it's louder than it would be otherwise because it's shaking with it. This type of resonance from the top down that is just in lockstep with the whole thing, Democrats just can't. They don't, until you have a messaging apparatus like this. I think this is one of the most important things I think that you can make work. We have no zone flooding from our party, as the Republicans do with media. People say flooding the zone, but it's not. The reason why you can flood the zone, the reason why it works is because all of these things will work in tandem with each other, right? Think about what this looks like from the Democratic perspective. Think about what this looks like from when the Dems do it, right? Now, again, I'm not saying that we necessarily need to be as shameless as the Republicans because Jesus Christ, it's unhinged. But think about how different things, like if you were to game plan out, how different would things look if it was, if Democrats acted like Republicans. Let's say Biden has a bad debate performance like he did on the last day with Donald Trump, right? Did they finally pass it?
Members voted.
I think they're working on it.
Wish to change a vote? No. On this vote, the yeas are 218, the nays are 214. The motion is adopted.
Somebody said it's not like they coordinate, though, Destiny. Well, one, you're wrong. They do directly coordinate. We know that. They say it. They say openly that they coordinate, right? Charlie Kirk talks about talking with the president on the phone. So one, they do coordinate. Two, they don't have to coordinate because subconsciously they all know the message. They know what they need to do, right? So in a world where Democrats would act like Republicans, if Biden had a bad, let's say Biden has a bad debate performance where he's slow, he looks senile or whatever, right? This is never going to be what lawmakers talk about. After Biden had his issue with the debate, I think you had Democratic lawmakers publicly calling for him to step down. I think you had, if I had an example for each of these, it would be so much better. You had privately, you had them calling for him to step down, right? Do you remember when I think even Obama and Pelosi were talking to him behind the scenes saying, hey, bro, you got to go. You got to fucking go. You had celebrities, I think maybe, George Clooney talking to him, or I'm saying publicly that he needed to step down. In the mainstream media, you had MSN, MSNBC, CNN, all of these guys were saying Biden had a really horrible performance, maybe he needs to step down. And then in the alternative media, you had people going back, right? The whole establishment system was against Biden when he had that bad performance. Now, is that good? Sure. I mean, it's good to, make the party stronger and all that bullshit, whatever. However, if this was a Trump thing, as soon as Trump had that bad debate performance, if Trump would have had the same performance Biden did, there wouldn't be a single lawmaker talking about that. Instead, they would all be focusing on the fact that, oh, well, if you go back, if you would ask people, go back to that Trump-Biden debate. Did Trump make a single coherent point in that entire debate? He didn't. He actually didn't. He didn't say fuck all about literally anything. He had no coherent points about anything at all. That would be the fixation. The mainstream media would be talking about, they would be constantly fixated on, oh, well, look how old Trump is, right? Trump is about the same age as Biden. And they would be running clips of, here was Trump 4 years ago, here's Trump speaking today. And you're going to tell me that Biden is the one who slowed down? It would be the weird cut up clips of Trump looking like he's confused or not knowing where he is. They cut that one with Biden outside to make it look like he was staring off into space when there was a guy just right off frame. You would just see these types of things constantly played. And the alternative media, people would be constantly talking about how, like, oh, look, he's passed all this legislation. Biden is sharper than he's ever been. All these people are saying good things. Like, and then all of these people would be going onto the alternative media platforms to carry the exact same message, right? It wouldn't even look remotely the same. But as long as Democrats, the problem, people talk about like flooding the zone. Democrats can't flood the zone because they can get pushback from the messaging. The resonance will stop with any one of these particular things, right? It might be Al Green getting censured. Al Green, that was his name, right? For what? Why the fuck are we ever censuring people in the Congress right now, ever? Why the fuck would that even happen? So other lawmakers are fucking us, right? The mainstream media, why the fuck is Jake Tapper writing books about Biden? Are you fucking retarded? That's fucking stupid. The alternative media, that whole landscape is lost completely, right? Aside from, like, I guess the Bulwark and maybe the pod, not even the pod say, like everybody here is like, maybe we do need like socialists, or our whole party needs to be taught, right? These people are totally us. And then as a result of having absolute decoherence here, I don't think you can say decoherence, there no common messaging, no resonance here, right? There's no chance of surviving on any of these alternative media platforms, right? Because if any of these people were to go on any alternative media platform, if the president goes on, you know that people in Congress are going to be looking to take shots at him. The media is going to take shots at him. The alternative media will take shots at him. If any lawmakers go on, fucking look at AOC. Everybody's going to be willing to take shots at her. If any of the mainstream media people go on, they don't even do that, right? The alternative media are going to take shots. It's just like a clusterfuck. There is no flooding the zone or messaging or anything from the Democrat side, because every single part of your message, if the Republicans were deleted, the whole Republican media were deleted from existence, there would still be like a healthy media ecosystem that is incredibly self-critical just on the liberal side. Like there's so much pushback right here. This is not acceptable. It's not good. Now, again, I don't think the Democrats need to go full cult worship like Trump does, but at the very fucking least, when we have a message that we feel strongly about, we should be able to, from the top down, push that message without fault. But we can't do that. We can't, even on the stuff that we supposedly agree on, we can't agree on that. And we can't push that. So what's up, Darius? Do you think this would be healthy if both sides had this level of pushback, though? The Democrats need less pushback, and the Republicans definitely need more. But I don't think they should become the Republican Party. Do you think anyone would have a chance to fix it? Well, what I'm saying is there has to be a deliberate person to step up to try to fix this. That has to happen. So there needs to be a person. Now, I thought that ideally the DNC chair guy, I would have said the DNC chair would be in a position to do this, but they had to kick out Hogg or whatever, right? From the the deputy chair, whatever. Even in the DNC, it was fucked. Even in the there's just a Democratic National Committee or whatever, it was fucked. So, yeah.
Steven?
What's up?
Okay, do you understand my situation right now at all?
Yeah, a little. What about it? Or what's your question?
Do you have any suggestions for dealing with like a squatter that doesn't have any like sense really proving that they live here?
You're in Texas?
Did they notice? Yeah, in Texas, yeah.
Squatters' rights, Texas. Have you looked it up?
I literally just got out of jail, so I haven't really done too much. I'm just kind of going what people are just fast, like shoot firing at me.
Is he
also,
in your?
I've also if you could have banned his embed from your channel, that'd be great as well. Just because he's like farming as much as possible for viewers, and it's kind of like Adriana's told him, like he's like made her uncomfortable. He's just kind of here, just like making everyone like whatever.
Well, here, how about this? if he leaves by the end of day today, I will not ban his embed and I will not ban him in chat. But if he doesn't, then I will ban his embed and I will ban him in chat. So there's some incentive for him to leave. Okay.
That might encourage him. So he is a DGGer, so maybe that will encourage him.
I know.
Yeah. Unfortunately, do you know anything about this guy?
No, I've seen whatever has come out over the past like day or two.
Yeah. Well, that'd be great. I'm not sure what would you. So as far as like that goes with squatters' rights, do you get a good grasp on it? People are telling me to like hire like they're telling me to hire this SJC guy that like harassed another squatter, but like I think the whole goal of this person is clout, and I don't think that like if I hire another person that's clouted to like talk to someone with clout and like troll them, it's like going to matter. You think?
It's not about trolling him. What do you talk? It's about if you have a problem with a squatter, it's about regaining the exclusive possession of your property.
Yeah, but the thing is, so here's what I'm being told. Okay, I just got out. People, this information I have. He is legally allowed to be here for 30 days. I don't know that for sure because we haven't like talked to an attorney or whatever, or we haven't like talked to like really anyone legal yet. I literally got out, so I don't know what's been talked about. He has 30 days. Within those 30, I want him to leave like now. And within those 30 days, he's like fucking with shit. He's like clogging the toilet with like fucking paper. He's like fucking with people's shit. He's like just screaming in the middle of the living room. He's just being a nuisance as much as possible. And he keeps threatening to fight me, threatening to like go hand to hand with me. I am like, I want him to just leave and not have to wait to 30 days. So that way I don't have to leave and leave him at my house. He already went through my shit.
I got news I got to cover today. Okay. I don't know if you're asking me for real or if this is content.
Real. No, I'm asking real.
If you're asking me for real, then what you should do is you should just Google Texas or Google your county or city real estate squatter attorney. Pay like a $150 consultation to ask, what your rights are. They will give you the actual step-by-step process that you need to go through to make sure that you are compliant with the law to kick them out. And that's 100% the only thing you should do. Any other suggestion is a meme for content, and you can do that. But when it comes to like tenant rights and everything, now maybe Texas doesn't give a fuck, but some states are like super ultra serious about that. And you could find yourself in a situation where you have some fucking guy who's actually going to ruin your life because there's no way to remove him from that property for some ungodly amount of time or whatever, depending upon if you let it challenge it in court, and then you've got like months and months. Like if you're in California, you have to like give the land over to fucking Native American. You never kick a person out of a rental property in California. They can sit there and trash it and destroy it for like 6 months. So find an attorney. Google Texas, your city, whatever, attorney, squatters, and then find out what you have to do. Yeah.
Is there a good way? So you suggest I go and like vet an attorney to talk to? Because if you Google like attorney XYZ, you always get just random shit. So is there a good way to look it up, or a different thing than Google that will give me like more reliable results?
I mean, like, who are you? Are you renting the house you're in right now?
We're renting. Yes.
If you're, depending on do you know who the landlord is? Are you on good terms with them?
Yeah, we're on okay terms with them.
I don't know what that means. If you're on good terms with the landlord, you don't think they're going to be like hostile towards you. You could just message your landlord and say like, hey, I'm just curious. Do you guys have somebody that you would recommend for squatting related stuff? We have a roommate that we want to get rid of, and we're just making sure that we're like phrase it in a way that doesn't make the situation seem like the person is about to have their house destroyed, right? So message your landlord to be like, hey, we've got a guy who moved in and we kind of want to like revoke his lease, but we want to make sure that we're compliant with the law. We do so. Do you have like an attorney that we can just like, do a consultation with? We'll pay the fee or whatever. Do you have somebody you'd recommend? And then go with that recommendation.
Okay. We'll do that then. It's not a content thing. I just don't know how to fucking dude. I just gotta cut me some slack, bitch. God damn.
Well, yeah, I know, but if you try to like call people or do shit like this, it's gonna you listen.
I know. I literally said that. I was like, should I just message you?
I'm just saying, you're pushing the envelope and everything, okay? And you're gonna end up in a situation where you're like fucked, okay?
Yeah.
Do you understand? Yeah. Are those misdemeanor charges gonna get dropped, or what's going on with that?
I don't even know. So they keep going back and forth on dropping it or not. I'm pretty sure I'm pretty sure once I deal with it in court, I'll be fine.
You're pretty sure you wait. Say that again. You'll what?
I'm pretty sure if I deal with it in court, I'll be fine regardless. But I keep getting told it's gonna get dropped, and then
wait. What do you mean if you deal with it in court, you'll be fine? What does that mean?
I'm pretty sure like if I have to deal with it in court, I'm not gonna get in like super major trouble.
What does that mean?
For this, like I don't think I'm gonna do jail time.
Okay, but you're planning on just going and pleading guilty to 3 misdemeanors, like 2 Class A
misdemeanors?
No,
I'm not planning on either getting a lawyer or something along those. I'm planning on getting a lawyer no matter what, probably.
Okay, just make sure that you're aware of like what it means to plead guilty to a particular thing, the potential future repercussions. Because what you don't want to do is set yourself. I don't know. I don't know the answer to this. I'm just saying be careful. Okay, I don't know if Texas is some weird 3-strike thing. You don't want to be in some situation where you think you're memeing and you guys are in a car and you like hit somebody in a parking lot as like a joke, but then because you have like 3 misdemeanor convictions on your record, now you're facing like minimum mandatory jail time of 1 year on some felony bullshit.
Yeah.
Like just so be careful on that. Make sure you're super aware of all that. Okay.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to call a lawyer for that like ASAP. If you could recommend me like a specific, I must just call lawyer. Is like Google lawyer in my area? Like, is there like a specific person I should be type of lawyer I should be looking for?
I mean, like misdemeanor stuff like this is insanely fucking common. There's probably a super common, like I think, oh my God, just take everything with a grain of salt. I don't know who you'd ask for better advice, but like there are like attorney mills, and this is all they do. So whatever you Google, whatever the first result is probably going to be your best guess, because these are going to be the people that are super familiar with all of the prosecuting attorneys. They're going to know all the judges, so they're going to know when to continue a case to get a better judge. They're going to know all the attorneys, and they can know what deals they can make and can't make. They'll be able to take probably a glance at your case and your record and give you an immediate recommendation. But like literally just Googling and finding like the popular ones at the top are probably going to be your best bet. Yeah.
All right, I'm gonna go ahead and work on that then, and I'll keep you updated with that. Also, I'll keep you updated with the other thing. I need to do that now.
Okay, good luck.
Today, but...
If anybody, for the criminal stuff, if you do talk to an attorney and he tells you something like, oh, it looks like you're fucked and you just should plead guilty to every single thing without anything else, then message me or get a second opinion first, because that can go really badly if the guy is being lazy or something retarded. And then, yeah, contact your landlord for the recommendation on a attorney that can do a consultation about the adverse possession or the squatting stuff. Okay?
Okay.
All right, good luck.
Thank you, babe.
Bye.
Bye.
Okay. Boom, boom, boom. What makes one lawyer much better than a lot of the others? Is it really just that they argue better? It has to be something like connections, right? It depends on the area of law, but like the type of law that you practice and the experience that you have practicing it is generally what's going to make somebody, I think, better in that field. It's not like this is the 700 IQ guy that has like the best debate tactics. It's going to be the guy who's argued a similar case as yours like 5,000 times. Like that's going to be the guy who, yeah, because that's what they do professionally.
Just quickly, I want to just quickly blame Democrats as well. Okay, and you might be wondering, what do you mean? They don't have the majority. They all voted no on this bill. You're right about that. But notice how Republicans managed to pass this bill in the Senate through reconciliation, meaning all they needed was a simple majority vote to get this passed. Interesting how the parliamentarian isn't really much of a problem. Like there was a little bit of, there were whispers last week about how the parliamentarian is going to strike down this.
I'm sorry, does she think the Democrats didn't pass legislation when Biden was in office, or?
Provision and that provision. What happened? What happened? They're cutting even more from Medicaid.
Yeah, Anna.
Can you explain that to me a little?
Also, congratulations, Stop Killing Games got the signatures. Hooray. All games are going to be destroyed now. My dad worked at Blizzard, trust me. Wait, I need this on. Is this the same one? Oh, it is. Okay, yeah. Got it. Boom. Why was that Reddit post deleted? Which Reddit post? I don't know actually. Fuck. My mods were talking about deleting it too. I didn't see why they did. Fuck. I don't remember why. I'm sure they had a great reason for it though. Greater than any reason you've ever even heard of. What? Dan Saltman, none of your email campaigns will ever work again. They hate you on Twitch. Good luck, buddy. By the way, your business partner Diddy was just convicted of sex crimes today. You might want to watch that instead. You're going to dox Dan too. Doxing if you look at someone's logs or YouTube channel. You fucking dumbasses are so pathetic. Limeo. Mike, you tried to call it doxing when someone used your first name of the state you're from. I never said that. Dummy, that was the serfs. How are you still a Sex Destiny fan? Are you still dodging debating Destiny for the past 6 years? He banned me from debates after he stalked my Discord and lost a debate to me on Medicare for All. Have you actually watched our debates? You guys remember this, right? Mike said that he wouldn't debate me when I challenged him on one. After he said that in order for me to debate him, I would have to gift him 500 subs as a way to dodge ever having a conversation. Fuck, I'm never gonna be able to find that, but. What the fuck? Was this on, is this on my Wikipedia talk page? Destiny should be added to the categories of American anti-fascists and American anti-communists. Sure, do you have a source for both claims? Destiny is not an anti-fascist. He's a very close, intimate friend of fascist Nick Fuentes. When are you going over the Johnny and Amber Heard stuff? I want to do the LabLeak thing first. I think we can get through that hopefully in like 2 or 3 days. Hamster, I don't know why you're spamming links to it when I literally said at 4 p.m. I will go over it. That's in 1 hour and 8 minutes. I don't know why you're spamming links to it right now. You are on the anti-fascist list. Good.
It's easily one of my favorite on.
We're never watching this. Fuck this. Hi, Nate. I don't disclose any personal details like my birth date, home address, family info, etc. because my family members are harassed. I like how she throws it in there. My birth date, my home address, or family info. One of these things is not like the other one because my family members are harassed and swatted at their homes thanks to reactionary people like you misrepresenting my work and inciting outrage. Why are you so obsessed with my age? Deleting this because it's mean. I don't think highly of this person, but I also don't know this person. What do you tweet? Taylor, normal people publish their date of birth. Mine is January 13th, 1978. I know you're probably older than the image you want to cultivate online, but just own it. Not much you can really do to make yourself younger. Okay. I don't know how Destiny sits in silence literally all day long. I'm using nothing. Well, I'm talking constantly. How am I in silence? I have my own voice.
I told you, I don't think you
streamed 1 year ago.
sexually harass these women. I don't think that's what happens. I think you're a rebounder.
That's
think
not
you
sexual
think
harassment.
if you're there
what
enough,
I just said was not
you'll
sexual
get,
harassment.
You'll get a rebound eventually. You will catch a basketball. That's my contention.
Oh
Okay.
shit.
That I'm just there. Just being there is my game plan.
Oh no.
Yeah.
Okay.
Specifically with like mentally ill women who have been broken down repeatedly. What was the other one?
Oh shit.
Oh, you also have like this platform that you bring them on. Kind of like in my head.
Oh no. Oh no.
Head, like I feel like very much whatever Mr. Girl wrote about Destiny probably applies significantly more to you. Not that it actually applies to you. Wouldn't say you're like actually targeting these women and trying to have sex with them like in a way we could prosecute you for it in some way. It's like at worst an ethical violation.
Mm-hmm.
I
So
told
with
you
me,
I don't think
this
you
sort of shit.
sexually harass these women.
Base?
Taylor Lorenz. The sad fact is that men like you will never engage with me directly because it would reveal that this entire character you've built me into in order to farm outrage online is a lie. I would gladly debate Taylor Lorenz. She is unhinged though. She is I think she's mentally ill. Like if I'm not saying this shit around, but like if DMs were to leak like interpersonally or whatever, I think she'd be a crazy person. Like this is like a person who's insane. Fuck, I don't like. There are some people who are just like she's a crazy. The way that she covers stuff, the way that she still like, I think she still wears a mask publicly everywhere, right? And if you don't wear a mask, I think she actually tweets at you and will blow you up for it, saying that you're treating COVID like it's a conspiracy. Yeah, this is an actual crazy person. Fuck, I know I said, sorry, fuck, I'd opened these before. There was no romantic relationship between Cherry and I before June of this year. I just think it's crazy that he's saying that they just got romantic in June and he was already spamming, I love you, I love you. Okay. Jesus. Destiny looks at tweets from a journalist covering Hassan. Destiny shows a journalist writing about Hassan. Destiny and Dan review the facial structure of a congresswoman. Wait, what?
Watch it. Great, thank you. Those are a lot of beans. You know.
She's a... Wait, is this a real picture? I don't feel bad. I don't usually do like the appearance-based text, but I can't tell if this is... It's not real? Is this a meme account? It's from her own account. But I don't know if she accidentally like posted a meme picture or like a staffer is fucking with her or... She looks like a Meat Canyon drawing.
Wait, then, this is kind of blackpilling, but how do you get women as an average guy then? I'm never paying the doctor ever, like ever, if they... I think the average man right now is not equipped to get the average woman in society. I think the average woman in society receives more social and job training than the average man does for a combination of social and whatever reasons. So I think the average guy is not equipped to do that today. And rip, good luck. You know, in terms of trying to...
True. Oh. Don't take Destiny's advice. What? I wasn't even giving advice. I was telling you to give up. Oh, is she about to assume that I am saying something I didn't say?
Oh, no. This is why men need to stop asking for advice about women from other men.
Oh, careful. Careful. Be careful who you take advice from about dating. Talking to women can be the most dangerous thing a man can do.
Look, I don't want to take anything out of context, and what he's saying is not necessarily wrong. It's just the framing. Yes, women are socially trained in different ways than men. The result is an uneven distribution of emotional intelligence across genders. Men are told from a young age it's okay to be socially combative. To resolve conflict physically, I mean, boys will be boys. Processing your emotions through diplomatic communication, that's for girls.
Okay, this is kind of true, and it's kind of given as a meme. But the problem is that men aren't even told to like solve their emotions physically. They just don't. I don't think men are given the ability, the tools to even analyze. Like if a guy was like, every time I'm upset, like I go to the gym or I go hit a punching bag just to kind of like blow up some steam and, you know, calm myself so that I can reflect and introspect or whatever, that would be fine. But I don't think that that is even the thing. I don't think even that happens. But
Locker room talk.
also that's that doesn't help you. That doesn't help you solve problems with other people as well. But
Distribution of emotional intelligence across genders. Men are told from a young age it's okay to be socially combative. To resolve conflict physically will be boys. Processing your emotions through diplomatic communication, that's for girls. Locker room.
also, I don't think
To resolve conflict physically, I mean boys will be boys.
I don't think boys will be boys plays into this. That saying is more, I think, an excuse for men to be retarded. Although I guess maybe that kind of applies here. I feel like that's used a little, but whatever. I don't know. I'm kind of nitpicking a little bit.
That's for girls. Locker room talk. COD lobby talk. Terms like butterface.
I don't think this has anything to do with what we're talking about. COD lobby talk and terms like butterface.
All bad. All direct results of socialization. But the system is perpetuated by other men.
Yeah, kind of. And by women too. I mean, we all play our part, right? But
It's not unfixable. You play a tangible role in this. It's not over. We don't say, well, that's the way things are.
true. Always being doomer, yeah.
You change it. You stop objectifying women as
I don't know what objectifying women has to do with this either.
trophies that signify your status in comparison to other men. You start to value women as people.
That's definitely not the answer.
Not because you want to hit, because valuing people is a good thing. Women didn't just get played a better hand.
If the problem is that if men treated women like men treat men, that's not really an improvement. It's not like men have these rich, emotionally wealthy conversations with each other, and they just don't do it with women. I think men generally don't have these conversations even with each other. So if you were to treat a woman like you treat a guy, it would be, I don't think that helps much at all, but.
Women didn't just get played a better hand. You're not the unlucky one because you weren't socially trained. That lack of social training is literally a privilege.
I mean, like, strictly speaking, that's correct. It is a privilege to not need the social training, but I would argue that that was correct when you didn't need the social training a long time ago. It's kind of like saying, it's like showing up to take a test and you get a 50% on the test and someone else gets a 99. And then you're like, fuck, I didn't study at all. And then the guy who got the 99 be like, well, that was your privilege that you didn't study. You were privileged because you got to slack off a little. And it's like, well, that's true. But now that it's come time to take the test, now the guy is fucked. I think we're past the point in society where being emotionally retarded is a thing that is still like healthy for life. I think you kind of need a little bit more emotional training. But
Developing more emotional intelligence and empathy is a direct result of marginalization. I hate to say it.
I don't agree with that at all. I think this is a gendered.
Is a direct result of marginalization.
Like, no offense, but like black people don't have on average like more emotional intelligence, or Hispanic or some marginalized class people don't have like more emotional intelligence. I think this is pretty gendered.
The victim, you're not. If the average guy is not emotionally intelligent enough to be with the average woman, it means you need to work a little bit harder.
I mean, I kind of agree with that, but.
Just don't be an asshole. Okay?
Okay. Where would that emotional intelligence come from in an ideal world? From everywhere. From parents, from media, culture, teachers, friends. It's a whole ass thing. Shut up. These are memes. You guys fall, when people are being ironic, you guys fall for stupid memes. This is not a real person. Nobody does this. This isn't real. She's trolling here. What is emotional intelligence? Can you give an example? It's when you reach down with your pee-pee and you find the right hole the first time, every time.
I guess.
Yeah, we're gonna wing it, man.
Okay. Three hours? What? Can you give me like a timestamp? Or who?
It, man. Listen, some of our best work is done by winging it.
That's true. Okay.
Almost all of my work is done by winging it. So.
Yeah.
Guys, I have never had a tweet that angered people more than the one about the
Bro, I
deficit.
saw that. I saw that. Like first off, that went hella viral. Good for you. And yeah, people went apeshit. Let me pull it up while you explain.
Yeah, what about you guys? Like tweets going nuts don't give me any fucking dopamine anymore.
I'm 2 hours in. It's just a long combo with slow progress. It is interesting though. 2 hours in, dog? The fuck?
I've been in the game for
Okay, I'm good. What? Spamming the same link too much. And I've already clicked it. Why?
But you know what? When I bombed the...
Man, I'm so scared about stuff like this, dude.
What?
But you know what? When I bomb the funeral, it's not gonna be like a big... It's gonna be like a nail bomb. So I'll go to the hospital.
Oh, I get it. Good meme.
But you know what? When I bomb the funeral, it's not gonna be like a big... It's gonna be like a nail bomb. So I'll go to the hospital, and then you know what? I'm gonna blow the hospital up. But you know what? But you know what? When I...
Okay, good one. 1 week ban, by the way. 1 week ban for that, by the way. 30-minute video.
Very much, Miss Fishbach. You're recognized.
My left ear.
Madam Chair, I yield back.
Oh, yeah.
Thank you.
That's
Mr.
what I love.
Nagoosh, you're recognized.
Yes. I thank the chairwoman and the ranking member, and of course, welcome back to all of the chairs and ranking members, and thank you for your testimony today. I, of course, oppose this bill for all of the reasons that my colleagues, Ranking Member McGovern and Representative Scanlon, articulated. I think it is a terrible bill. I think it's cruel. I think it'll have devastating consequences, certainly for the people of Colorado that I represent, but ultimately for millions of Americans across our country. But I will also just say this before I jump into a few questions that I have for the members that are here today.
All the way to the right?
I think that the process has been abysmal. It's a debasement of the way in which the House is supposed to operate. Most of you,
there we
last
go.
time you were here in the
There
Rules
we
Committee was at 2 a.m. 4 weeks ago, when we last considered the House version of this bill. Because House Republicans decided, in their infinite wisdom, to schedule that hearing in the dead of night, hoping that the American people would not learn what was in the bill, knowing that it was indefensible. Now, of course, a few mere hours after the United States Senate has passed this bill without any final text on what we're actually going to be voting on, we're here considering this bill. It's laughable. And in my view, deeply disrespectful to the way in which the House of Representatives is supposed to function.
Mr. Nagoosh.
Of course, I'm happy to yield.
Would you yield for a question?
Sure.
Are you aware that the Democrats did this when
Okay, we're
the
done.
Senate passed a...
I am no longer listening to videos that cannot balance their channels. There is no excuse for this. Here's a timestamp where she brings up your name, by the way. Her in Congress?
And there are
Jesus.
And
Oh.
again, it's like this is back to, so I agree with you, and this is where like I wish no one's gonna like this.
Uh-oh.
No one's gonna like this. Did you guys watch the Destiny and Ben Shapiro
Yes.
I never watched it.
Yeah,
Wait,
on Lex
Constitution?
Friedman. On Lex Friedman.
Yes.
Yeah.
So I like Destiny and I like Ben Shapiro, and I kind of joke like those are two people that I watch. Now,
how
I relate to Destiny more. Like whatever. Some of the stuff that Ben says, like I'm just like not. Those
everything
aren't my...
Destiny stands for is
I know.
counter to Trump. And
I know.
But so then, in what sense do you relate to Destiny more?
I'm trying to show you the nuance. Well, things I like about Destiny.
Yeah,
He's
what sense do you relate to
authentic.
him?
He's
Okay.
authentic. He's no bullshit. He is.
One of the things that I've said before, I've said this a lot, and I'll continue to reiterate this, is people think that we're in a populist moment in the United States. I thought that for a long time too, or that we need like extremists. I don't think you need extremists. We watched somebody who explained this, and I thought the explanation was really good, and I super agree with this. It's not that we need extremists. We just need people who can message extremely. But even if you have moderate policy, if you message moderate policy extremely, then you will be successful, I think. So like if you say, for instance, we need to get rid of all healthcare, okay? We need to stop wasting our fucking money on paying for poor people's healthcare, as on the right. And then in the middle, if you say, well, maybe we should have like a public option. And then on the left, if you go, we need socialized healthcare for every fucking American in this country. People will look at those three messages and go, well, people like the left and the right one more, so the extremist messaging is more popular. But I think in reality, the issue is that moderates or center-left people in this case just aren't willing to stand strong on the things that they believe in. And they are very fickle and fair weather and cowardly when it comes to ardently defending their messaging. I think that's a big issue. It sounds like she's somebody who likes messaging. So she likes my delivery. She's about to, well, maybe she will accurately identify, but I'm gonna say she's about to try to search for policy reasons why she likes me and Ben, but that's not even true actually. She's just pointing out like, oh, I like their demeanors. That's basically what she's saying.
Destiny.
Yeah,
He's
what sense do you relate to
authentic.
him?
He's
Okay.
authentic. He's no bullshit. He is. I feel like he's a classical liberal. So, okay, so sorry, that was the point that I was trying to make. Is right in the introduction.
Like she's saying classical liberal. I mean, in a strict sense, really everybody in America is a classical liberal, unless you're on the extremes of the the political spectrum. But it's not really a political reason why she likes my stuff. It's going to be because it's just going to be because of my messaging.
Of that conversation. I didn't watch it recently, but so I'm not primed exactly on what they said, but it stuck out to me so much. It was the first question like to describe their political worldview or something, and it was almost identical. And so when we're talking about the people who want to limit legal immigration, there's a real strain of that on the left, on the populist left. This is something that goes across demographics, right? There's a large segment of the Black community that is against legal and illegal immigration.
Yeah, somewhat, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Bernie, there you go, exactly. And so it's like my ideal political coalition. And I know like I'm not trying to add third parties and stuff. I don't think that would go over easy or well or whatever. But like if everyone were to realign, that it were the Destinies and the Ben Shapiros and the people,
but they're counter. Ben Shapiro,
institutionalists and the elitists versus the populists and the anti-institutionalists. Those are the two frames that I'm sort of looking at the political sphere through right now, which again, I see those on both sides.
Can we use Destiny then as an example? Then what's stopping you from going the Destiny route with respect to your politics? Because, you know, to your point, for the longest
I share
time,
a lot of politics with Destiny.
What I mean is in terms, but also like his advocacy and how he voted. Like if you really identify with Destiny, let's use him as a model for your politics in the sense, what is preventing you?
Because there are more people on the Republican side who message like me than there are people on the left side who message like me. Also, when I say this, by the way, I'm not even necessarily saying everybody should message like me. I don't even know if that would be a successful strategy for the Democrats, but that's the answer, regardless of what she says.
From voting for Democrats as he's done consistently as campaigning and advocating.
What's the difference between messaging and optics to you? As a chronic optics Andy, I feel like what you just said has been the point we optics-obsessed fools have been trying to make. Messaging and optics are similar. The problem with you optics-obsessed fools is when you guys think of optics, your optics conversation is literally restricted to how are ways that other people can make me look bad. And that's the start and stop of your optics. That's all you think about. And so you use it as a restraint mechanism. But on the conservative side, I think optics are looked at as like a launch mechanism. Like, how do we message in a way that keeps us so aligned with each other and that lets us fight through and push through literally every fucking thing in the world, as opposed to how is it like a limiting mechanism?
For Democrats over Republicans, because he also has culture war issues with the left, but he eventually came to the conclusion, and not to, to which point I know people, traffic and culture war issues, but Destiny came to the point, it just doesn't matter when it comes time to vote. That culture issues, as frustrating as they are, and he still has them, when you're voting, the politicians are just objectively 10 million times more important, and the policies are 10 million times more important. So what is keeping you, if you identify with him and your politics identify with him, from taking that step, going like, oh, I can just, I can make my culture war case here, but when it comes time to vote, just vote for the better of the two parties. Does that make sense? Do you understand what I'm asking?
It does.
Michael Madsen died, and I bet you won't know who it is at first, but then realize who it is and be upset. Oh, fuck, Michael Madsen. He was the, was he the guy who cut the dude's ear off in Reservoir Dogs? I just read that earlier today. But it looked like I legitimately was thinking about it, right? See, if I was the master manipulator, that's what I would do all the time. Do you see that? Do you see that master manipulation right there?
It does make sense. So I should be taking notes here because I keep losing my. It's been a long day for me, folks. It did an overnighter and came straight through here. So like I said, I share a lot of values and whatever with values. You know, I know Destiny's not seen as the most moral guy around, but I agree with
values.
He has strongly held beliefs, yeah, and so I agree with a lot of his politics, not all of them. And
You can't say Destiny's the most moral guy around. Votes for Trump, epic.
I guess like the difference that I see is like Destiny. He sees himself affirmatively as a Democrat, and this is where again.
See, one of the issues that she's running into, because we spend so much time wrapping ourselves in the aesthetic of morals, morality, and the aesthetic of politics, and the aesthetic of principles, and the aesthetic of policies. She's trying to figure out, like, okay, why don't I align with him politically versus other people? And she's going through the answers that she thinks she should be giving, because what people don't want to say for Donald Trump is that, like, I just kind of think Donald Trump is funny, and I kind of think the woke people are cringe. And that's, now to be fair, I've watched all of 2 minutes of her speaking, but that, I feel like that is an answer for a huge chunk of people. And they might go swimming through the ocean of their mind to try to figure out, like, okay, fuck, why do I like Trump? Well, maybe illegal immigration is kind of, it's like, you live in Montana. Okay, well, illegal immigration from Canada. It's like you like him because he's epic, and you think the other people are cringe and gay. Yeah, maybe, but that doesn't sound good to say, you know.
Again, I keep coming back to this, is like, I just don't anymore. So it's not like the obvious thing, like, so, and for a while that is what I was doing, was like, I'm gonna fight this out on the left. And again, to a certain extent, and I've been told, like, at a certain point, like, when everyone on the left is basically telling you, you are not one of us. There's people who say, oh, well, you can't let other people define your politics. But I think there's some truth to that, which is like,
yes, hold on, if
we don't want the same things, we're not like, go Wick.
Yeah, sorry.
No, go ahead, buddy.
I have to really put the pin in here. If you have every day people saying you're conservative, oh, you hold this position, you're conservative, you're a Trump voter, you're MAGA, you're secretly crypto-fascist. Eventually people are going to be like, fuck it, yeah, I am, fuck it, okay, sure, you're going to call me conservative all day? I'm a conservative now, fuck you.
Wait, what is, hold on. She also likes loaner box. I think Zionism has a large part in it, and the far left pushes her away. Wait, is she Jewish? Why can't I identify Jewish people at all? Maybe I should start doing the ethno guesser.
And I think that happens a lot. And when we see Trump's strongest soldiers in your guys' chat, right? It's like, oh, she's conservative. She's always conservative. You can never win her back, right? And then you have people say,
not my chat.
Oh, look, I understand, right? But it's
I'm
actually,
better.
I can't tell.
It is acceptability of people who enjoy not being policed on the left. You are walking on eggshells everywhere you go. It is fucking annoying. Yeah, I probably downplay that just because in my, like, I enjoy conflict and I like fighting with people, and that's like a more enjoyable experience for me, and I have no problem putting myself in those situations. And most people probably don't. Most people are probably more higher in agreeability. So it's not an enjoyable experience. So that actually weighs on them a lot more. But if people would at least admit that, we could have a conversation about it. But
Good. When I rewatch this, I'll be watching from Hutch's.
But I hear this all the time.
Hey.
It's a very loud contingent. It may not even be a majority, but it's a very loud contingent. They'll be like, oh, they're just conservative. Eventually, people are going to just believe you. Why?
Yeah,
so why do you do this?
Well, let me say that. So okay. So I understand what I think is probably the frustration that you guys are feeling with what Wick just said, and I share it to an extent, which is like, that shouldn't be enough to make you just like change all your worldview, right? Or just like change your affiliation. Which is why I really do want to stress that isn't what happened for me. This was a multi-year process of my affiliation eventually changing to independent, again, not to Republican, right? And so I didn't just become a conservative, but what that did do, what in 2021, everyone telling me that I was far right and all this stuff, because Zionism is far right, and God forbid I brought the Zionism thing back. I don't want to open that can of worms, but
well, I was going to bring it back because you mentioned Ben Shapiro and Destiny, and that's another through line between them. And like, what do Destiny and Ben Shapiro share in common? They both support Israel. So I mean,
no, but so Pisco, you should listen to the interview, because again, they do talk really fast. The intro to the interview is them describing their political worldview, and it's almost identical. It's belief in capitalistic free markets. It's belief in individual rights.
It's
and,
like liberal
and
versus
civil
illiberal. It's like kind of what it boils down to. It's just like,
yeah, right. It's liberalism and conservatism of conserving liberalism. And so those are the values that I believe are.
I don't know if any of these people watch me anymore, but the follow through to that is this is why I don't do the top line agreements anymore. And I say we need to do examples because I don't ever want a person to think, oh, Destiny, I agree with like all of the shit that he says. I think we're actually aligned a lot kind of on our core values. And it's like, oh, really? Tell me some of your political positions. I struggled with rent this month because I donated $40,000 to the Alligator Alcatraz prison because I thought it was super fucking epic. Yesterday, I protested at the airport where Abrego Garcia was flown back in on because I think that him and his entire family should be tortured indefinitely in El Salvador. And I'm cheering for all of the ships that are flying weapons that we were going to send to Ukraine down to Israel instead because they definitely need the additional help fighting all of the homeless Palestinians. It's like, okay, well, I don't know where exactly we're in total alignment on, but thanks, I guess, for the for the agreement.
That I hold, core. And do I think that the Trump administration is currently upholding all of those values? No. So should that be enough for me to say I got my vote? Like, yeah, maybe, sure.
Yeah, but Tally, I think I just want to spend a little bit. That is not that doesn't really mean very much, right? Like that's a very meaningless, I think, type of agreement to have with someone, at least for the most part, right? Now, if I'm having an abstract discussion with somebody and they say like,
wait, what's the
we
meaning?
disagree,
Yeah,
I think it's extremely meaningless that Ben Shapiro and Destiny have, generally speaking, a classically liberal worldview, as you described it. The reason I say that that's meaningless is because, for instance, in many respects, if I call myself a Christian and someone else calls themselves a Christian, but I'm the kind of like hippie, like Jesus loves everyone and I go to gay pride parades kind of Christian, and you're the type of Christian who thinks we should kill all gay people, then it's like, yeah, I guess we're both Christian, but like, is that really meaningful? We have such a radically different interpretation.
Right, but of course they didn't.
Values,
they didn't
right?
just say like we're both Christian or both liberals. They spelled out their worldviews, and when people are doing that, it's in the most idealistic form, right? But and this is the thing too about like Ben Shapiro. Again, I don't agree with him on everything because he is a partisan Republican in ways that I'm not. That he believes in certain things that I'm not bought into. So another thing about like the policy thing, and it's like this is a shortcoming, and it's a really valid line of attack. But like, I don't know enough about everything, right? I mean, with the way that bills are written and stuff, like most senators, most of their committees and stuff aren't even reading all of these things. But so my point being, I'm not just instantly adopting what the right says is a good policy or principle either. Like there are certain instincts of mine that have changed. Like when I was on the left, I supported all social programs with no concept of where the money comes from. And I heard Hutch talk about this and it makes people very angry. But now I do have that immediate response of how do we pay for this? That matters, right? And so these are things that make me trend in the more conservative direction. But Ben Shapiro.
When was this pop? So how do you possibly square that away with the horrible deficit rape that's happening right now with this new budget? Because you like to be combative. What do you do when you adopt a position you hate, but you can't abandon it in that moment because you're literally defending your ability to reason and make judgment calls? I don't understand how those two sentences connect to each other. The biggest amount of flexibility that I'm afforded is because I don't cleanly map onto or identify strongly with any political movement or group. It gives me a lot of flexibility to change my opinion if I think I don't agree with something. But then obviously there's the downside of I don't have any big communities that I can call home.
Shapiro, and like maybe I'm going to be Ben Shapiro's strongest soldier. I'm probably his only soldier in this chat over here. But Ben Shapiro, he supports Trump, right? And I think that it was sort of weaselly because he was very anti-Trump in the beginning. And even this, if you guys recall, in the beginning of the 2024 election, it wasn't a given that Trump was going to win. There were people who were pushing, right, for some of the other candidates. And so I think it's funny. I think it's like lame and chicken that they then just go along with it. But that's also what we're like asking, what you guys are kind of asking for on the left is like you can talk a big game, but you need to get behind the nominee, right? Whoever it is, type of thing.
That's exactly what you're doing with Trump, like, and a million times worse, a billion times worse.
Thing, right? Like Mamdani, well, it doesn't matter because he won the primary, and so we need to all get behind him. And I'm not saying that Zoran Mamdani is the same thing as Donald Trump. That's not the equivalence that I'm trying to make here. So I have those frustrations with someone like Ben Shapiro. But Ben Shapiro was calling out the tariffs, like was calling out the Doge efforts, calls these things out in his, which I'm sure you guys don't watch his show, so you might as well just take my word for it.
That's so crazy. Like, she's like applying the leftist framing to the left, but she's not applying the same framing on the right. She's like, on the left, it's really cringe that you guys are saying we got to get behind the candidate no matter what. But on the right, Ben Shapiro calls things out. Yeah, and then what does he do? He supports the candidate. He does get behind it no matter what. An easy question to ask her is, do you think that there are any amount of things that Donald Trump could have said or done prior to the primary, or I'm sorry, prior to the election, where Ben Shapiro wouldn't have endorsed Trump for president? Like,
He did call it terrorist.
We watched Ben Shapiro, but Ben Shapiro's very identitarian, you know, like, and I think it gets into a super
I
chat
don't
we
view
got
it that way.
From Doobie. Well, this is a super chat from Doobie, not my words, his. He says, please accept my sincerest apologies for my misunderstanding earlier. So first is to Wick, why shouldn't we shame people who voted for a traitorous rapist who was clear about his intention to gut programs people rely on? If this causes them to double down after an almost 6-month train wreck, they're just voting on vibes and not worth speaking to in depth anyway. You make more progress discussing politics at all. Just be chill and play video games. Maybe buy them a couple gifts around the holidays. And this is the part that, about identity. You support a state and ideology that explicitly centers around the Jewish identity. Why is identitarianism?
Yeah, see, Doobie is respectfully, Doobie is obsessed with Israel, and he's made this line of attack against me about like clutching my pearls about anti-Semitism now on 2 different occasions when I didn't say anything in that direction. So Doobie is like an example of the sort of horseshoe of the right and left coming together that I'm concerned with. And by the way, we're talking about the isolationist sort of growing populist trend.
Wait, somebody said she voted for Kamala? Oh, did she? Wait, so everyone in chat was saying this person voted for Trump. Am I crazy?
Trend happening on the right and the left. People like to see Israel as separate from that, right? And because of what's going on now, and there's a lot of people who like either A, don't care about.
No, she didn't. She did not. She voted for Trump Destiny. Thomas being retarded. Oh.
Foreign aid and stuff like this, who say, well, I care.
Oh yeah, the name of the stream is Trump Voter Intervention.
Because it's my tax dollars. Like suddenly Israel is the one you know, part of the budget that they're concerned about. But B, it is part of that same, in my opinion, is part of that same strain of isolationism and stuff like that. And so yes, that's an issue that I have, and it does affect me personally.
This whole conversation about her voting. Oh wait, sorry, wrong message. Destiny, can you give a specific policy or plan on what the Democrats or general lawmakers need to do to fix America? It has to be some coordinated thing from all of your different levels of stuff. That's what it has to be. And there has to be somebody willing to start that project. That's more important than any individual. It's like the whole system, right? That's the thing that has happen. Like I can give an example from my perspective, but I don't know how this could necessarily play out in the real world. But like it might be something like this, okay? So let's say that I'm about to do a research stream on the LabLeak stuff, okay? And I just did a thing on vaccines, right? Maybe there is a staffer for a Democrat lawmaker that watches my stream, okay? Maybe that guy emails me and he says something along the lines of like, hey, I noticed that you're doing research for this thing. There is an upcoming Senate hearing or Congressional House hearing with RFK. Just curious, what do you think are good questions to ask him? Good gotcha questions. And maybe they email me and like 5 other people in media or research or whatever, and then they get those questions and then they give them to their person, they write them down. It's like, okay, you go into that congressional hearing and you do it. Now on the back of that, they also have connections with people that work in media, like, hey, giving you a heads up at maybe you reach out to a couple conservative outlets you think are friendly, and then some liberal ones like, hey, here are some big gotcha questions that might get dropped today at this hearing. You might want to cover this or whatever. And these people have relationships with it. It's like, oh, okay, there's going to be some brutal questions for this guy about this particular thing. And so maybe from one stream, a staffer passes on a question to a lawmaker who goes to one of these congressional hearings, asks a brutal question, gets a good TikTok clip. That gets posted by a couple other people in alternative media. A couple articles get written about it in the liberal publications that they are friendly with. And then that resonance gets picked up by maybe a couple other lawmakers that roast RFK on a particular thing. And then that talking point kind of like makes it through some of the mainstream media shows where other people kind of like that would be that's an example of that's a very toned down version of what conservatives have been operating with for the past decade. That's how the conservative whole MAGA shit, that's how that works. Okay. But some kind of apparatus like that functioning in the Democrat, it would take somebody behind the scenes who is like deliberately and intentionally trying to craft that sort of cohesive, like functioning apparatus. But is that how Democrats operate? No. The Democratic machine is broken. Okay, it's completely fucked. We need the Clintons back. Okay, Destiny. First section of this. What makes Republicans do that so easily? Intention. They have people who have intentionally tried to do stuff like that. It's like their goal. Charlie Kirk and all these people do this intentionally. Is this even related to what I said? Who linked this? Oh, that tally person did vote for Trump. Jesus. Okay. I've been thinking a lot recently about the value of specificity in politics and messaging. Zohran Mamdani isn't just charismatic, he's charismatically specific. In his campaign videos, he'll walk through city bodegas to tell voters how he might tweak the details of urban retail policy. Representative Marie Glusenkamp Perez, a rising star in the Democratic Party, went viral after the election with a straight-to-camera campaign to fix an esoteric regulation that barred daycare workers from peeling bananas to feed infants. She painstakingly explained that peeling fruit technically violated food processing standards, so young kids risked going hungry because their teachers were afraid of anti-peeling lawsuits. On the Right of Center podcast, Flagrant, Pete Buttigieg also went viral, not by offering a familiar criticism of Donald Trump, but rather by giving a detailed day-in-the-life description of what America would look like if sensible liberal ideas won out. Mamdani, MGP, and Buttigieg represent distinct corners of the Democratic tent, but their communication successes all borrow from the same lesson. In politics today, specificity is a superpower. Specificity tells voters, I care so much about your frustration that I've started to deeply understand the deals with finance. Okay, sure. I mean, like, he's right. These are good messaging points, but this isn't it. This isn't the only thing. You see people succeed on things like this, and you think it's the only thing, but the difference would be that if this was happening on the Republican side, whatever Mamdani says or whatever Pete Buttigieg says would be repeated by the actual president and other people in Congress and every liberal and mainstream media and all of the alternative media people and all of the social media platforms. And then that's how their news cycles are created. That's what the Republicans do. You're looking for that amplification from all of your arenas that are supposed to be your political allies, which doesn't happen. That's just the Democrats just don't do that.
Personally, as a Jew, and this is a conversation that I'm not really.
Since birthright citizenship is under attack, couldn't any U.S. citizen that was born here, even if they were from multi-generational American families, be stripped of citizenship? So, one thing. First of all, birthright citizenship is not under attack. Birthright citizenship is gone in the United States. Now your citizenship or your birthright citizenship by soil is gone in 26 days or whatever. Now it's just citizenship through nationality unless the courts bring it back. Okay, number one. Number two, it's not retroactive. It's just looking forward. So it's not going to undo people's citizenship. It's just going forward.
That's an issue that I have, and it does affect me personally as a Jew. And this is a conversation that I'm not really inclined to go down because I don't think it's an audience that's going to be very open to it. But yes, anti-Semitism on the left and the right is a huge concern of mine, a really big concern of mine.
I think that we're getting like super far flung from kind of what my original point was, right? Which is that
I forgot. The start.
Yeah.
We're quick.
Can't
talk about this.
Yeah.
Go somewhere else. Go ahead.
Well, Wick, what are you talking? She changed the subject, not me, Wick. We had a clear through line. I had a very clear question. Okay. Now my question and kind of the point that I brought up was that you said, okay, like I wish that we could live in a world where, I guess Ben Shapiro and Destiny were kind of like the centers of the Overton window because they have the same kind of foundational political philosophy, right, of this, classical liberalism as you would describe it. But the challenge that I have is that was a debate between Ben and Destiny, right? That Ben Shapiro and Destiny have truthfully a radically different worldview. I suppose outside of the issue of Israel, which I'm sure that they have some disagreements on that. It's been a while since I watched the debate.
They had a lot of disagreements about that.
Yeah, and similarly, all four of the main hosts on the show would call ourselves liberals, but even the four of us have a greatly now. Of course, we find a solidarity in at least voting for the Democratic Party, but I don't find that the Venn diagram in an applied and a practical sense between like the type of liberal like Ben Shapiro and the type of liberal like Destiny. That is not close to a circle, right? That is like the tiniest sliver of actual political agreement between the two. Like, we respect the Constitution, equality under the law.
I remember this girl from Twitter Spaces. She was liberal as fuck, but after October 7th, she slowly started to change. But she was liberal like you, listening to both. If you're a Jew who's super plugged into social media in the United States, especially if you're younger, after October 7th, I think you would have a really hard time supporting a lot of stuff. I think that would be a tough call. So, for instance, I don't think that New York mayor position, I don't think that matters much for like foreign policy. So I really don't give a fuck that much about Mamdani and his cringe positions on whatever the fuck. He could be the mayor of New York, that's fine or whatever. But like if you were Jewish in New York, I think you should still support the mayor. I think Eric Adams has a whole bunch of problems, but that's probably a really tough vote. When you have people on the left who are okay amplifying the most unhinged calls to violence or support of violence related to anything with Israel or in some ways Jewish people, supporting that is a tough call. The far left and their hijacking of the party messaging is incredibly unhinged.
That's foundational for me.
Well, but Tally, again, but now we're back to the point of people, actually elected Democrats, do respect the Constitution and do actually have these beliefs of equality under the law, this and that, right? Like, I just
calling Ben Shapiro unprincipled, by the way. He's a hypocrite. He claims to believe in these liberal values, these foundational underpinnings that you're stressing, but he supported Donald Trump, who is currently the White House. They are exploring options as far as potentially arresting and deporting Zohran Mamdani. They're talking about it openly.
Yeah, that's insane. I would listen if Ben Shapiro came out in support of that. I think that's horrible.
He does.
And,
but I mean,
does he support that?
But Tally, no, hush. We can't get sidetracked for the 100th time. Tally, directly address the point that I don't find that there's actually legitimate agreement between these two people.
Sure. So again,
in a meaningful way.
Sure. I think there is, but
You did not read the Trump EO. It preserves citizenship for children born in the U.S. to parents who are U.S. citizens, parents who are lawful permanent residents, and parents in the U.S. with non-temporary legal status. There is no total end to birthright. That is an end to when we talk about birthright citizenship in the U.S. We're talking about birthright citizenship born on American soil. That's what we shorthand it to birthright citizenship, but that's what we're really talking about, and that is effectively over. You've restated my position in more words. You need a citizen parent with citizenship or a parent who is a lawful permanent resident. I don't know about the non-temporary legal status. I don't remember if that was called out in the EO, but you have to have a parent who's a citizenship or a green card holder now to be considered a citizen when you're born.
But I hear you. Like they have lots of.
It just seems like if the Democrats could do it, they would. What the fuck is stopping them? I personally think it's how the Democrats define themselves. We were the party of social issues. Nearly all social values are unanimously agreed upon, and this is not the case of economic, foreign, or gun issues. Republicans never changed. You have to have somebody to do it. I think at this point we're high enough and we're connected enough and we've like been in these circles enough, or at least I have been, and then we kind of can see a little bit how the cheese is made. Is that the expression? Sometimes people assume that politics just kind of happens inevitably. Like it happens inevitably, and if things are good, they'll happen inevitably because somebody will do them. And that's not the case. It takes a person, it takes people to do these things. And I don't know if the Democratic Party has a person or people who are willing to go out, how the sausage is made, who are willing to go out and do those things. Like Charlie Kirk was one guy who was willing to go out and do what he did, and he did a lot for the Republican Party. He accomplished an amazing amount of things for the Republican Party. And you know, the left doesn't have right now those types of people who are willing to do things for political power for whatever reason. It's more for social credit. Like we don't have a Steve Bannon or a Roger Stone, and conservatives don't have a Hassan Piker or a Brianna Joy Gray. Conservatives don't have strong conservative people who don't support the candidate. They're called Never Trump Republicans, and they all literally fade away immediately as soon as they declare their lack of support for the party.
So again,
in a meaningful way.
Sure. I think there is, but I hear you. Like they have lots of meaningful differences, right? And the parties that they each are loyal to have radically different approaches, right? And
did you see what Trump said about using the people at Alligator Alcatraz as workers for farmers? He floated that during a press announcement as per the Jessica Hill front. Oh, I didn't hear it, but it wouldn't surprise me.
And policy. So I agree with you. This gets back to the answer that is not satisfying. I'm seeing a different.
Conservative Hassan is Nick Fuentes, probably? Not at all. Nick Fuentes absolutely supported Trump into the election. Now he's pissed off now because of all the Israel simping shit, but these guys were, if I remember correctly, I'm pretty sure they supported voting for Trump. I don't think Nick Fuentes ever told you to vote blue or to not vote at all, but.
Answer that is not satisfying. I'm seeing a different stratification of politics. And so.
He was pushing an outvote, was he? Huh. Maybe Fuentes didn't. If Fuentes didn't, though, it was probably more a consequence of him like losing all of his political status than anything else. Because at his peak, Fuentes was literally inviting, when he was doing AFPAC and shit, he was literally inviting Republican congressmen and shit. He had a fucking dinner with Trump, right? So maybe around this election time, maybe he wasn't a big Trump guy. Maybe he said, fuck it, don't vote. But if he did, it's probably more, I think that represents more his lack or his fall from political relevance than anything else.
Agree with you. This gets back to the answer that is not satisfying. I'm seeing.
What do you think of Trump's Middle East policy? I don't think Trump has a Middle East policy, just a collection of discrete actions that he makes depending on the person he talked to last.
A different stratification of politics. And so, and I feel trapped in the middle. Like I see basically, again, on the horseshoe, there's the center, there's the left, there's the right, and then there's the fringes meeting at the other end, okay? I see myself here, basically at the center. I took the political compass, and I'm literally
What'd
like
it say?
slightly below on the libertarian end. I'm right on the center line, on the left edge of the center line. Okay, that was my political compass, and so that's where I see myself basically. And yes, I see more. The frame that I'm looking through is I see more, or I wish to see more agreement, and I see more foundational agreement among the people on this sort of lower half of the horseshoe and the people on the upper half of the horseshoe. Now, maybe I'm schizophrenic, maybe I'm behind, maybe I'm ahead. I don't know, but these are the trends that I'm looking at that are motivating me and concerning me and all of these things.
Yeah, but
So
Callie, the fringe is sitting in the White House right now. Like, I understand that not everybody that voted for Donald
to
Trump.
a certain extent, yes. There's people outside of the White House I'm even more concerned about. But yes, absolutely, those influences are in the White House, and that's part of what concerns me. Like, like people like Tucker Carlson, like have a direct line. And to say why am I concerned? Like, it's I understand the frustration of like focus more on the politicians and not on like the podcasters and whatever, and that is a fair critique. But also, with the exception of Donald Trump and his obvious name recognition, way more people are listening to what someone like Joe Rogan or Tucker Carlson has to say than any of the senators, any of the congressmen. And so I am concerned about influences, cultural influences. Yeah, and that's how I'm looking at the world right now.
What is actually wrong with the end of birthright citizenship? At face value, it doesn't sound like a bad thing necessarily, so what am I missing? There's no reason to end it. That's the tradition and the history of how New World countries work. When you're trying to end it because you hate brown people, it's really fucking sus. Like, I mean, that's like the most obvious. I don't even believe you. I don't know if that question is asked in good faith. That's such an obvious thing. If somebody was like, we need to do a comprehensive reformation on how we approach immigration or citizenship or whatever in the United States, then fine. I guess that could be part of the conversation. But when it's like, we need to ban all travel from Muslim countries, we need to ban all travel from, we need to cut off travel from south of the border, we need to deport 65 million people, according to Laura Loomer, all the Hispanics in the United States. When your party is saying shit like this and you're saying shit like this, and then it's like, oh, executive order, by the way, illegally, probably, to get rid of birthright citizenship, it's highly sus. It's super ultra sus.
I don't have an election right now. Like we'll how would I vote tomorrow? I don't know.
Yeah, that's a good question.
So if we, assuming that everything that Trump has done so far was like,
so I asked this question of other people who have shared similar concerns. By the way, the concerns you raise are not, you're not the only people who has concerns, this kind of view. Econoboy said it, I agree with Econoboy. But the question is asked like this. If you had the power right now to going forward, you see what Trump has done, press a button, and new election happens, let's say it's all
They never changed their vote. Will she?
constitutional, all legal, so put that aside.
Most civilized first world countries do not have unconditional birthright citizenship. America should be more not. What are you talking about? You're fucking retarded, and that's not true. Citizenship by soil map. Most New World countries unrestricted birthright citizenship. Most New World countries have this type of citizenship. It's baked into our Constitution and our amendment. Like, you can say that Europe doesn't have it, fine, but that's not where it came. That's not why we have it. It's not. We didn't copy Europe as a value here. Well, I guess the United States should be temporarily removed from this.
And replace Trump with Kamala Harris right now. Would you press that button?
I don't know.
Like, so the answer is no. If you have to think about it, the answer is no. I don't know. I don't care what they say past this. If she gives an answer, it will be Trump. It will never be Kamala. Every time.
I guess like there's a certain part of me that's like, you want to stop the bleeding, right? So like I'm sensitive to that impulse. And the other part of me that you're not, well, in a literal way, right? Stop the bleeding to be able to stop some of the things that I don't like happening. And also I have real concerns with the left that I don't like, that I think.
But you at least gone from Trump, voting for Trump, and now you're saying I don't know.
So
isn't that a shift?
Yes, certainly. Yes, that's a shift. That's a shift. So, fuck, I keep forgetting my train of thought. I'm really sorry.
Can I jump in real quick?
That map kind of just proved you wrong. What are you talking about? Almost all New World countries have birthright citizenship. It was part of the culture and the founding of, as you brought people over here and they were born on territory or colonies in the New World, you want to just have them have citizenship as a virtue of being born here without having to go through any kind of like weird citizenship stuff. New World is North and South America. That's the New World, not First World. New World. New World.
I want to say something because you appeal to the foundational, like we're talking about was it big L or small L, but like liberal democracy, we talk about these, like Western liberal democracy, we talk about these foundational principles. I submit to you that nobody, maybe this is how I'm going to try to appeal to you, but nobody has challenged these core underpinnings like Donald Trump ever, and it's not even close. When we talk about liberal democracy, what are we talking about? A free and fair press. What is he currently doing? He got CBS to settle for probably millions of dollars over
$16
nothing.
million.
He accused them of editing a Kamala interview in a way that was deceptive and used a different, it was all bullshit. Anybody can watch the video. It's just a lie. When we talk about Western liberal democracy, we talk about free and fair elections. Do I even need to go into detail about how he has challenged this? And on top of that, there's a non-zero chance that he's going to try to invoke some kind of emergency power and we just don't have an election in 2028. Anybody who doesn't think that's possible or just not paying attention. When we talk about a free and fair election, we talk about like the rule of law. Look at the assault on the rule of law currently right now with him just consistently. How many times has he ignored the courts at this point?
Who cares about New World versus not? We care about countries who are healthy and have something to lose through welfare. Oh, that's a good point. So all the conservatives who want to copy Europe on their citizenship requirements, are you guys ready to give up your Second Amendment rights? Because none of those countries have access to firearms like we do in America. So you're certainly ready to throw the guns away, right? Are you guys ready to get rid of the, we're going to have hate speech laws as well, right? Because most of them, I believe most European countries have some type of law in the books related to hate speech. So we're going to bring that as well, right? Social health care, we're not arguing about that anymore. I guess all of you conservative fucks are on board now with some type of socialized health care, right? Single payer, multi-payer system provided by the government, correct? All of you are going to be on board with a bunch of higher tax rates for people throughout the tax brackets. You're on board with that, right? Get the fuck out of here, you fucking... What an unbelievably retarded fucking thing to say. To pretend that you want to selectively copy Europe when you could name more than 3 countries in Europe. Get the fuck out of here. It's so fucking retarded.
Who have compelled him
you can't defend that perspective because you're too busy defending all of the rights in America that you probably don't even have access to or the ability to even practice.
Assault on the rule of law currently right now with him just consistently. How many times has he ignored the courts at this point who have compelled him to return people to the country so that they can have due process? I mean, how many of these foundational underpinnings does he need to just fully assault before you might come to the conclusion?
He just has to become cringe and then they won't support him anymore. The actual policies and the actions, they never matter. They don't matter.
That this guy is just bad news. If you care about
and worse, she does think he's bad news. To
no,
be clear,
that was very compelling.
Worse news.
That's very compelling. That's very compelling. So let me. That's very compelling. I agree with you. I don't have any.
We're no longer colonies. Is it really bad if we change these things? If you want to change them, then change them the correct way. Not through an executive order. Then do it the right way. Learn how to be a fucking leader. Learn how to go to your fucking Congress and get anything fucking done ever. And do it that way. I'm not against birthright. I think it gets abused. I think it should only pertain to people who are here legally when they give birth. Yeah, and I think guns get abused. That's why we have fucking school shootings. I think freedom of speech gets abused. That's why you have fucking retards online tweeting unhinged, retarded shit all day. Yeah. Welcome to any freedom that you have can be abused. Every freedom you have makes your life worse in a little bit, in a small way. That's the whole point of having a freedom. There are responsibilities and consequences, and there are I guess like privileges and pros. That's every single freedom you have is like that.
Let me. That's very compelling. I agree with you. I don't have any good response, nor do I want to counter that. I agree with you.
I could keep going, by the way.
Let me just. So with the question of like, would I tomorrow change the vote for Kamala? And my apprehension, right? And again, it's not going to satisfy anyone. Blah blah blah. I'm concerned essentially with the direction of both parties, and I feel like what I'm trying to do is just like rattle it back and forth to try to keep it somewhere in the center. And I know that's not happening, right? If anything, it's sort of like moving out further, arguably. But my concern is like I have all these concerns with the left that if the left maintains power, basically, right, this election was a check on the left's power, that I worry that the same thing that Pisco didn't like. Not that I'm saying they deserved it, but essentially, like I want to reform, I want to change, I want an ideological movement, and I know, and which is why I stepped back from the Democratic Party, because the Democrats don't owe me ideological change, right? And they don't owe me that, frankly, right? Maybe I'm just the one that changed, which, by the way, was a really hard thing for me to accept. You know, there's a lot of people who go out there and do the whole the left me thing, right? And that's very appealing, and I don't feel that way. I feel like I changed, and it's a hard thing to grapple with.
I just want to validate you.
I agree, use laws, but it does sound like you're arguing the idea that birthright should just be an unlimited thing because it's American and New World. I think that birthright is fine because it's part of our law, it's part of our history. If you want to change it, then fine. I mean, I'm amenable to having the argument, but most conservatives don't even really have the argument. They just don't want as many illegals here, or they put forth a non-argument like, well, it can be abused. That's not an argument. That's fucking retarded. Men rape people. That doesn't mean we cut everybody's fucking dicks off because you can abuse your dick. This is a stupid fucking argument. Oh, it can be abused. So by executive order, we're just going to eradicate this thing that has centuries of history in our country. No, this is fucking stupid. You need a real argument if you want to get rid of something that's so baked into our country's history like that. That's fucking insane. Okay. What is this? Medicaid error rate exception.
Under the bill as it's drafted now, the higher your error rate, the more likely you are to get a waiver not to have to pay anything as a state.
Well, it's short term. It's for a number of years.
But why give states?
Well, you know what? You'd have to sit down with the senators to figure out why they did that. Alaska's one of them, I think.
But does that make sense to you?
The lady from Pennsylvania named the states that wound up on that. I mean,
correct. The 10 states: Oregon, New Jersey.
Was a Senate amendment delay implementation of state, and it's a delayed implementation of state cost share. It doesn't.
Why does that? I guess what I'm trying to understand, and you may not.
Why did they do it?
Well,
we're all in politics. We know why they did it in the Senate in order to get certain votes from certain states.
And if that is the case, does that not violate the very objective that you all are trying to achieve? Let me explain why, and I'll give you a chance.
It doesn't long term because it does result in a state share.
Let's say
it
this
gives
way.
them more time
to
be able to get there.
Let me say it this way. The gentleman from Texas, Roy's here. Texas has an error rate that hovers around 6%. So right now, under the bill, as it is proposed, Texas wouldn't necessarily, if it stays below that 6%, doesn't have to pay a state portion-based cost per SNAP. If it gets above 6%, say jumps up to 6.5%. For the next several years, Texas, the state of Texas, and Texas taxpayers have to foot the bill of a state pro rata cost.
That's correct.
What if someone used your argument for slavery? Not a compelling argument, just saying it's history. They'll argue it harms the country. What's the argument? It's good for it. It's not about what's... So there are good arguments against slavery, right? Like, black people are probably equal in humanity to white people. That's a decent argument to get rid of slavery, right? There are a ton of other arguments on the back of that, but that's probably... That on its own, I think, is a good ethical argument against slavery. I haven't heard any good arguments against birthright citizenship. Let's say that we do some study, and let's say that next year we find out, okay, we did some research, and we found out that in 1 year alone, 500,000 anchor babies were born illegally in the United States, and they used their citizenship in nefarious means to sponsor other legal immigrants. Then it's like, okay, fuck. Well, maybe at that point, I don't know, maybe that is something that's worth revisiting or worth reconsidering. But if that's not the case, if you can't show, you would have to, the onus is on you to change the law. If you want to change a law, then the onus is on you to put forth a real, empirically validated, not hypothetical, theoretical argument. Well, can it be a bad incentive? Show it then. If it is a bad incentive, it's such a fucking horrible incentive, then show it. Demonstrate it somewhere. Demonstrate it through data somewhere. How many new citizens are there in the United States with no citizen parents? That should be a pretty easy thing to demonstrate, I would imagine. And then if it looks like it's an even problem, then maybe it's worth revisiting. I don't think there's anything wrong with it. I think we should have a strong border. I think we should have a strong border. I think we should discourage and even expel illegal immigrants. I think all that's fine. But if you want to change things like how we dole out citizenship, you need better answers. Destiny, this is just confirmation that you have no identity, and America's just a bunch of people within fake borders who have little in common. Look at Germany, look at France. Deep historical ties and borders who have a national identity. Europe wins every time. Good troll, bro.
Texas and Texas taxpayers have to foot the bill of a state pro rata cost.
That's correct.
Hold on, I'm not asking a question.
They've never had a payment.
I'm not asking a question. Texas has
Please
to do
do.
so. I will. Texas has to do so. Oregon right now, which has one of the highest error rates in the country, does not have to pay a single taxpayer dollar towards this program. You have designed a program in which you are incentivizing states to have a higher error rate. If you're a state, Ranking Member Craig, I'm asking Ranking Member Craig
a transition plan.
She can answer if she'd like. If you are a state with an error rate of 10% or 11% or 12%, if you can get your error rate higher,
that's right.
Then under this bill, you won't have to pay a dime.
And you get, under this bill that came back today from the Senate, in fact, you get 2 bites at the apple over 2 years to get your error rate up so that you can not have to pay the cost shift for a period of time.
It's insanity.
It's insanity.
A state like Colorado or Missouri or Texas, the states that are trying to keep their error rates down and are doing a good job of it, they get penalized. Meanwhile, New Jersey, Oregon, Alaska, states with a high error rate benefit. Insanity. I don't, and maybe there's another Republican here, Chairman, and I know this is not outside of your respective departments. So, but if Chair Guthrie or Chair Ayrton or Chair Smith want to jump in to defend that particular provision, I don't. And by the way, before I give that opportunity, I don't know. We'll see if this bill passes in the House. But I can assure you that if it doesn't pass, if there are enough Republican members who say, you know what, this is a bridge too far, this provision is not surviving. It's not going to survive the sunlight of the next 48 hours. There's no way. I am calling it now. I cannot imagine that Republicans are going to say, yeah, we're fine with Portland paying not a dime for a state portion of SNAP. We're going to instead just make sure that we impose these costs on the states that are actually doing a good job.
Idiot. It did pass. House sends GOP's big beautiful bill to Trump's desk. That means that so it doesn't go back to the Senate. It's just, they're good to go. Will the GOP pass any other legislation short of I don't think we should consider this legislation. This is it's just the budget, really, right? Because technically I don't even know if they've passed a formal budget. I don't know if I would consider this like legislation, right? Here's the funding for immigration enforcement in the bill to be spent through September 30th, 2029. Through September 30th, 2029. We've got $75 billion for ICE, $65.6 billion for CBP, $10 billion for DHS, $3.5 billion for state enforcement. Jesus. Over 2020. Oh, for over like 4 years. Jesus. Damn. With this vote, Congress makes ICE the highest funded federal law enforcement agency in history, with more money per year at its disposal over the next 4 years than the budgets of the FBI, DEA, ATF, U.S. Marshals, and Bureau of Prisons combined. Nice. Joe Budden podcast talks about DD trial and use hypotheticals. I didn't follow it at all, so I wouldn't even be able to say. Can you make your Spotify playlist public? Nope, because apparently you can't share your likes, so I would have to actually make playlists. And I'm too lazy. Technically speaking, they didn't even pass formal appropriations bill for fiscal year 2025. They just passed a continuing resolution that ends at the end of the current fiscal year. Yeah, isn't that what they do when they can't? That's why I said it's not even a real budget yet. They just keep doing these, like, they're basically stopgaps, right? Is this bill going to be the fuck around find out for poor Republicans we've been waiting for? No, because the country's not doing as bad economically as people keep saying it is. So there's a lot of buffer space for people to do worse while thinking that everything's going better because of what they're hearing on the radio. So. Yes! I want credit for this. This was my idea on stream. Link it. If we're going to do no tax on tips, fine. But I'm done tipping. I'm not giving you any tips at all. Fuck that shit. Also, yeah, the most random fucking deductions. Above the line deductions for auto loan interest. Why? What the fuck?
All right. I'll take care of it.
Let me use the restroom. Jesus.
Check. You guys can get the tip. Should be about $1 a piece. And you, when I come back, I want my book.
Sorry, it's my book now.
Hey, I changed my mind. Shoot this piece of shit, will you?
All right, everybody cough up some green for the little lady. Come on, throw in $1.
I don't tip.
You don't tip?
No, I don't believe in it.
You don't believe in tipping?
You know what these chicks make? They make shit. Don't give me that. She don't make enough money, she can quit.
I don't even know a fucking Jew would have the balls to say that. Let me just get this straight. You don't ever tip, huh?
I don't tip because society says I have to. All right, I mean, I'll tip if somebody really deserves a tip. If they really put forth the effort, I'll give them something extra. But I mean, this tipping automatically, it's for the birds. I mean, as far as I'm concerned, they're just doing their job.
Hey, this girl was nice.
She was okay. I mean, she wasn't anything special.
What's special? Take you in the back and suck your dick?
I'd go over 12% for that.
Hey, look, I ordered coffee, right? Now, we've been here a long fucking time. She's only filled my cup 3 times. I mean, when I order coffee, I want it filled 6 times.
6 times? Well, you know, what if she's too fucking busy?
Words too fucking busy shouldn't be in a waitress's vocabulary.
Excuse me, Mr. Pink, but the last fucking thing you need is another cup of coffee.
Jesus Christ, I mean, these ladies aren't starving to death. They make minimum wage. You know, I used to work minimum wage, and when I did, I wasn't lucky enough to have a job that society deemed tip-worthy.
You don't care if they're counting on your tips to live?
You know what this is? It's the world's smallest violin playing just for the waitresses.
You don't have any idea what you're talking about. These people bust their ass. This is a hard job.
So is working at McDonald's, but you don't feel the need to tip them, do you? Well, why not? They're serving you food. But no, society says, don't tip these guys over here, but tip these guys over here. That's bullshit.
Waitressing is the #1 occupation for female non-college graduates in this country. It's the one job basically any woman can get and make a living on. The reason is because of their tips.
Fuck all that.
Jesus Christ.
I mean, I'm very sorry the government taxes their tips. That's fucked up. That ain't my fault. I mean, it would appear that waitresses are one of the many groups the government fucks in the ass on a regular basis. I mean, if you show me a piece of paper that says the government shouldn't do that, I'll sign it. Put it to a vote, I'll vote for it. But what I won't do is play ball. And this non-college bullshit you're giving me, I got 2 words for that. Learn to fucking type. Because if you're expecting me to help out with the rent, you're in for a big fucking surprise.
Just convince me. Give me my $1 back.
Hey, leave the dollars there.
That's got to be us guys, okay? Hold strong. Can you advertise Unfuck America now or more? You're the headlining talent, and it feels like you're doing it because you have to. That's the vibe given to I don't think I have to do it. I don't think I am at all. There's an event in Tampa. It's linked in the description of my stream. If you want to sign up and join, go for it. Someone, will this be up for renewal or renegotiations? Will it last till 2029 or will that only be temporary? Since it's a continual resolution, I think it has to be like continually reaffirmed over and over again, right? Or like it can just go away on the next budget or something, I think. Hold on, these are all people. Right? I think so. Fuck, I can't. Huh? Hold on. Apparently some guy made a challenge that he could debate anybody on LabLeak, and he offered like $100,000 to prove that it was like LabLeaked, and he lost the debate. It was like a 15-hour back and forth or something. Anybody know what I'm talking about? Unrelated question, but do you think locker room talk is as bad as feminists make it out to be? It depends on what you mean by locker room talk, I think. Wait. Fuck. No. Play the shit from my Twitter. What's on Dan's Twitter? So permanent tax cuts can't be reversed by a Democratic Congress? I don't know what you mean by permanent tax cuts. The tax code can always be changed by Congress, by law, right? That's it.
All right, chat, we're going to find out who Finn Sane is. This guy's account is an old account. I want you guys to do everything you can to find Finn Sane's posts on every website. Let's find it out. Let's find out what his public posts are. Hey, I found you. Let's see some of your tweets. What have you liked? Oh, wait, you have a private? This is what you retweet, bro? This is it? Where'd you go? Where'd you go? Why'd you run away? I gave you the attention you wanted. Blue Daisy. Okay, we've got another one. I think this might be the guy, right? You're Canadian. It seems like you're disabled. He's wearing glasses. Let's get the research. What's the website that shows everybody's following? He deleted his entire internet history after I exposed him. Anger has a function. Rage serves a function. People will be able to buy Israeli passports like souvenirs. Our generation is going to clean this fucking country out of all the scum that supported Zionism. All right, chat, we're going to find out who Finn...
Oh, sorry, I said absolutely epic. He said no, this one.
It's time to crusade Iran and Gaza. Mamdani communists. Let's go to war against the left.
In our sincerity and actually delivering for the very working people who've been left behind by our politics, compared with what President Trump has been able to do. You know, over the same period of time that I've been running, has been to tell him, the last person who couldn't get my name right, we defeated them, and that's what it's going to look like again.
Okay, fair enough. As you may...
Oh, you found his account?
Today, I will show you 3 ways you can use your smart...
Wait, this is the guy?
First thing we want to do is download the YouTube VPN app, which we can do through the first link in the description.
Fuck are you gonna do, bro? Write a petition? Let's do a crusade, he says. Let's do a fucking crusade, he says. Let's hang Hassan and Mamdani for treason, he says. The fuck are you gonna do? Go on a fishing expedition? Try to fucking put malware in my phone? Is that what you're gonna do? You skinny bitch. Ugly ass. That's not him, it's this.
Hey yo, dead ass G, my bad pimp. That's just what happened when you a motherfucking real ass boss.
Does he even show his face in it?
Ping for US servers is kind of high, or there is.
Oh no, it's even worse. It's even worse. Fucking dude who is advocating to this fucking dude who's advocating to hang me for treason is mad at me, okay? Is mad at me and doesn't realize that
This sound is, the Metal Gear Solid sound is way too loud.
he already got sight-wided. Oh, yeah, they already got fucking clapped. Hanged.
The gun stuff is really wild, though. I'm not trying to defend them, but is looking up someone's username and clicking on the YouTube video really doxing? I thought doxing was private info. No. Doxing is all about intention. It has nothing to do with the info that you actually look up, okay? A little bit, but barely. But doxing has more to do with intention than anything else. If you're trying to find stuff that a person probably doesn't want found, and then you're connecting it to other stuff for the purpose of harassment, that's what doxing is. Anybody that tells you differently is a retard and doesn't believe what they're even telling you. But the, what the fuck? Did something just fall off my ceiling? I see ants everywhere, all over my skin. And the idea of like telling your audience to like Google around and look for socials with somebody on stream, on Twitch, that would get me banned 100%. I think I might have, or other people have been banned for stuff like that. Like you can't do that because clearly the signal that you're giving to your chat is to search for, to try to dox the person. Okay. COVID-19. Do you remember that? You guys remember COVID-19? Coronavirus disease 2019, that's why it was called COVID-19. Did you guys know that? Is a contagious disease caused by the coronavirus SARS-CoV-2. A coronavirus, they are a group of related RNA viruses that cause diseases in mammals and birds. In humans and birds, they cause respiratory tract infections that can range from mild to lethal. And then SARS-CoV-2 stands for severe, meaning the symptoms are extreme, you can't ignore them, right? Acute, it's short-term, lasting. Respiratory, meaning it affects your lungs, your respiratory tract. Syndrome is what the disease is. And then it's caused by the, I think, coronavirus 2 strain. COVID-2, I think, or whatever. Or no, I think this might be the name given to the whole, no, this is the name given to the whole strain, I think, of the virus itself or whatever. But, okay. In January 2020, the disease spread worldwide, resulting in the COVID-19 pandemic. The symptoms of COVID-19 can vary, but often include fever, fatigue, cough. Don't care about that. Don't care about this, or that. The first known case was identified in Wuhan, China, in December of 2019. Coronavirus 2. Wait. Hold on. COVID-19 is a disease caused. I'm in extreme disagreements. I'm a Texas cop, and Darius is going to fuck around and get himself in much bigger trouble because I'm he's violating the conditions of his bond. What? Hold on. Why are you messaging me? Why not message Darius? Hi, what's up?
Destiny, real quick.
Yeah, go.
Yeah, so hold on, let me mute stream. Okay, so in Texas, Travis County is, I believe, where Darius lives because he's outside of Austin. No doxing. If he was arrested for assault BI family, which is what y'all listed, he's almost certainly going to have a condition of bond either to not contact the victim, meaning in no way, don't talk to him. Excuse me.
Mm-hmm.
Don't talk to him. Don't send him a letter, text, in their chat, nothing, right?
Well,
There's
certainly
a chance.
Darius would know what the conditions of his bond are. He would never be.
Hey, retard, why wouldn't you just message me? Why are you going to message Destiny about a pseudo problem, dipshit?
Did you check your conditions of bond, Darius?
No, did you check my Discord and message me about an issue you had, dumb fuck? Or do you just want to talk to daddy?
Did you check your conditions of bond?
No, I'm going to answer my question, I'll answer yours.
I don't fuck around on Discord, dude. I don't.
We can tell. Oh, yeah, you're messaging Destiny, you don't fuck around on Discord, my ass, nigga.
To be
and I did check
All
my
right, man.
conditions of my bonds, and I talked to them already. Yes.
Okay.
What
So,
you...
all right. I just wanted to make sure, man, because that's not up to the victim. That's
You didn't
up
want to make sure. You wanted to talk to Destiny and get on stream, you fucking loser. Neck.
All right. All right. You have a good day, Darius. Just wanted
Yeah,
to
you
make sure
too,
about-
dumb fuck.
Okay. Based? Wait, sorry.
Base?
Are we in July? The 7th month is July, right? Okay. If I recall correctly, there was a paper that was published initially that I don't believe has ever been retracted. I'll probably look that up. And we'll give that guy a read. We'll see what's listed here. Fuck, I don't remember which sources. I don't care that much. This is by Scott Alexander, right? Sar Wilf is an ex-Israeli entrepreneur. Since 2016, he's been developing a new form of reasoning meant to transcend normal human bias. His method, called root claim, uses Bayesian reasoning, a branch of math that explains the right way to weigh evidence. This isn't exactly new. Everyone supports Bayesian reasoning. The statisticians support it. I support it. Nate Silver wrote a whole book supporting it. But the joke goes that you do Bayesian reasoning by doing normal reasoning while muttering Bayes under your breath. Nobody, not the statisticians, not Nate Silver, and certainly not me, tries to do full Bayesian reasoning on fuzzy real-world problems. They'd be too hard to model. You'd make some philosophical mistake converting the situation into numbers and then end up much worse off than if you tried normal human intuition. Root Claim spent years working on this problem until they were satisfied their method could avoid these kinds of pitfalls. Then they started posting analyses of different open problems to their site, rootclaim.com. Here are 3. Holy shit, they go hard. trying to think if I want to read this first or the paper first. For example, does Putin have cancer? Or here are some. Was there widespread fraud in the 2020 election? And then the calculated results of their claims. Does vitamin D reduce the severity of COVID-19 outcomes? Does Putin have cancer? Okay. For example, does Putin have cancer? We start with the prior for Russian men, ages 60 to 69, having cancer is 14.32%. According to health data, we just for Putin's healthy lifestyle, minus 30% cancer risk, and lack of family history, negative 5%. Putin has advantage from the world stage for long periods of time, which seems about 4 times more likely to be true. If he didn't have cancer than if he did, about half of cancer patients lose their hair, and Putin hasn't, so we'll divide by 2. On the other hand, Putin's face has gotten more swollen recently, which happens about 6 times more often to cancer patients than to others, so we'll multiply by 6, and so on and so forth, until we end up with the final calculation. 86% chance Putin doesn't have cancer. Too bad. This is an unusual way to do things, but Tsar claimed some early victories. For example, in a celebrity Israeli murder case, Tsar used root claim to determine the main suspect was likely innocent and a local mental patient had committed the crime. Later, new DNA evidence seemed to back him up. One other important fact about Tsar, he is very rich. In 2008, he sold his fraud detection startup to PayPal for $169 million. Since then, he's founded more companies, made more good investments, and won hundreds of thousands of dollars in professional poker. So, in the grand tradition of very rich people who think they've invented new forms of reasoning, Tsar issued a monetary challenge. If you disagree with any of his root claim analyses, you think Putin does have cancer or whatever, he and the root claim team will bet you $100,000 that they're right. If the answer will come out eventually, for example, wait to see when Putin dies, you can wait and see. Otherwise, he'll accept all comers in video debates in front of a mutually agreeable panel of judges. Since then, Tsar and his $100,000 offer have been a fixture of internet debates everywhere. Is he betting this? This is like a legitimate two-sided bet, right? Like you would have to put your $100,000 up against his. It's not just like a $100,000 offer to beat a system, right? I'm guessing. Since then, Tsar and his $100,000 offer have been a fixture of internet debates everywhere. When I argued that vitamin D didn't help fight COVID, people urged me to bet against Tsar, and we had a good discussion before finally failing to agree on terms. When anti-vaccine multimillionaire Steve Kirsch made a similar offer, Tsar took him up on it, although they've been bogged down in judge selection for the past year. Root claim also found in favor of the LabLeak hypothesis of COVID. When Tsar talked about this on an old ACX comment thread, fellow commenter TGOF137, Peter Miller, agreed to take him up on his $100,000 bet. Let's see, what's this guy's name? Tsar Wilf is an ex-Israeli entrepreneur, multi-millionaire who claims to have invented a system of analysis called a root claim, where he takes bets against predictions made by his system. Peter Miller took him up on a debate challenge 2024 concerning his prediction that COVID-19 originated in a lab. Oh, Astral Codex 10 from his own website. Nice. You were completely right on this issue. Years of dealing with similar controversies and root claim taught me that truth is hard. We are constantly surprised with the results of our analyses, and each time find a different party to be correct. Sometimes it's US, sometimes Russia, sometimes China, sometimes Democrats, sometimes Republicans, sometimes the mainstream, sometimes the fringe, sometimes experts, sometimes lay people. In the case of Kavanaugh, it's easy to see how his simplistic approach leads him to wrong conclusions. He takes the mainstream opinion on the chemical attacks in Syria. Our analysis originally yielded 92% for the opposition carrying out the good attack. And that was recently shown to be the case after a video of opposition fighters launching chemical rockets was geolocated to the attack's launch location. He does the same for the origins of SARS-CoV-2, where the evidence strongly favors LabLeak. There are no shortcuts to truth. I disagree and think that the LabLeak theory of COVID's origin is unlikely to be true. I say this having previously endorsed the LabLeak theory, or at least having said that the question was a toss-up. After taking the time to dive into the issue, I now think it's highly unlikely that SARS-CoV-2 was created in a lab. I first heard of the root claim challenge a few days ago when Scott mentioned your debate with Kirsch. Would I debate the LabLeak theory for $100,000? I don't know. That's a large quantity of money for me, so I needed to know exactly how the debate would be judged. Like, I think that Kirsch's claims about vaccine deaths are obviously fake or false. In a fair contest, I'd bet all the money I have that COVID vaccines have saved more lives than they've cost, but I wouldn't debate that with Kirsch because I don't think the rules of his contest would be fair. Because if your debate, it looks like he wants to rig the judges to be in his favor, i.e. by nominating Weinstein and Martinson as judges, or at least neutral on the question, the 6 to 8 balanced judges idea, so that the debate will end up inconclusive. I've been thinking about how to frame these debates in a way that can be objectively decided. Like, I don't think it's fair for you to compare the root claim challenge to James Randi's $1 million prize. For psychics to enter Randi's prize, they don't have to put up $1 million of their own. That's what I was comparing it to. Randy never, you don't have to put your own money up there. And the outcome of each contest could be objectively judged. Anyone could watch and see whether or not the paranormal powers were working. Explain why that's funny? Because Weinstein is a fucking lunatic. I think some controversial questions about COVID could be objectively answered, like I think we can objectively test the question if masks work with a simple challenge trial. The LabLeak theory is harder to decide without some form of judging. Here's one bet I would propose. No one will ever prove the LabLeak theory. The bet needs some time frame to resolve because never is a long time. I might frame it as in 5 years' time, the scientific consensus will not be that SARS-CoV-2 was created by gain-of-function research at the Wuhan Institute of Virology. We can define consensus in a variety of ways. I mean, something comparable to, say, the level of scientific consensus that global warming is real and mostly caused by human CO2 emissions. It could be something like surveying if 90% or more of virologists believe the LabLeak theory. It could be done by nominating current zoonotic origin proponents and saying they won't endorse the LabLeak theory. I might suggest people like Michael Worobey, Bob Gary, and Christian Anderson. 2 of those scientists already changed their minds from LabLeak to zoonotic origin in early 2020. So that should show that they are capable of changing their minds. Worobey also signed a letter endorsing the discussion of the LabLeak as a valid question, even though he strongly advocates for zoonotic origin. I would bet that the LabLeak discussion will remain about the same as it is today. Most virologists will still lean towards a zoonotic origin. Scientists will continue to slowly find somewhat related bat viruses in China and Southeast Asia. The LabLeak theory may well live on in the public imagination. There will still be podcasts and Substack articles and books written about the Wuhan lab. The theory might be endorsed by more government reports, like the House GOP Minority Report, which already endorsed the LabLeak theory, and may even become the theory advanced by the majority of the US government if the GOP wins the next election. But I would bet that the LabLeak theory will still remain fringe among scientists. There will not be any clear proof of a gain-of-function research program at the WIV creating the virus. No one will find proof of the RNA sequence that COVID is not natural. Okay. And so they agreed to the debate here. This was in 2023, February. At the time, I had no idea who Peter was. I kind of still don't. He's not internet famous. He describes himself as a physics student, programmer, and mountaineer who obsessively researches random topics. After a family member got into LabLeak a few years ago, we started investigating. Although he started somewhere between neutral and positive towards the hypothesis, he ended up 90% plus convinced it was false. He also ended up annoyed. Contrarian bloggers were raking in Substack cash by promoting LabLeak, but there seemed to be no incentive to defend zoonosis. Zoonosis or zoonosis? Zoonosis, right? Unlike Tsar, Peter was not especially rich. 100K represented a big fraction of his net worth, but he wrote me in an email. It was a moderately large financial risk for me. I expected a smart and unbiased person would vote for zoonosis with, say, 80% odds after seeing all the evidence. If both judges voting for lab origin is uncorrelated, that's 20% squared, and it was pretty low odds of a catastrophic financial risk for me. I wasn't highly worried about losing the debate because I was wrong about the science. I put in enough to know I'm probably correct there. My biggest fear was that I'd choke at the debate for some reason, that I'd be too anxious, and particularly that I'd be unable to sleep the night beforehand. I have zero prior debate experience to rely upon. If this seems like a weirdly blasé attitude towards risk, Peter told blogger Philip Marcolin that he is a mountain climber, or sometimes there is a 5% chance to die, and the stakes are just not that high for a debate. Unlike the eternally bogged down Tsar-Kirsch debate, Here, things moved quickly. The two contestants put out a call for judges on the ACX subreddit and agreed on Will von Truren, a pharmaceutical entrepreneur with a PhD from Stanford and a background in bacteriology and immunology, and Eric Stancifer, an applied mathematician with a PhD from MIT and experience in mathematical virology, both of whom received $5,000 as payment for their 100 hours of work, paid by the two contestants along with their $100,000 table stakes, with Scott taking $1,000 for escrowing it. The format would be 3 sessions, each consisting of hour-and-a-half arguments by both sides, and then 3 hours for the debaters to answer questions from the judges and each other. To the debate. Below, I've included the videos from each session, plus my long summary if you prefer text. In the second video on viral genetics, biotech entrepreneur and LabLeak expert Yuri Dagan stood in for SAR. Peter continued to represent himself. Okay. There was a paper in Nature, paper on origins of COVID-19 virus, I think. This is an overview. I'm pretty sure this paper was published in 2020. What is this? Is this what I'm looking for? Is this what I'm thinking of? April 2020. Oh, this might be it. Okay, the proximal origin of SARS-CoV-2. To the editor, since the first reports, I always thought the leak thing made sense, but the camp that trumpets it are crazy. Also, it seemed inconsequential in how we went about dealing with the Rona. Well, keep in mind that the United States, I believe, somebody can remember, but I believe our stated reason for leaving the World Health Organization from Donald Trump had to do with how he felt like they handled, like blaming China for the origins of COVID-19. I believe that was our stated, I think that was our stated reason for leaving the WHO. Since the first reports of novel pneumonia in Wuhan, Hubei province, China, there's been considerable discussion on the origin of the causative virus, SARS-CoV-2, also referred to as HCoV-19. Infections with SARS-CoV-2 are now widespread, and as of March 11th, 2020, 121,564 cases have been confirmed in more than 110 countries, with 4,373 deaths. SARS-CoV-2 is the 7th coronavirus known to infect humans. SARS-CoV, MERS-CoV, and SARS-CoV-2 can cause severe disease, whereas HKU1, NL63, OC43, and 229E are associated with mild symptoms. Here we review what can be deduced about the origin of SARS-CoV-2 from comparative analysis of genomic data. We offer a perspective on the notable features of the SARS-CoV-2 genome and discuss scenarios by which they could have arisen. Our analyses clearly show that SARS-CoV-2 is not a laboratory construct or a purposefully manipulated virus. Notable features of the SARS-CoV-2 genome. Our comparison of alpha and beta coronaviruses identifies 2 notable genomic features of SARS-CoV-2. Hold on. Alpha versus beta viruses? What's the difference here? Is this just has to do with like variants basically? think so. Okay. Our comparison of alpha and beta coronaviruses identifies two notable genomic features of SARS-CoV-2. One, on the basis of structural studies and biochemical experiments, SARS-CoV-2 appears to be optimized for binding to the human receptor ACE2. And two, the spike protein of SARS-CoV-2 has a functional polybasic cleavage site at the S1 and S2 boundary through the insertion of 12 nucleotides, which additionally led to the predicted acquisition of 3 O-linked glycans around the site. Okay, I think cleavage site has to do with how it enters. It's the part of the virus that binds to the cell wall that injects the RNA into the cytoplasm, maybe? Let me check. Cleavage, that's not what I'm looking for. Furin? Is a protease. A protease is an enzyme that catalyzes proteolysis. Proteolysis is the breakdown of proteins into smaller polypeptides or amino acids. Protease. Is it protease? Okay. Okay. Furin is a protease, a proteolytic enzyme activated by substrate presentation. In molecular biology, a substrate presentation is a biological process that activates a protein. The protein is sequestered away from its substrate and then activated by release and exposure to its substrate. The substrate is typically the substance on which an enzyme acts, but can also be a protein surface to which a ligand binds. Ligand is an ion or molecule with a functional group that binds to a substrate. Okay. Furin is a protease, a proteolytic enzyme activated by substrate presentation that in humans and other animals is encoded by the furin gene. Some proteins are inactive when they are first synthesized and must have sections removed in order to become active. Furin cleaves these sections and activates the proteins. It was named furin because it was in the upstream region of an oncogene known as FES. The gene was known as FUR for FES upstream region, and therefore the protein was named furin. Furin is also known as PACE, or paired basic amino acid cleaving enzyme. It is a member of family S8. Furin is a substilicin-like peptidase. Okay. Wait, where were we? What the fuck? Oh, I was reading this paper. Okay, sorry. Okay. The spike protein of SARS-CoV-2 has a functional polybasic furin cleavage site at the S1, S2 boundary through the insertion of 8 nucleotides. So this means that S1, S2 boundary is what? A boundary in the cell? And then how does furin work? Polybase. What is polybase? This doesn't look at all like what we're looking for. Okay, the power of polybase with SQL. With SQL, read local file. Okay, well, that's not what we're looking for. Okay. Cleavage.
So this is the spike protein genome.
Holy shit, we've got Kino audio.
This is the 13th video of the Prevent SARS-3 project video series. Our objective is to develop nanomaterials against these pandemics. so you can support this project. This video will focus on the putatively engineered nature of the SARS-2 furin cleavage site. So this is the spike protein genome. This is a very critical capacity for SARS coronavirus 2 because only MERS has this capacity in previous human pathogenic coronavirus. As you can see, this insert, the purple.
Oh, this guy's making the argument that it is artificial. SARS-2 clinical isolates after millions of infections do not have any recombination, indicating that the furin recombination. Okay, I just want an explanation what this is. Fuck. This is going to be like buried in some fucking molecular biology bullshit class that's never going to have.
The coronavirus has upended a lot of our lives. But understanding the biochemistry of the coronavirus can help us get out of the pandemic, especially understanding the protein, the spike protein, which is the protein that sticks off of the viral membrane, and it latches on to receptors on our cells called ACE2.
Okay, we got that part.
And then it gets cleaved by these protease, so these protein scissors. Then it undergoes this dramatic shape change that helps fuse the viral membrane with the cell membrane so the virus can dump its contents in and make the cells make more.
Okay.
And so today undergoes this dramatic shape change of the viral membrane, and it latches on to receptors on our cells called ACE2. And then it gets cleaved by these protease, so these protein scissors.
Where is the protease at? Is this on this is part of the virus, or does the cell provide this?
And it undergoes this dramatic shape change that helps fuse the viral membrane with the cell membrane so the virus can dump its contents in and make the cells make more.
It's in the cell.
And so today in part 2 of my talk about
furin.
the spike protein, I want to tell you about the polybasic cleavage site.
Oh
aka
my
the furin
God!
Cleavage site.
Oh, we're getting everything. Okay, here we go.
The glycosylation, so like sugar chains
Yes.
that can stick off of the protein, and ACE2 binding and antibody binding. So
Okay.
let's take a look.
Let's go.
Setting the scene from yesterday's talk, I had told
Oh my God, we have S1 and S2?
you that the spike protein has these two subunits. The top
Okay.
part, like ahead of the broccoli, is the S1.
Oh, and these are on the spike protein. Okay.
The stalk is your S2.
Okay.
The
Wait, the
protease
stalk?
part, like ahead of the broccoli, is the S1. The stalk is your S2.
I don't know what a broccoli is. I don't know what the fuck that is. Okay. It sounds like some shit my parents wanted me to eat.
The protease cleavage cuts off the S1 subunit, which allows for the conformational change or the shape change. It exposes the hydrophobic, so a water avoiding region called the fusion peptide, then shoots up into the membrane and pulls it back in to fuse the membranes together. So the cleavage that needs to happen for that S1 to come off is this cleavage at this S2 prime site, so like right before the fusion peptide. But there's also this other site, this S1, S2 site. So it's called the polybasic site because basically, well,
Is this like a whole separate day? Okay, damn.
that wasn't supposed to be a pun. I know I make puns, but that one basic site because basically, well, that wasn't supposed to be a pun. I know I make puns, but that one wasn't supposed to be a pun. But a basic, so basic in terms of not acidic, so like the opposite of acidic.
Oh.
So something acidic is going to
It's gonna be Yo Mama.
donate a proton, so it's going to like give up an H plus. Something basic is going to take an H plus. When it takes an H plus, it becomes positively charged. So that's why basic things are often positively charged. And so there's these amino acids, so protein letters that can do this. And
Holy shit, I didn't even know that. What's the difference between an acid and a base? I didn't even know that. Or maybe I did at one point. Okay.
so in this polybasic cleavage site, so you have this RRAR.
Okay.
So R is arginine. It's one of these basic amino acids. And the reason, so that's why we call it a multi-basic cleavage site. And the reason we call it a furin cleavage site is because there's this protease, so a pair of protein scissors, that likes to cut at these sites with lots of these basic residues. And so it can cut there. And so there was this big hoo-ha because the original SARS coronavirus doesn't have that site. This one does. Other coronaviruses also do have this one. It's not proof that it's engineered or anything like that.
Whoa! We're just coming here for information, buddy.
Especially because it's like not an ideal furin cleavage site anyway. So if someone was going to like engineer
Oh, you could make a better virus?
it, they would make a better one. So nothing like that. But that's what you'll see with like that S1, S2 thing. What else? So yes, so if you have it, that S1, S2, what can actually happen is that it can get cleaved while the protein's being made. So like during the processing step, like inside the cell before it even gets onto the surface. And so that can make it easier to cleave that second site. But remember, it can also make the protein like less stable and stuff. So it's not like slam dunk win. So that can make it easy. And then when you have like surface, you can have the early fusion at the surface. So that in that case, you have like a surface protease called Tempress-2 that can cleave it at the surface. If not, you can have another protease called Cathepsin cleave it inside. And so what we're talking about here, remember, is the cleavage at the S2 site, which is right before the fusion peptide. So that's the one you actually need to cut off the head of the broccoli. And so that what happens there is that you have this binding at the surface. It gets pulled in and enclosed in kind of like an intracellular quarantine called an endosome. So it's like this little pouch inside of the cell. Once it's in that pouch, the protease cathepsin can cleave it, and then that allows the protein to undergo this fusion process. So there are different ways that that can happen. And so yeah, so here's just another view of the spike protein.
Oh, okay, I see now.
The S1, S2, and where the cut sites are. You'll also see that there's a lot of like little like weird things sticking off of the protein. Those are glycans. So those are like sugar chains. The protein, those are
A closer look at a single chain copy. Protomer or protomes is up and down configurations, or conformations. The whole purple ribbon part is the S1 subunit. It gets cleaved from the S2 subunit green somewhere back here. Okay, wait, do I have this so far? Okay, hold on. So cell, floating virus, when the spike protein plugs in, the cell provides the furin thing, and then that cleaves or cuts off the S1 part, and then the whole virus with the S2 part is then injected, and then there's a second cleave of the S2 part, and then I'm guessing then the RNA is injected into the cell from there, and that gets eaten by the ribosomes. Is that how this is working, basically?
Glycans. So those are like sugar chains. So sometimes you might hear a spike called a glycoprotein.
Okay.
That's a protein that has sugar chains attached to it.
Okay.
So sugar chains, we often think of sugar as like food and that sort of thing, but and like complex carbs, but sugar chains can actually be attached to all sorts of things, including proteins, including the spike protein.
Okay.
And so the spike protein, the glycans are helpful for the spike protein because it allows it to kind of like hide from our immune system. So basically, your body can make these things called antibodies. Your immune system makes these things called...
Wait, the shape changes when the furon cleavage occurs. Wait, so does cleavage mean it's not cut off, it just changes shape, or...?
Antibodies, which are little proteins that can bind to... foreign things. And so it's like this random trial and error selection process to find antibodies that happen to match, to bind to the foreign...
Wait, sorry. When we make antibody drug conjugates, for example, modern cancer treatments, we often intentionally include a cathepsin B cleavage site so that after the conjugate is internalized, because the antibody bound something, the linker to drug is cleaved and the drug easily gets out of the endosome. Is that the pouch thing she was talking about? We can use this to target extremely cytotoxic drugs to cancer cells specifically. Okay. The cleavage induces a cut, and because of the thermodynamic nature of proteins, the whole thing then moves. Okay, a host enzyme like furin cleaves the spike protein at the S1, S2 site, separating S1, which stays attached to ACE2, which is the gate that lets the thing in, right, and S2. Another cleavage site at the S2 site by the host protease like TMPRSS2, activates the S2 part. This triggers a shape change that lets the virus fuse its membrane with the cells. The viral RNA is then released into this. Oh, okay. So you get a cut at the S1 site, and then you get a shape change at the S2 site.
Thing and not to self proteins, and then the cells that make those antibodies, so the B cells that make those antibodies, they get selected for, and then they start making more and more of that antibody, and then they like keep some keep memory of it in your body so that if you see it again, you can combat the virus. And so these antibodies often bind to the same place as ACE2, and that can prevent the virus from getting into the cell. So if they bind to that receptor binding domain...
Wait, hold on. I'll just throw this video here, because why the fuck not? What am I looking for? Published date. Oh, July 28th.
So remember that was you can combat the virus. And so these more and more of that antibody, and then they like keep some keep memory of it in your body so that if you see it again, you can combat the virus. And so these antibodies often bind to the same place as ACE2, and that can prevent the virus from getting into the cell. So if they bind to that receptor binding domain, so remember that was that finger on the head of the broccoli. They bind there, then the coronavirus protein, the spike protein can't dock onto your cells, and then it can't get in. So if you have antibodies that can do that, we call them neutralizing antibodies. And so that's kind of like the goal of vaccines, is to induce these neutralizing antibodies that can bind to foreign to.
Wait, if you have the ACE2 gate on your cell, then I imagine there's probably some good stuff that gets into your cell based on that, whatever can interact with that. So how does your immune system know what the bad thing is and what the good thing is? Like, what if there was like a thing on your cell that's called like the nutrition gate, and a virus uses the nutrition gate to get in, and then your immune system creates a whole bunch of antibodies to make it so no nutrition gets into your cells? How does that work? Wait, sorry. I don't know if she'll explain it in that level of depth. I don't know if it matters to us. I'm just curious.
Bind to foreign things. And so it's like this random trial.
I wonder if she made this or if this comes from like a textbook. Antigen presenting cell ingests virus. Cell chops up virus's protein. Cell displays these protein pieces. Antibody making cells compete to find which make antibodies that bind to those viral pieces, but not the body's own molecules. Antigens are the things antibodies recognize and bind to. In this case, it would be the viral spike protein. Those winning antibodies makers get selected for, and more antibodies get made. These antibodies help the immune system find and destroy the virus in infected cells, and some stick around to keep watch, fighting less immunity. Vaccines and virus, the real infection part, introduced in the okay.
Trial and error selection process to find antibodies that happen to match, to bind to the foreign thing and not to self proteins. And then the cells that make those antibodies, so the B cells that make those antibodies, they get selected for, and then they start making more and more of that antibody.
Oh, she was just explaining this. Okay.
And then they like keep some keep memory of it in your body so that if you see it again, you can combat the virus. And so these antibodies often bind to the same place as ACE2, and that can prevent the virus from getting into the cell. So if they bind to that receptor binding domain, so remember that was that finger on the head of the broccoli. They bind there, then the coronavirus protein, the spike protein can't dock onto your cells, and then it can't get in. So if you have antibodies that can do that, we call them neutralizing antibodies. And so that's kind of like the goal of vaccines, is to induce these neutralizing antibodies, which is why it's so important that we have that we can stabilize that prefusion conformation of the spike, like we were talking about yesterday, by stabilizing that elbow part with the prolines, because we want it in the prefusion conformation, so our body learns to recognize the prefusion conformation, because that's the conformation where you have those receptor binding domains available to bind to the ACE2 protein. So this is showing the structure of the protein.
And you want the pre-fusion binding phase, because once it's in the fusion binding phase, the thing is already in the cell, and you're not going to be able to do anything in your immune system at that point, right? I'm guessing, is that? She has a whole thing on her website where she does the pictures and everything. My God. By the viral proteins, such as antigens, trigger an immune response when encountered again. Antibodies can be made against any part of the virus. These viral parts that antibodies bind, typically a piece of proteins, called antigens, immature B cells have many options.
Bond to the ACE2 protein. So the ACE2 is the one on your cells, the spike is the one on the virus, and so they need to come together in order for the virus to dock onto your cells. And so neutralizing antibodies often bind to the RBD in the same place that ACE2 normally would, and that prevents antibodies to come together in order for the virus cells. The spike is the one on the virus, and so they need to come together in order for the virus to dock onto your cells. And so neutralizing antibodies often bind to the RBD in the same place that ACE2 normally would, and that prevents...
Oh, RBD is the connection site to ACE2 on the spike protein. What is? Do we know what RBD stands for, or is that...
ACE2 from binding. And so a lot of the mutations to the virus that people are worried about are ones that affect that RBD, affect that
receptor binding domain. Gotcha.
Location where ACE2 normally binds, because that can, that ACE2 normally binds because that's also the place, or that the mutations that people are worried about are the ones that are where like the neutralizing antibodies bind, because those are ones that can prevent the neutralizing antibodies from binding. So if they prevent the neutralizing antibodies from binding, but they don't prevent ACE2 from binding, then you have a bad combination, because then the neutralizing antibodies can't block the virus from getting in. Okay, I think that was all that I wanted to talk about. Oh, so one more thing. So that's with like active immunity, and so that's either with the vaccine induced or with the, like through infection you develop these neutralizing antibodies. And the thing with active immunity is that your body is making them yourself. Your body learns to make them yourself. So it's kind of like a teach a man to fish thing. There's also the give a man some fish thing. And that's called passive immunity. And so that's where you just give antibodies. So the body, you're not like giving the instructions for making the antibodies, and the cells don't know how to make the antibodies. You're just giving them pre-made antibodies. And so that's like the monoclonal antibodies and the cocktails of monoclonal antibodies. So the idea with the cocktails is that you have multiple antibodies, so that the virus, if it's resistant to one of them, it won't be resistant to both of them. And that way you can have a better chance of it working. And so monoclonal is just like, it's a single antibody, like lots of copies of this single antibody, but it's all the same antibody. With the polyclonal, like when your body like makes its own antibody response, it's going to be polyclonal. Like you'll have multiple antibodies that all bind the same protein, but in like different places, or different, so we call epitopes. But with the monoclonal, you have like a single one, and that's like, so if we go back to those cells doing that trial and error thing to try to find antibodies that bind, basically you have like, it would be a single cell gets selected and makes a bunch of antibodies. Then those antibodies, the process is like recreated in a lab, and so you have all the same antibody being made. But that's why we call it monoclonal, because it's like a clone from that single and original cell that made that one antibody, except here it's like artificially in a lab, but it's the same protein that you would normally make in your body. But in your body you would make this polyclonal response, so you have lots of different antibodies. There's also things called like T cells responses, which I'm not going to get into because I'm not an immunologist. I'm a biochemist. And so hopefully I got all of this right. I just wanted to give you a sense of like how to interpret things like this, because I like talking about things like broccoli and elbows and cartwheels and handstands, but I also want you to be able to keep up with the more serious scientific literature and stuff, and so be able to merge the two, which is like the goal of my life, kind of.
Wow.
So yeah.
Thanks.
Proteins being made. So like to donate a proton, so it's going to like give up an H plus. Something basic is going to take an H plus. So is because there's this protease, so a pair of protein scissors that likes this big who is in.
There's where should I can impart this? Okay. The way that she talks, it kind of seems I don't want to say dumb or unprofessional, but like it can kind of sound like that as opposed to somebody who's like giving kind of like a prepared or rehearsed speech, who's like reading down notes. Even if people are inarticulate, something that's worth, I think, paying attention to is if somebody sounds inarticulate because they haven't written down like a prepared speech or memorized a script or anything, when I see somebody who's talking through something and they don't have a rehearsed line and they're kind of like searching for a way to describe something, in my mind, this demonstrates a really thorough understanding of the material, I think in a really counterintuitive way. It's very annoying sometimes that if somebody has like a prepared speech or like dialogue tree for something, people are like, oh, this guy really knows his shit. But then when they have to kind of speak off the cuff about something, they're completely and utterly incapable of understanding whatever the thing is they're talking about. This is why I hate people like Elon Musk and all these motherfuckers. Sorry, it's just a random thing. But maybe she is retarded. I don't know. She could be. Who knows? Okay. Sorry, hold on. One more quick thing. We have a video.
Coronavirus.
Video,
like many
3D.
viruses.
Not made by AI, because it's 3 years old as well.
Coronavirus. Like many viruses, it uses a protein on its surface to attach to and enter our cells. Antibodies that fit onto this protein can block the virus from attaching.
Got him.
Coronavirus mRNA vaccines teach our immune system to make these antibodies. How do mRNA vaccines do that?
Yikes.
mRNA is a genetic material that instructs our cells to produce proteins.
Wait, this is way more basic than what we were just doing, I think.
The mRNA in the vaccine is wrapped in a layer of fat particles that called dendritic cells. Or fat RNA in the vaccine is wrapped in a layer of fat particles that protect it and help it get taken up by specialized cells of the immune system called dendritic cells. Once inside these cells, the mRNA does not enter the cell's nucleus or interact with DNA, but remains in the cytoplasm with other mRNA molecules, waiting to create the enzymes our body needs. When ribosomes read the vaccine mRNA,
this is like a parasite of CGI.
Pieces of the viral surface protein are made. These pieces are then displayed on the surface of the dendritic cell. The dendritic cell travels to a nearby lymph node, where it presents the surface proteins to other cells of the immune system. Some of these cells, called helper T cells, train B cells how to make antibodies that will fit perfectly onto the surface protein of the virus. Other cells stimulated by the protein pieces, called cytotoxic T cells, can kill virus-infected cells.
Wait, what is a dendritic cell? Real quick, dendritic cell are specialized immune cells that play. Oh, okay.
Now, when the coronavirus tries to infect us, our immune system is ready, immediately recognizing, neutralizing, and destroying it before we ever even have a chance to become sick.
That's what they say. Okay. 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 All right, where were we? The spike protein of SARS-CoV-2 has a functional polybasic cleavage site at the S1-S2 boundary through the insertion of 12 nucleotides, which additionally led to the predicted acquisition of 3 O-linked glycans around the site. A nucleotide is just 2 amino acids connected to each other, right? Or is it more than that? Or less than that? Nucleotides are organic molecules composed of a nitrogenous base, a pentose sugar, and a phosphate. The 4 nucleobases in DNA are guanine, adenine, cytosine, and thymine. A nucleobase, a 5-carbon sugar, and a phosphate group consisting of 1 to 3 phosphates. Okay. Okay, so nucleotides contain nucleobases, but it's not the same thing. Okay. Okay, which additionally led to the predicted acquisition of 3 O-linked glycans around the site. What does that mean? What is an O-linked glycan? Are a type of post-translational modification where sugar molecules glycans are attached to the oxygen atom of serine or it's processed as a glycan or distinct from glycans are attached to that. Okay, I don't think we have to worry about this. Okay. Wow, freaks, thanks for the 1 gifted membership. One, mutations in the receptor binding domain of SARS-CoV-2. The receptor binding domain, or the RBD, in the spike protein is the most variable part of the coronavirus genome. 6 RBD amino acids have been shown to be critical for binding to ACE2 receptors and for determining the host range of SARS-CoV-2-like viruses. Wait. What's the difference between an amino acid and a nucleobase? A protein, NBAs are DNA. Okay. Amino acids make proteins. Nucleotides make DNA/RNA. Oh, okay. Amino acid chains are what your ribosomes spit out when they read RNA? I think, right? Okay. Okay. These vids explain. Wow. Where were we? Okay, the receptor binding domain and the spike protein is the most variable part of the coronavirus genome. 6 RBD amino acids have been shown to be critical for binding to ACE2 receptors and for determining the host range of SARS-CoV-like viruses. Okay, so this means when we say 6 RBD amino acids, we're saying that there are 6 different amino acids that are part of the, I guess the S1 site is what binds to the ACE2 receptor. And depending upon which amino acids are there, that determines which cells it can enter for determining the host range, I think, right? I have 2 biochemists in chat. I'm relying on your... Yes. Okay. That guy said yes. All right. Okay. With coordinates based on SARS-CoV, they are Y442. Oh, host ranges might mean species, is it? Okay. My guess was types of cells, but maybe that's... I guess we could look at the source. 7 is... which regulate both the cross-species and human-human transmissions of... Oh, okay, so it is species. Host is okay. Okay, all right. Okay, With coordinates based on SARS-CoV-2, they are, or SARS-CoV, they are Y442, L472, N479, D480, T487, and Y4911, which corresponds to L455, F486, Q493, S494, N501, and blah, blah, blah. Okay. Are these coordinates, are these like coordinates in a string like of like the sequenced RNA? Like what do the letters stand for? No, they are split up. No, sequence in the protein. Yes, it's the amino acid and the position that it's in. Those are amino acids. The number is the position in the protein. The letters stand for which amino acid it is in the number. The letters stand for which amino acids. It is the number somewhere in the sequence. Okay. The amino acid number in the protein. Okay, gotcha. Okay, so then when we say like L455, F486, Q493, what we're saying is that if we were to sequence the spike protein and from start to finish we list out all of the amino acids, these are the, like at position 442 we find whatever Y stands for. These are the amino acids that are critical, meaning required for binding to ACE2. Okay, that's what this means, I think. Okay. 5 of these 6 residues differ between SARS-CoV-2 and SARS-CoV. On the basis of structural studies and biochemical experiments, SARS-CoV-2 seems to have an RBD that binds with high affinity to ACE2 from humans, ferrets, cats, and other species with high receptor homology. I'm guessing that means other species with similar type ACE2 receptors. I'm guessing? Okay, I'm guessing. Okay. Don't worry, it's only a 3-page paper. While the analyses above suggest that SARS-CoV-2 may bind... wow, thanks, Freakazoid, for the 1 gifted membership. While the analyses above suggest that SARS-CoV-2 may bind human ACE2 with high affinity, computational analyses predict that the interaction is not ideal and that the RBD sequence is different from those shown in SARS-CoV to be optimal for receptor binding. Okay. So real quick, so if you sequence SARS-CoV, these are the 6 amino acids present at different locations in the spike protein that are essential for binding with the ACE2 receptor in the cell. And then it says that it corresponds to these in SARS-CoV-2. How do you determine what corresponds to what? What does that mean? Like, how can an amino acid in one protein correspond to the amino acid in another protein? Receptor homology would be similarity. Different amino acids at the same position. But they're not in the same position, right? Y442 is at position 442, no? This is at L445 is position 455, no? It's similar functions, basically. Okay. You can look at the whole sequence and do an alignment. There will be conserved domains that line up. When you say line up, what do you mean by that? Like geometrically, or? You can have proteins with different sequences, but similar 3D conformations. Okay. Okay. All right. don't know if that's ultra super essential. Well, the analysis above suggests that SARS-CoV-2 may bind human ACE2 with high affinity. Computational analyses predict that the interaction is not ideal and that the RBD sequence is different from those shown in SARS-CoV to be optimal for receptor binding. Thus, the high affinity binding of the SARS-CoV-2 spike protein to human ACE2 is most likely the result of natural selection on a human or human-like ACE2 that permits another optimal binding solution to arise. This is strong evidence that SARS-CoV-2 is not the product of purposeful manipulation. Okay, so the so this part of the paper, section 1 here, is arguing that if you were to sequence the spike protein for SARS-CoV, and then you were to run a computational prediction for what a high affinity different protein might look like to bind to the ACE2 receptor, that this sequence of amino acids wouldn't be something that a computer would predict. So the likelihood of this arising from anything but a whole bunch of natural selection, so a whole bunch of viruses infecting and dying and infecting and dying, and then through random chance and mutation, trillions of times or whatever, a new sequence arises that is geometrically and amino acid comparable or capable of binding with ACE2 with high affinity, would be something that a computer just, so in terms of just manually inserting amino acids, which I'm assuming we have the technology to create proteins from chains of amino acids, I'm assuming we can do that. This would be unlikely to arise from like a computer model, basically. Correct? That's what this section 1 here is speaking about. Correct? Okay. I think. I'm pretty sure. Section 2. Okay. Polybasic furin cleavage site and O-linked glycans. The second notable feature of SARS-CoV-2 is a polybasic cleavage site, RRAR, at the junction of S1 and S2, the two subunits of the spike. This allows effective cleavage by furin and other proteases and has a role in determining viral infectivity and host range. In addition, a leading proline is also inserted at this site in SARS-CoV-2. Thus, the inserted sequence is PRRA. When we're talking about sequences like this, it's a sequence of amino acids, right? PRRA, this is an amino acid chain or sequence of amino acids. The turn created by the proline is predicted to result in the addition of O-linked glycans to O-linked glycans to S673, T678, and S686, which flank the cleavage site and are unique to SARS-CoV-2. Like the cleavage site, and okay. Inserted at the site. What is a proline? Senegal. It's also inserted at this site. Thus, the inserted sequence is this turn created by the proline is predicted to result in the addition of proline is an amino acid. Oh, okay. The turn created by the proline. When it says turn, does it mean the morphology, like when this changes shape as a result of the fusion cleavage? Physical turn. Okay. And then when the thing turns, because geometry matters or is essential, geometry is an essential function of a protein. So when it turns, as a result of the turning, these 3 amino acid sites on the S2 portion of the spike protein will pick up O-linked glycans. Correct? Yes, basically. Okay. Okay. Okay, which flank the cleavage site and are unique to SARS-CoV-2. Okay. Choline is an amino acid that tends to induce turns in the protein structure because of its unusual chemical shape. Okay. Okay. Which flank the, okay. Polybasic cleavage sites have not been observed in related lineage B beta coronaviruses, although other human beta coronaviruses, including HKU1, lineage A, have those sites and predicted O-linked glycans. Given the level of genetic variation in the spike, it is likely that SARS-CoV-2-like viruses with partial or full polybasic cleavage sites will be discovered in other species. Genetic variation. It is likely that SARS-CoV-2-like viruses with partial or full polybasic cleavage sites will be discovered in the other species. Sites have not been observed. Okay. Other human beta wait, I'm sorry. What is I don't know what lineage B beta coronavirus means. What does that mean? Lineage B beta coronaviruses. Different strains of the same virus. Okay, okay. Given the level of genetic variation of spikes, like it starts going to like viruses with partial or full polybasic cleavage sites we discovered in other species. Okay. I'm just trying to understand what it's saying here. Or I don't know if anything meaningful or if it matters yet. So this is saying that these particular cleavage sites haven't been observed in related lineage B beta, so like beta variants of other coronaviruses, although other human beta coronaviruses, including HKU1, lineage A, have those sites and the predicted O-glycans. Given the level of genetic variation in the spike, it is likely that SARS-CoV-2-like viruses with partial or full polybasic cleavage sites will be discovered in other species. Is this just saying that it's because it exists in humans like this, and there's a lot of genetic variation in the spike protein? If it infects other animals, you're likely to see partial or full polybasic cleavage sites. Okay, I don't think we can care about this yet. Or it's not. Okay. Okay. The functional consequence of the polybasic cleavage site in SARS-CoV-2 is unknown, and it will be important to determine its impact on transmissibility and pathogenesis in animal models. Pathogenesis has to do with pattern of it or something. Is a process by which a disease or disorder develops. Okay. Animal models. Experiments with SARS-CoV have shown that insertion of a furin cleavage site at the S1, S2 junction enhances cell-cell fusion without affecting viral entry. Okay, hold on. Experiments with SARS-CoV, so that was the first SARS-CoV virus, the first SARS-CoV infection or virus, sorry. So have shown that insertion of a furin cleavage site, so that means that the part on the S1 or S2 spike protein that would be cleaved by the furin protease If you insert that site that can be cleaved, it enhances cell-cell fusion. And the cell-cell fusion has to do with what happens at the S2 site where it morphs and then it gets sucked into the wall and the RNA gets injected without affecting viral entry. And that's also, okay. I don't know why that wouldn't affect viral entry, but the cell-cell fusion. The cell-cell fusion, what specifically does this refer to? Is it just the change? Is it just the thing where the S2 site causes the shape change, which makes it spit its RNA into the cell? When the membranes combine after the cleavage. Okay, wait, let's look at the viral fusion. Why can't, hello? Viral fusion. Wait, oh my God, does that one girl have a video on that? Viral membrane fusion model. Why do you have two different things? Jesus Christ, principles of viral fusion.
The fusion mechanism can be thought of as...
Oh my God, it's Fauci.
Cleaving the precursor or priming this fusion machinery, localizing the virus to the cell by receptor binding, ultimately by uptake into the endosome, and the triggering of refolding, in the case of flu by low pH, in the case of other viruses, let us say by a receptor or co-receptor binding, that leads to this stereotypical sequence of events. Exposure of the fusion peptide, that's that extended intermediate, insertion of the fusion peptide into the target membrane, and a folding back of the protein that brings together the target and viral membranes. And
okay, sorry, let me just talk through this so far. So cleaving is what happens with furin. Wait, fusion mechanisms. Cleaving is what happens with the furin thing, where it binds to the spike protein, it cuts off the S1 part, and then it goes into the little pocket thing, I forget what it's called, the part of the cell. And then the trigger refolding, that's the S2 part. Once that's activated, the protein refolds itself, and then once it changes shape,
it is that folding back that
then this shit happens, which is what we're looking at right now, I think, right?
Overcomes the first of the kinetic barriers. There is a substantial kinetic barrier to squeezing two membranes any closer together than about 10 or 15 angstroms. That is why liposomes, let's say, in solution are stable. Although once fused, they are even more stable. But a liposome preparation doesn't spontaneously fuse because of that kinetic barrier to bringing two bilayers close together. And it is that process that is at least one of the crucial ways in which these proteins facilitate membrane fusion. And they do so by recovering free energy in this foldback process because the primed state is in one way or another metastable. So the fusion of membranes by influenza virus can be thought of then as a triggering process.
This video is not talking about cell-cell fusion, it's talking about virus entry. Cell-cell fusion is an infected cell fused with a neighboring non-infected cell. Oh, well, fuck me. Never mind then. Have shown that insertion of a furin cleavage site at the S1 S2 junction enhances cell-cell fusion without affecting viral entry. Really? How do cells fuse? What does that mean? You searched viral fusion instead of cell-cell fusion. Oh, well, I'm a fucking retard. Cell-cell fusion. Cell-cell fusion of genome-edited cell lines. Ooh, this guy looks like he knows what's up.
This method allows cellular structure and function to be perturbed through the fusion of two different cell types.
Okay.
To address questions such as how do cells respond to changes in organelle number, By imaging fluorescently tagged proteins within fused cells, cellular structures can be referenced back to their cell type of origin to study the mechanisms of organelle homeostasis and function.
For fluorescent dye labeling, see the human cancer cell populations of interest, such that each culture will have expanded to...
Fuck you. Okay, don't care. Never mind. I don't know. Hopefully it doesn't matter. In addition, efficient cleavage of the MERS-CoV spike enables MERS-like coronaviruses from bats to infect human cells. In avian influenza viruses, rapid replication or transmission in highly dense chicken populations selects for the acquisition of polybasic cleavage sites in the hemagglutinin HA protein, which serves a function similar to that of the coronavirus spike protein. Acquisition of polybasic cleavage sites in HA by insertion or recombination converts low pathogenicity avian influenza viruses into highly pathogenic forms. The acquisition of polybasic cleavage sites by HA has also been observed after repeated passage in cell culture or through animals. Does acquisition mean when the amino acid sequence changes or when the RNA sequence changes to have some sequence you have acquired? Is that what we're talking about? The RNA has acquired some set of things that is producing a new sequence that has this particular thing, right? Is that what we mean when we say acquired or acquisition? Yes. Okay. So acquisition. Okay, gotcha. Okay. The function of the predicted O-linked glycans is unclear, but they could create a mucin-like domain that shields epitopes or key residues on the SARS-CoV-2 spike protein. Several viruses utilize mucin-like domains as glycan shields involved immunoevasion. Although prediction of O-linked glycosylation is robust, experimental studies are needed to determine if these sites are used in SARS-CoV-2. Okay. The receptor binding. Okay, so this isn't an argument for evidence or not evidence. These are just features, notable features of the SARS-CoV-2 genome. Okay. Epitopes are where antibodies bind, so if you hide those, the antibodies can't get it. Okay. Whew, okay. Theories of SARS-CoV-2 origins. It is improbable that SARS-CoV-2 emerged through laboratory manipulation of a related SARS-CoV-like coronavirus, as noted above. The RBD, or the receptor binding domain, which is the part that the spike protein uses to connect to ACE2, of SARS-CoV-2 is optimized for binding to human ACE2 with an efficient solution different from those previously predicted. Furthermore, if genetic manipulation had been performed, one of the several reverse genetic systems available for beta coronaviruses would probably have been used. However, the genetic data irrefutably shows that SARS-CoV-2 is not derived from any previously used virus backbone. Instead, we propose two scenarios that can plausibly explain the origin of SARS-CoV-2. One, natural selection in an animal host before zoonotic transfer, or two, natural selection in humans following zoonotic transfer. We also discuss whether selection during passage could have given rise to SARS-CoV-2. Okay. Let me grab a storyline so we can start out. 1 second. Ugh. Okay, we haven't gotten into any of the responses so far, but I imagine that like one response could theoretically be, maybe computer models didn't predict this, but why couldn't scientists in a lab doing gain of function research have like naturally stumbled upon this and then decided to make a bioweapon out of it, right? But I don't know if there are any educated people that even respond to these things, or if it's just a bunch of retards, so. Fuck, I can't eat these and read at the same time, okay. Okay. Theories of SARS-CoV-2 origins. We already did this. Okay, 1. Natural selection in an animal host before zoonotic transfer. As many early cases of COVID-19 were linked to the Huanan market in Wuhan, it is possible that an animal source was present at this location. Given the similarity of SARS-CoV-2 to bat SARS-CoV-like coronaviruses, it is likely that bats serve as reservoir hosts for its progenitor. Although RATG13, things like these I'm guessing are referring to viruses. Although RATG is sampled from a Rhinophilus affinis bat, I'm guessing a virus that was infecting a bat, is 96% identical overall to SARS-CoV-2. Its spike diverges in the receptor binding domain, the RBD, which suggests that it may not bind efficiently to human ACE2. Malayan pangolins, Manis javanica, illegally imported into Guangdong province, contain coronaviruses similar to SARS-CoV-2. Although the RATG13 bat virus remains the closest to SARS-CoV-2 across the genome, some pangolin coronaviruses exhibit strong similarity to SARS-CoV-2 in the RBD, including all 6 key RBD residues. This clearly shows that the SARS-CoV-2 spike protein optimized for binding to human-like ACE2 is the result of natural selection. Coronaviruses exhibit strong similarity to SARS-CoV-2, RBD including all 6 key RBD residues. This clearly shows SARS-CoV-2 spike protein optimized for binding to human-like ACE2 is the result of natural selection. Okay, when we're looking at this thing, nucleotides, what was this again? Hold on. Molecule that serves as the basic building block of DNA and RNA. Okay. When you, fuck me. When you're talking about like DNA and you're going through the sequence of like DNA, what do you call like adenine, guanine, cytosine? No, it's cytosine, right? And thymine? Something like that. Oh, okay. Okay, never mind. I'm understanding. Okay. The sequences they're nucleotide sequences, but the nucleotides are the same except for the base. The nucleotides is how all these bases connect and make the bullshit. Okay. So for this sequence, there are 29,903. It's RNA, right? So single strand. This is just a sequence of different bases for the nucleotides, different nucleotide bases, or maybe a whole nucleotide is just named for whatever the base is or whatever, right? Okay. So in this whole sequenced string or strand of RNA, the spike protein is coded for here, or encoded for here. So they blow up the whole spike protein sequence here, and then between 300 and 550, this is the receptor binding domain. This is where the receptor is encoded for. Oh, okay, and then this makes sense because, for instance, so if we look up the 6 receptor binding domain amino acids that are, no, wait, nope, never mind. Forget I just said that. No, wait, it is. The spike protein here is broken out into 1285. Okay, all of the key amino acids. So wait, what am I looking at here? So these are nucleotides. This is your, explain how we go from nucleotide to amino acid. Cynical Brit, where are you? This is a protein. Or no, this encodes for a spike protein. Oh, so this is the spike protein. So this top thing here is the nucleotide sequence of the RNA, and then the nucleotide sequence encodes for this spike protein, and then if you create the spike protein from this sequence, then the spike protein is made of these, is a sequence of these amino acids. And then the critical RBD amino acids for binding are, we can find them here, right? Okay. So if we're looking at so up here in this paper, it brought out with corresponding to, and SARS-CoV-2, so like L455, so 455, 486, 493. So from 455 to 505, we would expect to see that in here, right? Because this is the RBD, the receptor binding domain, and this is where the most important ones are. Or the essential ones for binding to ACE2. Okay. And it looks like that might even be what's like highlighted here, I guess. Okay. The S1 subunit is the thing that gets cleaved by the furin entering the cell, by the protease entering the cell, and then the S2 one is the one that causes it all to get erect and change shape and all that. These are the key amino acids that are present. Okay, so what is this? So we have receptor binding domain, ACE2 contact residues, human, SARS-CoV-2, bat, rat, G13, pangolin. Okay. What exactly is this shit? What are we looking at here? Is this looking at similar binding, receptor binding domain amino acids in these viruses and if they line up with these basically? I think so. So these are the 6 key RBD amino acids, and then this is the amino acids that are the reference, I'm guessing, to the binding amino acids here found in these other 6 viruses. Yes, okay. Okay. And then the polybasic cleavage site, which is the S2 thing, that when it gets interacted with, it changes shape, and then because of the shape change, the introduction of some amino acid changes the shape in such a way that the surrounding amino acid sites absorb hydrogen ions, H+, as the shape change. Because of the shape change, it lets things bind around the cleavage site, I think, right? Okay, and then these don't have correspondence in the other viruses. Is that what this means here? Maybe? Okay. Figure 1, features of the spike protein in human SARS-CoV-2 and related coronaviruses. A, mutations in contact residues of the SARS-CoV-2 spike protein. The spike protein of SARS-CoV-2, red bar at the top. was aligned against the most closely related SARS-CoV like coronaviruses and SARS-CoV itself. Key residues in the spike protein. What does a residue mean here? Somebody explain that. It's the R group of an amino acid, basically. What's the R group of an amino acid? A residue is an amino acid in a protein. Oh, the residue is what makes each amino acid unique. Oh, okay. Okay. Key residues in the spike protein that make contact with the ACE2 receptor are marked with blue boxes of both SARS-CoV-2 and related viruses, including SARS-CoV Urbani strain. Acquisition of polybasic cleavage site and O-linked glycans, both the polybasic cleavage site and the 3 adjacent predicted O-linked glycans are unique to SARS-CoV-2 and were not previously seen in lineage B beta coronaviruses. Sequences shown are from the NCBI GenBank. Accession codes the pangolin coronavirus sequence, or a consensus generated from. Okay. Although the rat G13 bat virus remains a cluster SARS-CoV-2 across the genome, some pangolin coronaviruses exhibit strong similarity to SARS-CoV-2 in the RBD, including all 6 key RBD residues. This clearly shows that the SARS-CoV-2 spike protein optimized for binding to human-like ACE2 is the result of natural selection. Okay. Okay. Cynical guy. Okay. Thomas. Okay. So is the argument basically, just so I'm understanding up to this point. So if you were to run computer models on SARS-CoV, and then you use what we consider to be key amino acids and shapes for binding to the ACE2 receptor, and you were to try to predict other known efficient or effective ways to combine with ACE2, you would not predict this particular sequence. It hasn't been predicted yet, or a computer model wouldn't predict it, which makes it more likely that it was a result of natural selection. My counter argument to that would have been, okay, well, maybe they through some sort of gain of function research, maybe they discovered this or something like that, right? But then it seems like it's brought up here. So I know they haven't put strong arguments yet, but it seems like a counter argument that, well, in all of these other unrelated viruses, or not, I shouldn't say unrelated, I'm sorry. In these closely related viruses that are infecting other creatures, this same sequence of amino acids or the same structure kind of or functionality from these has emerged as well. So you would have to try to explain that. In order for this to be possible, the human virus would have had to have escaped and infected all of these creatures as well, because this particular RBD amino acid sequence, I don't know if sequence is the right word here, is thus far unrecorded or unknown. And it seems to have independently evolved in these different strains of closely related viruses. So this configuration, whatever, right? Okay. Okay. And then they're also making the prediction, I guess, although I don't know if it's relevant to it being human-made or not, that because of the variability of the spike protein, it's likely that in B lineage evolutions or whatever, or mutations of these viruses, that you would expect to see polybasic cleavage sites emerge, even if they're not there yet. Correct? That's like a prediction they're making about evolutions of these other viruses. Where did my chemistry guy go? How dare you not? Okay, I'm going to assume I'm correct. Okay. Neither the bat beta coronaviruses nor the pangolin beta coronaviruses sampled thus far have polybasic cleavage sites. Oh, okay. Although no animal coronavirus has been identified that is sufficiently similar to serve as the direct progenitor of SARS-CoV-2, the diversity of coronaviruses in bats and other species is massively undersampled. Mutations, insertions, and deletions can occur near the S1, S2 junction of coronaviruses, which shows that the polybasic cleavage site can arise by a natural evolutionary process for a precursor virus to acquire both the polybasic cleavage site and mutations in the spike protein suitable for binding to human ACE2. An animal host would probably have to have a high population density to allow natural selection to proceed efficiently, and an ACE2 encoding gene that is similar to the human ortholog. Gotcha. Okay, okay. Okay, I saw Wang Sima contention. That name looks like a troll, I'm going to be honest, but okay. I read your message. Thank you. Okay. Gain-of-function research could stumble on the sequence, but it's very unlikely. Usually the way that kind of research works is creating random sequences, picking the best one somehow, and repeating it over and over again. It's much more likely for natural selection to do it, and it can... Okay, sure. Okay. That's okay. All right. We're still just understanding the paper. I don't have any strong positions yet right now. Okay. All right. 2. Natural selection in humans following zoonotic transfer. It is possible that a progenitor of SARS-CoV-2 jumped into humans, acquiring the genomic features described above through adaptation during undetected human-to-human transmission. Once acquired, these adaptations would enable the pandemic to take off and produce a sufficiently large cluster of cases to trigger the surveillance system that detected it. All SARS-CoV-2 genomes sequenced so far have the genomic features described above and are thus derived from a common ancestor that had them too. The presence in pangolins of an RBD very similar to that of SARS-CoV-2 means that we can infer this was also probably in the virus that jumped to humans. This leaves the insertion of polybasic cleavage sites to occur during human-to-human transmission. Okay. Estimates of the timing of the most recent common ancestor of SARS-CoV-2 made with current sequence data point to emergence of the virus in late November 2019 to early December 2019, compatible with the earliest retrospectively confirmed cases. Hence, this scenario presumes a period of unrecognized transmission in humans between the initial zoonotic event and the acquisition of the polybasic cleavage site. Sufficient opportunity could have arisen if there had been many prior zoonotic events that produced short chains of human-to-human transmission over an extended period. This is essentially the situation for MERS-CoV, for which all human cases are the result of repeated jumps of the virus from dromedary camels, producing single infections or short transmission chains that eventually resolve with no adaptation to sustained transmissions. Studies of banked human samples could provide information on whether such cryptic spread has occurred. Retrospective serological studies could also be informative. What is a is that like serializing or studying like a sequence? What does serological mean? Serology in general refers to the scientific study of blood serum and other bodily fluids. Okay, that's what your mom does. Ha, woo yeah. And a few such studies have been conducted showing low-level exposures to SARS-CoV-like coronaviruses in certain areas of China. Critically, however, these studies could not have distinguished whether exposures were due to prior infections with SARS-CoV, SARS-CoV-2, or other SARS-CoV-like coronaviruses. Further serological studies should be conducted to determine the extent of prior human exposure to SARS-CoV-2. Selection during passage. Basic research involving passage of bat SARS-CoV-like coronaviruses in cell culture and or animal models has been ongoing for many years in biosafety level 2 laboratories across the world, and there are documented instances of laboratory escapes of SARS-CoV. We must therefore examine the possibility of an inadvertent laboratory release of SARS-CoV-2. In theory, it is possible that SARS-CoV-2 acquired RBD mutations during adaptation to passage in cell culture, as has been observed in studies of SARS-CoV. The findings of SARS-CoV-like coronaviruses from pangolins with nearly identical RBDs, however, provides a much stronger and more parsimonious explanation of how SARS-CoV-2 acquired these via recombination or mutation. It's possible that SARS-CoV mutations during adaptation to passage in cell cultures, as has been observed in studies of SARS-CoV-like coronaviruses from pangolins with nearly identical RBDs. Oh, okay, that's the other argument I was making. Okay. However, provides a much stronger and more parsimonious explanation of how SARS-CoV acquired these. Okay. The acquisition of both the polybasic cleavage site and predicted O-linked glycans also argues against culture-based scenarios. New polybasic cleavage sites have been observed only after prolonged passage of low pathogenicity avian influenza virus in vitro or in vivo. Prolonged passage. Okay. Furthermore, a hypothetical generation of SARS-CoV-2 by cell culture or animal passage would have required prior isolation of a progenitor virus with very high genetic similarity, which has not been described. Subsequent generation of a polybasic cleavage site would have then required repeated passage in cell culture or animals with ACE2 receptors similar to those of humans, but such work has also not previously been described. Finally, the generation of the predicted O-linked glycans is also unlikely to have occurred due to cell culture passage, as such features suggest the involvement of an immune system. Okay, so this is saying that polybasic cleavage sites are not something that generally just happen like instantly from one mutation to the next, but in general, these occur after many generations of viral transfer, and they generally require polybasic cleavage sites generally develop after many transfers when there is a presence of some immune system natural selective mechanism. And so the chances of a polybasic cleavage site developing on in this strand of RNA, the acquisition of that polybasic cleavage site would probably be highly unlikely in a laboratory where they haven't described. When they say described, they mean published research on or illustrated a sequence of, like published a sequence of this RNA. It would be highly unlikely for that to emerge instantly. It would have to be done through many generations. And then the fact that the RBD has some particular amino acids that also aren't predicted by a computer, but have developed in parallel in other animals in the wilderness suggest some common ancestor, I think. Okay. So the zoonotic transfer is essentially saying there's some common ancestor here, or maybe the pangolin one jumped from bat to human, and then there was a bunch of transmission from human to human without much disease feature. And then as that transmission occurred, eventually the polybasic site was acquired because an immune system will select for polybasic cleavage sites. And then once that happened, it basically became COVID-19. So, okay. Okay. Basically, they would need to find. Okay. All right. Okay. All right. We're almost done. I think we're on the last page. Okay. No, we're not. Sorry. We're almost done with page 2. All right. Oh, no, wait. We're on page 3. Last page. Okay. Conclusions. In the midst of the global COVID-19 public health emergency, it is reasonable to wonder why the origins of the pandemic matter. Detailed understanding of how an animal virus jumped species boundaries to infect humans so productively will help in the prevention of future zoonotic events. For example, if SARS-CoV-2 pre-adapted in another animal species, then there is the risk of future reemergence events. In contrast, if the adaptive process occurred in humans, then even if repeated zoonotic transfers occur, they are unlikely to take off without the same series of mutations. In addition, identifying the closest viral relatives of SARS-CoV-2 circulating in animals will greatly assist studies of viral function. Indeed, the availability of the RATG13 bat sequence helped reveal key RBD mutations in the polybasic cleavage site. The genomic features described here may explain in part the infectiousness and transmissibility of SARS-CoV-2 in humans. Although the evidence shows that SARS-CoV-2 is not a purposefully manipulated virus, it is currently impossible to prove or disprove the other theories of its origin described here. However, since we observed all notable SARS-CoV-2 features, including the optimized RBD and polybasic cleavage site, in related coronaviruses in nature, we do not believe that any type of laboratory-based scenario is plausible. More scientific data could swing the balance of evidence to favor one hypothesis over another. Obtaining related viral sequences from animal sources would be the most definitive way of revealing viral origins. For example, a future observation of an intermediate or fully formed polybasic cleavage site in a SARS-CoV-2-like virus from animals would lend even further support to the natural selection hypothesis. It would also be helpful to obtain more genetic and functional data about SARS-CoV-2, including animal studies. The identification of a potential intermediate host of SARS-CoV-2, as well as sequencing of the virus from very early cases, would similarly be highly informative. Irrespective of the exact mechanism by which SARS-CoV-2 originated via natural selection, the ongoing surveillance of pneumonia in humans and other animals is clearly of the utmost importance. Okay. Jesus. Okay, so when this paper was published, the argument was the researchers in this early paper argue that parallel evolution, I shouldn't say parallel evolution, right? I should say that parallel demonstrations of 6 key amino acids in the RBD was binding domain, R binding domain. What was it? Receptor binding domain. Demonstrate 6 key amino, I think it was, being present in other similar hosts in Wuhan, in a configuration that was not predicted to be effective for infection, for binding via ACE2. A configuration is not predicted to be effective for infection. Suggest a common ancestor for the virus. And then they also argue that the evolution of, or the, I should say acquisition is probably more good, right? So argue that the acquisition of a polybasic cleavage site suggests natural selection occurred over many generations within the presence of an active immune system, which is unlikely to happen in a laboratory setting, especially with no evidence or documentation of any attempt with a particular, what, sequence? Nucleotide sequence virus to do so. Okay. 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 This was the first big paper that was authored when the virus first came out, first dropped. This was a few months after. This was published in what was the date? Like March of 2020, I think. April of 2020. Okay. Jesus Christ. April 2020. Okay, that's good enough. Okay, all right. We don't need this paper. Okay, that was the first paper. Back to the debate. Session 1, $100,000 debate. Oh boy. Please don't be
Hi,
shitty
everyone.
audio.
My name is Will Van Truren, and I will be participating and moderating in a debate on the origins of COVID. I'm going to call the order to session. Everyone's here. First, we'll have the judges read affirmations indicating neutrality and lack of conflict of interest. We'll have the participants introduce themselves, and then we will be having two 90-minute initial opening statements from each side, followed by rebuttals from each side and questions from the judges. So to read my oral affirmation.
Last mention, but the emails of the scientists were published and they were not as confident in this conclusion. For what? Hold on. Scientists discuss masking their involvement in key journal letter on COVID origins emails show. EcoHealth Alliance President Peter Daszak, the head of an organization involved in research that genetically manipulates coronaviruses, discussed hiding his role in a statement published last year in The Lancet that condemned as conspiracy theories concerns that the COVID-19 virus may have originated in a research lab, emails obtained by U.S. Right to Know show. The Lancet statement signed by 27 prominent scientists have been influential in tamping down suspicions. Drafted the statement and circulated it, but the emails reveal. Okay. Let's see. From Peter Daszak. I spoke with Lympha last night about the statement we sent around. He thinks, and I agree with him, that you, me, and him should not sign this statement, so it has some distance from us and therefore it doesn't work in a counterproductive way. Jim Hughes, Linda Safe, Hume Field, and I believe Rita Colwell will sign it. And then I'll send it around to some other key people tonight. We'll then put it out in a way that doesn't link back to our collaboration, so we maximize an independent voice. I also think this is a good decision. Otherwise, it looks self-serving and we lose impact. So these guys are saying that they shouldn't sign this public statement because they felt like because they're involved in organizations that do gain-of-function research, so it would look bad to have I mean, this seems reasonable, no? Like, yeah, like people would probably attack you if you, or would say that like, oh, these guys are just signing it because it benefits their companies. But the emails revealed that these thought they should not sign the statement, so the master involvement in it. Leaving their names off the statement would give it some distance. Doesn't know that he could sell it around or send it around to other scientists to sign. We'll then put it out in a way that doesn't link back to our collaboration, so we maximize independent voice. He wrote, the two scientists Daszak wrote to about the need to make the paper appear independent of EcoHealth are coronavirus experts Ralph Baric and Lympha Wang. In the emails, Baric agreed with the exception of silent statement, writing others like self-serving will lose impact. He did ultimately sign the statement himself, but he was not identified as its lead author or coordinator of the effort. The emails are part of a tranche of documents seen by U.S. Right to Know that showed it last year to undermine the hypothesis that SARS-CoV-2 may have leaked from the one institute. Hold on. Who linked this initially? Link me something that says what you said in chat. Otherwise, you're permabanned. You said that there was a statement, or that emails showed by them showed that they were not confident about the paper. This just sounds like it has to do with them signing a PR statement. Who linked this initially? Hassan was on Twitch threatening a chat with a gun. Stephen IRL, a bounty hunter got permit. Or a bounty hunter got permit. No warning from Twitch for brandishing a firearm when entering a house for his safety. Stephen need to, or I'm sorry, Jesus. People need to get onto Twitch. Okay. Sorry, I was looking at links too hard. We'll search for the proper link. You linked this like 10 times, didn't you? There's also some evidence in the emails of these researchers in regards to their competence and their claims. Last message from Miller's paper, but the emails of the scientists were published and they were not as confident in this conclusion. Okay. You survived for now. I don't know how you linked this 4 times and you didn't read it, but okay.
Information. I, William Van Turen, do not have any conflicts of interest that may affect my decision. No outcome of the debate will have a significant effect on me, my financial status, my reputation, my social status, my business relations, or my personal relationships. I will act in good faith to ignore any preconceived notions regarding the origins of COVID and make my decision based solely on the evidence and arguments presented during the debate and their effect on the likelihood of the proposed hypotheses. I have no business or other relationships with any of the parties or, to my knowledge, their affiliates.
Thank you. I also affirm that I don't have any conflicts of interest that may affect my decision. Specifically, no outcome of the debate will have a significant effect on me, my financial status, my reputation, my social status, my business relations, or my personal relationships. I will act in good faith to ignore any preconceived notions regarding the origins of COVID and make my decision based solely on the evidence and arguments presented during the debate and their effect on the likelihood of the proposed hypotheses. I have no business or other relationship with any of the parties or, to my knowledge, their affiliates. Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you. Sar, will you please give yourself an introduction and to yourself and Rootcoin?
Okay, remind me, 3 minutes?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so I'm Sar Wolf. I'm the founder of Rootcoin. What we try to do at Rootcoin, we try to build probabilistic models for contentious issues that are of importance to the world. This is a great example. There's a lot of debate on what is the origins of COVID, a lot of claims, a lot of evidence. What we do at Rootcoin is we try to quantify that evidence and integrate it into a probabilistic model that can provide an actual likelihood of each of the hypotheses. We developed very detailed, rigorous methodology that tries to overcome a lot of the human biases. I believe we have a process that is far better than any human inference method. And in order to back that up, we offered a $100,000 challenge to anyone who thinks our conclusions are wrong. And this is the process. The process is that each side should present its evidence in front of 2 agreed judges, and the winner takes home the $100,000. I think this process is going to be very interesting. I think it's something that is will show a methodology that is much better than the current methods that people try to resolve differences. The idea that you have skin in the game, that every side has incentive to win that is very strong, and not just incentive to just say things that match their beliefs. That ensures that people strongly think what's true. They strongly research. They don't make claims that they can't stand behind. In terms of the people, I'm not a scientist, and neither is Peter. But I think when you try to integrate a lot of evidence and get to a good conclusion, then it's not about being a scientist. It's about being able to assess a lot of data, analyze it, integrate it. Both of us have consulted with scientists, and we think that I think this will be able to bring a conclusion that is far more accurate than current processes.
Wonderful. Thank you. Peter, will you please introduce yourself?
Yeah, I'm Peter Miller. I'm the guy crazy enough to sign up for this challenge. My technical background is in physics and programming. I worked on a Fermilab experiment. I worked on high-temperature superconductors. After that, my career was more in programming. None of that's relevant here. I'm not a virologist. I got interested in virology in 2020 for the same reason everyone else did. I got interested in COVID misinformation mostly the year after that, because it kind of personally affected my family and friends. I had a lot of people that didn't get the COVID vaccines and instead bought ivermectin from internet pharmacies, and I wanted to understand why they were doing that, whether there was any truth to that. I read a lot about that. I started blogging about that. And at the time, I didn't think the LabLeak theory was false. I didn't think that was COVID misinformation. I thought that was, maybe 50-50. That's sort of human bias when you hear 2 theories and you're not sure. You just say they're equally likely. Last year, I really started digging into it because the conversation didn't seem resolved. I thought it was eventually just going to resolve one way or the other. And after digging in, I came more like 99% on the zoonotic origin side and thought the LabLeak side really fell apart. So I'd like to...
Did you say 99? I thought it was 90%.
On the... Actually just going to resolve one way or the other. And after digging in, I came more like 99% on the zoonotic origin side and thought the LabLeak side really fell apart. So I'd like to communicate some of the reasons why I changed my mind, see if I can change the judge's mind, maybe even change Rootcoin's opinion.
Wonderful.
Is the physics dude the guy putting up the 100K? Both of them are betting 100K against each other.
Eric, will you introduce yourself?
Hi, yes. My name is Eric Stancifer. I'm an applied mathematician. And while I did briefly work in a mathematical virology research group, I think that the role of Will and I as judges is less to be, the expert.
Why did he smile when he talked about his family getting dangerous vaccine alternatives? That was a bit odd. It's not odd at all. He's probably laughing at the frustrated retardedness of it. I'd probably do the same thing. Yeah, my mom doesn't believe in the COVID vax. Feels good, man, right? I smile when I say that.
Is grading Peter and Sar whether they got their answers right, but more to act sort of as representatives of and inquisitive.
Imagine how based it would be if this became the norm. The reality is there's not a lot of, there's not any demand for a debate like this that's kind of incredibly data-driven and relatively boring. Like, my guess is this is probably one of the most popular videos in the series, and it's because it's the first video, and it has 11,000 views. So.
And skeptical audience that wants to know, like, Sarah and Peter are going to make all these claims, and someone has to grill them and see if their claims stand up to scrutiny. So I'm very interested to know what is the true origin of COVID. I don't feel like I've seen evidence one way or the other that decides it yet. I'm hoping by the end of this debate that I see evidence that decides it in only one direction. Remains to be seen. Okay, thank you.
I'm Will Van Turen. I'm an entrepreneur working in pharmaceuticals. I have a background in bacteriology, PhD from Stanford. I'm super excited. The work that both Peter and Sarah have put into this is tremendous, and I think they've done a great service to generating knowledge, which is difficult to generate through other more official channels. And I think that this mechanism of kind of an adversarial truth-seeking is tremendous. So excited to be a participant in this debate. I'll introduce quickly again, just going over the rules for the audience, and then we will have Peter to speak for the initial presentation of 90 minutes. So again, both Peter and Sar will speak for 90 minutes, Peter first, then Sar, then we will have rebuttals. The total time of the rebuttals is 45 minutes to each side to be allocated as they see fit and in answering the questions from Eric and I, and then there will be a possibility that Eric and I will extend the debate for up to an additional hour if we have more questions in this session. This session is to be followed by 2 additional sessions with continuing the debate on different aspects. So with that, I yield the floor here to Peter for the first speech. Sorry, you're good.
Oh, already destroyed.
Sorry, so if you could just show the two hypotheses you need to decide between, so there's a good definition of exactly what is the purpose of the debate.
Absolutely. Sorry, is that in the judge contract?
Yeah, yeah, in either that or MOU, whatever you want. Yeah.
I don't have that handy. That's the one document I don't have handy if either of you do.
I have it. Do you want me to read it or just send it to you?
Wait, what you talking about?
Yeah, yeah, in either that or MOU, whatever you...
In the judge contract?
Yeah, yeah, in either that or...
I don't have that handy. That's the one document I don't have handy if either of you do.
I have it. Do you want me to read it or just send it to you?
Reading it would be great.
Okay, so the specific question at hand is whether the pandemic more likely began with a natural spillover from wildlife or as a result of gain-of-function research. Natural spillover from wildlife in this context refers to the 2019 outbreak starting due to SARS-CoV-2 passing from an animal to any human without laboratory involvement. Gain-of-function research in this context refers to the 2019 outbreak starting due to a laboratory performing manipulation of a virus, such as genetic modification, insertion of a furin cleavage site, serial passage in cell culture, or serial passage in laboratory in animals, and that manipulated virus infecting any human. Any probability assigned to the hypothesis that lab activities caused the spillover but without manipulation is not counted in favor of either party's hypothesis. Let's go. But without manipulation, any human. Any probability assigned to the hypothesis that lab activities caused the spillover but without manipulation is not counted in favor of either party's hypothesis. Let's go.
My turn? Okay. First slide, I want to explain why I'm doing this. SAR originally proposed that we have a debate where we each had scientists helping us, and I actually asked a few zoonotic origin scientists, and they all said this was a bad idea. Scientists think that science should always be peer-reviewed papers, and I agree with them that peer-reviewed papers are actually a better way to solve the truth. Debates are scary. There's a lot of unknowns in terms of how well you'll perform in real time. But the problem is that people don't read those papers, and they do read the news, they listen to podcasts, they hear a lot about the LabLeak origin, and they don't really see what the scientists think. So I think there's still a good role for this kind of debate. Before I knew a lot about this issue, I would have loved to see a debate like this. So I guess I'm just going to try and have that debate. I've heard a lot of
be the change you want to see.
LabLeak claims back when I was more interested in believing this theory. They come up with a lot of reasons why you should think that Wuhan's an unlikely place for a pandemic to start. They say it's 1,000 miles away from the closest bats. They say that the pandemic started on the doorstep of China's best virology lab. There's this claim that there were 3 researchers at the Wuhan lab that were infected, and all these claims about genetic engineering. I'm going to rebut all of that. I think Wuhan's a fairly likely place for a pandemic to start. It's not an inevitable place. The 3 sick researchers' evidence seems to be made up. One of the things I'm going to emphasize is that the LabLeak theory is not one LabLeak theory. It's dozens of different LabLeak theories that contradict each other. Some people call it a conspiracy in search of a theory. This is not the first human coronavirus. We've had 9 of them. 5 are endemic now. We're going to be stuck with COVID forever, the way it looks like. We've also had a lot of these coronaviruses that jump from animals into livestock. So for each of these, you have a original host, which is frequently a bat, but it could be a rat or some other species. So for each of these...
Oh, I wonder if these have just a common ancestor or something. This is what they meant by alpha lineage coronaviruses versus beta lineage coronaviruses, I think. It doesn't have to do with like different variants of the same virus. It has to do with, it's referring to a specific set of prior coronaviruses, I believe, right? So I'm guessing, like, is SARS-1 an evolution of OC43? SARS-1 OC43. Maybe? Fuck. Maybe not. Destiny, so am I correct that the last line of the rules would mean if we find the virus at the one wet market because the nearby lab was collecting all the infected bats, they could just study but didn't engineer anything, that nobody wins? No, it just sounded like they were saying that that wouldn't count for evidence of the LabLeak theory. That actually sounds deferential to the zoonotic origin side. It sounds like what the rules are saying is, like, let's say that they went to a wet market and they collected an animal and then brought it back to a lab, but they didn't do gain of function research on it, and then that animal infected somebody. They're saying for the purpose of this debate, they wouldn't count that as LabLeak, I believe, is how this works, yeah.
We've also had a lot of these coronaviruses that jump from animals into livestock. So for each of these, you have a original host, which is frequently a bat, but it could be a rat or some other species. You often have an intermediate species. So
I thought it was not supposed to be counted for either side. Oh, maybe they said either side, but that's still good for the zoonotic debater. It just couldn't count as evidence for it, is what they were saying.
in 2003, that was the SARS epidemic. That was a civet, and there were a few other animals like raccoon dogs that were also infected. And then that jumps to a human. We don't always find the intermediate host like with in 2003. In 2004, we had this HKU1 coronavirus, and we think the host species is a rat. We don't know what the intermediate species is. Sometimes it's just hard to trace these things. We don't know the intermediate species for SARS-2, COVID. It could be a lab rat or it could be a raccoon dog. That's what we're trying to figure out. It's most useful to compare COVID to the 2003 epidemic. The 2003 one was found in markets that sold civets and raccoon dogs. The first COVID cases were also at a market that sold civets and raccoon dogs. SARS started in November 2002. The first COVID case we found was in December 2019, but the first actual case might have been November. That might be one of our first clues. Human viruses are seasonal in the winter. The bat viruses are also seasonal. They're highest in September and October. That's because the newborn bats were born a couple months before that. They have weaker immune systems. It's like sending kids to preschool that spikes diseases. The same sort of thing happens with bats. And if it was a lab leak, that can happen any month of the year.
Okay.
SARS.
Oh, one of the things, it's funny because people act like there are so many people. I remember the conservatives will deny it now, but they're like, really? It came from a wet market? Oh, what? So somebody went and they ate a raw fucking dog and that's how they got it, right? But it's, the ending of this Contagion movie, I think that the way that they demonstrated the origination of the virus was almost exactly that, I think. Or it was literally like was it just bat poop on a lady? Or it might have been bat poop into a wet market. Yeah, I think this is a wet market. I don't know, they're in some Asian place. Have you ever seen a wet market? It's awful? Nope. Or maybe it's just a pig market. Or maybe he's going to the wet market. Oh, he's just being chopped up as a piggy. It was bad poop, though. This is a 2011 movie, though. It's kind of funny.
It started in Foshan, the 14th largest city in China. COVID started in Wuhan, the 9th largest city in China. There's this talking point that the bats are 1,000 miles away. That's misleading in a couple ways. SARS started in Guangdong province. That's also 1,000 miles from Yunnan. And SARS was also found on Hubei farms. So we know for sure that these kind of viruses can naturally get to Hubei. We also know there are animals from Yunnan sold at the Wuhan market. There's some bamboo rats from Yunnan.
You know what? I'm going to write these down. Fuck it. Hold on. So, in favor of zoonotic is prior transmission of SARS-CoV viruses, or SARS-CoV-like, I should say. Viruses have happened from animals to humans before. Seasonally, it's likely that SARS-CoV-2 came in the winter season, as they often do, due to bat breeding cycles, is what he said, I think.
So the way I could get those from Yunnan found on SARS started that the bats are 1,000 China. COVID started in Wuhan, the 9th largest city in China. There's this talking point that the bats are 1,000 miles away. That's misleading in a couple ways. SARS started in Guangdong province. That's also 1,000 miles from Yunnan. And
range of bats isn't relevant based on prior cataloged coronaviruses, you're calling, I guess.
SARS was also found on Hubei farms, so we know for sure that these kind of viruses can naturally get to Hubei. We also know there are animals from Yunnan sold at the Wuhan market.
Wait, for the purposes of this debate, have they exchanged sources back and forth yet? Or is this like a surprise? I think it's a surprise debate, kind of, right?
There's some bamboo rats from Yunnan. So the way I could get there is, in a truck full of animals or through the wildlife trade. This is a map of where those bamboo rat farms were compared to 4 of the closest viruses to COVID. And I've also marked this Tenglong Cave as one example, because there are also caves in Hubei province. Those have bats in them. They have farms adjacent to them, like civet farms. Before the pandemic, there were about 600 wildlife farms with over 1 million animals being farmed on them, and some of those were being sold at the Huanan market in Wuhan. So the Yunnan does kind of stand out as the highest density of bats, also northern Laos and Vietnam, but the same bats are found also in Hubei and most of southern China, mostly not in northern China. There's some very low density swath through some mountains. Yunnan's human population is also low, so there's less overlap between bats and humans. We do know that, like I said, that SARS was found near Wuhan. There was, I picked out studies everywhere from 2003 to 2005 that found SARS on Hubei farms. And Hubei also exported civets to Guangdong. So when we've gone back and looked at the genomes from these viruses, it looks like the Hubei civets are closer to the human cases than the Guangdong market civets that we found later. So there's actually a theory that SARS started on Hubei farms and got exported to Guangdong. Will asked me a few questions about this theory over email, so I dug into this a little more. One of the ways you can trace this is through rare mutations. Some of the Guangdong civets have this complete genome in one section that's shared with some of the earliest Guangzhou cases. We can tell the later SARS cases in humans are different because they all have one rare mutation. But some of the early Guangdong cases have this very rare 82 nucleotide deletion, this rare mutation. And when we went and found the first civets in Hubei, they had that same mutation. So there's a good theory there that that virus started on those Hubei farms and then got exported 700 miles south to the town of Zhongshan. There's other theories for how that same mutation could have happened in both. It's hard to prove these things. You can ask how those Hubei civets got sick in the first place. These are generally animals that are taken from the wild and put on a farm. There's a common practice in Hubei where you have some animals on a farm and you go trap another one and you put it on the farm. So you have a new vector for a disease. And then there was a study the next year where they actually looked at wild animals in Hubei, and they found SARS antibodies in several species in the civets, in one kind of badger, and also in this one kind of rat, the Edwards rat. So how did those animals get sick in the first place? Those rats actually have the highest percentage of SARS antibodies, and those rats live in caves shared with bats. When the bats die, the rats eat them. You could have a wild civet that eats one of those rats, then somebody traps a wild civet, puts it on a farm. The Hubei civets are shipped to Guangdong, people in Guangdong get sick. We don't actually know how the SARS pandemic started. We've never found the farm that it spilled over on. Viruses are really hard to trace, and this is 20 years afterwards. But this is one example of the whole chain of events that could have happened, and for COVID it could be something similar to that. So we don't know the pathway for COVID either. It could be from Hubei bats to Hubei farms. It could have been the Yunnan bats to the Yunnan farms and shipped to the market. Several ways that could happen naturally. We have looked for bat viruses that are similar, and in both cases we found bat viruses that are like 96% similar, but no closer. Another thing we can do is look for recombinant ancestors, which is where you look for multiple bat viruses and say, if these recombined in nature, how close could that create the ancestor for these viruses? And in both cases, it's almost 99% for SARS and for COVID. We've already talked, it's not extremely unlikely for a pandemic to start in Wuhan.
Do I want to know this? Do I care? How do viruses recombine? How would 2 RNA viruses recombine?
But
I don't care, never mind. Don't care.
Try to quantify this.
If it comes up later in a paper, I'll look it up.
People make this sound very likely because they say it's on the doorstep of China's best virology lab. The talking point's not really literal. It's across town. There's I think over 10 million people in Wuhan, so just getting between these two places, you're going to pass by a few million people.
Jeez.
If you just naively say, this is, I think, an older figure of about 8.6 million people in Wuhan. It's about 1 in 170 of the people in China. But an outbreak doesn't start randomly. Outbreaks start in big cities because you need density of people for a virus to spread. The odds are, one simulation says it's about 30 times higher for the virus to spread in a city. So it could infect somebody on a farm, but they're not going to get on the subway and pass it to other people over town and then send it international. So that increases your odds. You might need a really big city. Remember, for SARS, it was the 14th largest city. And, you know, if it has to be like a top 20 city, then the odds of Wuhan might be 5%. You can see the railway network here. Wuhan's a traffic hub. And I did a bit of research. It's also a hub for the wildlife trade. There's animals and animal products that get shipped through there. There also aren't as many bats in northern China, and the cuisine in northern China is different. So you don't have the same kind of markets in Beijing that you have in Wuhan, and that's the cuisine, and it's also the regulations. Like, they're stricter about regulating the wildlife trade in Beijing or Shanghai. So that might double your odds. I'm actually cropping my slide there. The farming in Hubei, like I said, could be different. We do know that they have this practice where they trap the wild animals and put them together with the farmed animals. I'm not certain if this also happened in other provinces. I might just be cherry picking this one example. But we do know that we found those wild civets that were infected in Hubei, and I don't think we've actually ever found wild civets infected in another province. You also don't expect this to be like a Yunnan villager who's the first person to get sick.
Viruses are very rudimentary, Destiny. They don't care if they live or die, just DNA replicators at the basic level. If they encounter new DNA, they can just integrate it. None of that made sense. Viruses absolutely care if they live or die. That's the foundation to all DNA or RNA replication, is stuff that is more likely to survive, really to replicate and be passed on. Everything that exists in any kind of like genetic or reconfigurable thing wants to have that configuration passed on. It's like the underpinning of all transmission of any type of genomic material, right?
You do find some antibodies in those people, but you found a much higher rate of antibodies in the animal traders. The people who traded civets back during SARS, 70% of them had SARS antibodies. Though, strangely, they rarely got SARS. So part of that might be you get exposed to these animals over and over and you develop some immunity.
They're naturally selected but don't have a necessity for reproduction. How would that? They have to be able to reproduce in some way. Otherwise, you would never get any variation in genetic code, and you would never get any, and they would just die. They would infect one cell and just die. How would you have? I thought you were trying to get the sort of sense. What do you mean by want? As in like the function of a thing, right? Genetic material that can be reconfigurable is like, that has some process to be randomized as well. Wants to be, it has to be passed on over and over again. Otherwise, it just dies out, right? He's baiting you into saying viruses are living. There's a debate on if viruses count as life or not. I don't believe there is a real debate on if viruses count as life or not, because it's not relevant. That's not a relevant question to anything. Whether or not something counts as life is a purely philosophical exploration. It has no bearing on anything else in the real world. It's just it's like I think you argue about in high school.
They rarely got SARS. So part of that might be you get exposed to these animals over and over and you develop some immunity before you get exposed to the worst disease. So if you're going to pick somebody in China, guess who's the first case? It's probably going to be a wildlife trader.
Probably going to be Yo Mama.
It has to be in a big city for the pandemic to spread. And it's going to be in central or southern China because the markets are different and the bat density is lower and the trade isn't as connected between north and south. So...
Sorry, that was mean. I didn't mean to be mean. I'm sorry. I love you.
Summary of everything I said there. They're very similar. You know, the big difference is we found that intermediate host for SARS. We didn't find it right away. We found it, I think, 6, maybe actually 7 months later by looking at other markets, not the place it originally started. And with COVID... 6 months later, the entire world was on lockdown. China locked down within about 2 months, so you didn't have 6 months to search. There was this limited search at the market. They didn't actually even test any live animals at the market. They killed the animals, as far as we know. They took some samples from some frozen animals and from stray animals. And Hubei farms got shut down in January. Wuhan went into lockdown in January. The rest of China went into lockdown pretty shortly after that. Farms across China were closed in February. They killed tens of millions of animals. Very little testing relative to that. They did test 80,000 animals. A lot of that was later, like during zero COVID times in China, and a lot of that was like livestock and poultry, unrelated animals that don't catch these diseases. So I found one study saying they tested maybe 600 animals from farms related to the market. Also found a study for SARS where scientists went to a Guangdong market that was definitely infected. They tried to trace back which farm supplied that market. They went to, I think, 12 different Chinese provinces, tested all those farms, 1,100 civets, and 0 of those farm civets tested positive. So tracing viruses is hard. I think it's harder than my opponent thinks.
Ooh.
And I think both of these are similar pandemics. I think you can get a natural pandemic in Wuhan. I think the odds are somewhere in maybe the 2% to 10% range that it would be in Wuhan versus another city. And I think we can't rule out a lab leak because we haven't found that intermediate host. Until we find that, we can't ever say with 100% certainty that it's not a lab leak. But I think we can make a probabilistic argument to say the natural origin is much more likely. With the odds of a lab leak, we both agree that the original SARS viruses got studied in labs. It leaked a few times. There's other viruses like smallpox leaked back when that was being studied. These are usually small incidents. It's like one researcher or maybe some contacts. There was this flu pandemic in 1977 that a lot of people find very suspicious. And it's never been proven, but people think it might have been caused by a vaccine trial. So we might have had one research-triggered pandemic in history. I didn't work out exact odds here. We're going to do that more in the third debate, but natural pandemics are much more common. Another key to these old lab leaks is they leak viruses that we know about because we're studying viruses we've seen before. And so you can tell these are lab leaks because the people who are infected are researchers, and even if you didn't know who the person who was infected was, you know it's the SARS virus, and it can't be the exact same SARS virus, same genetic sequence you've seen before, unless it's been frozen in the lab. That was actually the key evidence for 1977 that people find suspicious, because it's very similar to this flu that was found in 1950. It's about 99% similar. So it's not clear how it would mutate so little if it was in nature. I guess it could be frozen in nature, but a lot of people think maybe it was frozen in a lab. COVID is a novel virus. It's not that similar to SARS, about 80%. It's 96% similar to this closest virus held in any lab. You couldn't really turn that closest virus into COVID even if you wanted to. So you need a lab that has a secret virus, and that's part of the odds here. There has been one novel virus detected as a lab accident. That's this virus called Marburg, which was found in Germany. That was a large-scale vaccine production. They brought some animals into a lab. It spread to lab employees. So that's possible. You could have this rare case where some virus is brought into a lab. Again, it's much less likely than a natural origin. In this case, we're talking about gain of function, and that's never happened before in history, so it's kind of hard to guess from the prior odds. I'm going to propose we break it down into probability the lab had the secret starting virus. We'll talk about that in the next debate. They made some manipulations to it. I don't think it actually looks that engineered, but that's a big discussion we're going to have. Probability it leaked. There've been a few studies on that.
This they kind of went over this in the first paper. This starts to feel like a much stronger argument than I would have even been able to articulate this morning. But it's the idea that you have a novel coronavirus whose sequence is unknown. It's not published anywhere, right? So they have a secret starting virus that nobody has documented, that's not discussed anywhere. And then from that secret starting virus, they do some kind of gain of function research such that they're able to create a novel way to get this virus to bind to human cells. And then from there, a leak event happens. And then from there, that leak event causes a pandemic. There's a lot of, I think some of those underlying events, your Bayesian prior assumption would be very, very, very low, would be my guess.
One I found says it's about 1 in 500 per lab per year, but we can leaked do it. I don't think it actually looks that engineered, but that's a big discussion we're going to have. Probability it leaked. There have been a few studies on that. One I found says it's about 1 in 500 per lab per year, but we can argue those odds. If it does leak, it's about 1 in 3 that a COVID epidemic spreads versus goes extinct right away. But they could have multiple leaks, I guess. And then the big one we're going to talk about today is what are the odds that it makes it across town to this market where the first cases were found, and there's a lot of good evidence linking it to that market, and not a lot of evidence of it being elsewhere in Wuhan. And then probably evidence linking it to that about today is what are the odds that it makes it across town to this market where the first cases were found, and there's a lot of good evidence linking it to that market, and not a lot of evidence of it being elsewhere in Wuhan.
That's a really good argument as well. Because I guess if you would imagine that it started in the lab somehow, and that was actually another. There's a lot of these lab leaks that are I'm familiar with some of the better faith arguments, and that's when I wondered what if it leaked in the lab and then the person went to a market and then it leaked in that market, from somebody who got infected into the lab. But it's if it is a 30-minute drive away, if this is a city of 9 or 10 million people, we have a lot of evidence of that virus being in the wet market. We don't have any evidence of it showing up prior to that, cataloged from people between the lab to the wet market. I don't think there's any evidence. I think there's been zero evidence presented of that. That seems pretty unlikely, but.
And then probably a last thing that's hard to quantify is, could they really cover this up?
I'm sorry, I should use more precise words. That seems extremely unlikely. My prior guess to that would be less than 1 or 2% probability, given how infectious this particular virus was.
Wuhan. And then probably a last thing that's hard to quantify is, could they really cover this up if it was this big disaster? And that depends on how many people know about it, quality of the cover-up, the quality of the sleuths that are looking into it. We'll talk about this more at the third debate, I guess. Another question is, what are the odds there would be some lab leak theory at all? One way people phrase this is, what are the odds it would be in the city with the only BSL-4 lab in China? There are actually 2 BSL-4 labs. But the theories go on to say that the Wuhan lab, it's a lab leak because they're reckless. They did their research at BSL-2. And if it's just a BSL-2 or BSL-3 lab that you're going to blame, how many of those are there? So this is one of the 10 largest cities in China. At least 7 of those cities have virology labs. And I thought a little bit about like counterfactual theories. If this happened in Beijing, you could blame this researcher, Qi Yin. He sampled bats all across China, even from this Mozhong mine that's featured in lots of lab leak theories. The labs in Beijing worked with EcoHealth Alliance. There's a lab in Beijing that inserted furin cleavage sites into coronaviruses. They were doing that in 2019. If this happened in Guangzhou, you could blame Jinping Chen. He also worked with EcoHealth Alliance. They did the 2019 work on pangolin coronaviruses. I actually found 2 drastic members who'd already made theories implicating the Guangzhou lab because they had sampled so many bat viruses, because they had these pangolin samples. I think this was Yuri Dagan and Monali Rahalkar had both had made theories blaming this lab. And also the Guangzhou lab had been to the Mozhong mine. If COVID began in Nanjing, they had just found this virus ZC45, and there was actually a 2020 lab leak theory that said ZC45 was what they used to create SARS-CoV-2. So you could have definitely had that same theory if it started in Nanjing. These might not sound as good as the lab leak theory we have, but I think you would have had something. There's over 100 of these labs across China. This is also not the first lab leak theory in history. HIV had, I think I found 4 different lab leak theories. One said it was spliced together between 2 viruses. One blamed smallpox vaccination.
Is he calling out specific researchers? No, I think he's just saying that one thing that we tend to do that's hard to convince people is that history is like a whole bunch of events happening that are so hard to like, it's just so much different shit happening. But like if you start to see a pattern, it's very easy to convince yourself, wait a second, this is a perfect circle if I connect these events together. Oh my God. And it's like, well, hold on. Even though it looks like these events are perfectly explaining one to the next, and it's like a row of dominoes falling over perfectly. If you were to look at similar type events, you could probably have like 100 of these stories that are all similarly compelling without any smoking gun, right? Because even the lab leak people have to admit that there is no smoking gun. They have to say that, well, China's covering up the evidence, or Fauci is, I guess. And he's just saying, well, here's a whole bunch of other stories where, if this would have happened in Beijing, here's a guy who goes from places all over China to sample hundreds of bats, or here are all these other people that do all the sampling, and people would have just made a theory about them that right now a theory would fit with them, but obviously didn't come from those places. That's all he's arguing here.
This is also not the first lab. One said it was the vaccine. One blamed the oral polio vaccine because that was grown in chimpanzee kidney cells. And actually some of the people that are promoting today's lab leak theories were promoting the HIV lab leak theories back then. Also found lab leak theories for Ebola, for monkeypox, for Omicron. They even found one for Lyme disease. People said it came from the Plum Island Animal Disease Center because they did tick experiments. That was later proven wrong. I didn't find anything for the Spanish flu. I mean, we didn't really know much about viruses in 1918. I did find a theory that blamed aspirin, and another that said it was spread around the world by German submarines. So we kind of have a way of blaming whatever's new. We also have a way of blaming our political opponents in other countries. We think of it as Spanish flu, but in Spain it was the French flu, in Brazil it was the German flu, in Poland it was the Bolshevik disease. Every country nicknamed the virus after some political opponent. In America, COVID's the China virus. In China, it's the American virus. This is a survey dug up of 1,000...
Wait, what? Do they call it the American virus in China? No shot. Really?
In China, they were asked where they thought COVID comes from. 52% says it comes from the United States. 10% said it came from Europe. Only 17% said China. So most of these people believe it's a lab.
Destiny, that goes for both lab leak and animal to human transmission. Well, except we have tons of evidence of animal to human transmission events that happen all the time, right? And this isn't like none of these are smoking gun arguments. All of these are inductive arguments that are building you towards like a probability estimate, since we don't know for sure either way, right?
Laboratory in the United States. So it's just the mirror image of what we think in the US. And you can, if you want to look for suspicious articles, you can find the same things. There's this August article about a US lab being shut down. You can find mysterious disease outbreaks an hour away from that lab. People like these theories because some people like conspiracy theories, some people are xenophobic, but that's not most of us. Most of us just want explanations for tragic events, and it's more appealing to blame a person, Tony Fauci, whoever you don't like, for a pandemic than it is to blame some random accident in the wildlife trade. So it's clear there'd be some of these theories, no matter what the truth was. And none of these panned out for previous viruses. That should give us a prior on this stuff, but it's not proof. We still have to evaluate the evidence to figure out what happened. Before I get into that evidence, I also want to point out, like I said, there's not one lab leak theory. I'm going to lay out a few of the major ones. See if I can load a video here.
This weird new...
And you're going to watch a YouTube ad.
No YouTube.
We'll have your classified briefings, but the declassified information now. In September of 2019, 3 things happened in that lab. One is they deleted the sequences. was highly irregular. So the researchers don't usually like to do that. Second thing they did was they changed the command and control of the lab from the civilian control to the military control. Highly unusual. And I've been involved in dual-use labs when I was in the military. And the third things they did, which I think is really telling, is they let a contractor redo the ventilation system in that laboratory. So I think clearly there was strong evidence that there was a significant event that happened in that laboratory in September. It's now been declassified. You can read it. I'm sure there's more classified information around it.
Thank. Is the audio coming through okay for you guys when I play videos?
We hear it.
Yeah, great. So when I was first studying this, I was trying to build a timeline of, when I want to know where something comes from, I look at where and when, questions like that. And this is Robert Redfield saying there's 3 different reasons why the LabLeak happened in September. But then if you look at other headlines, you see this famous one in the Wall Street Journal saying there were 3 sick people in November, 3 sick researchers. And that's not just a time lag. The other people say it started September 12th. It's not going to take 2 months for these healthy young people to end up in the hospital. And I read every government report that's been produced on this, and I found it was just as inconsistent. I read this House GOP report, which said it happened in September, and that was spread around the world in these October Wuhan military games. I read the Senate GOP report, said October or November. I read this Department of Energy report, which actually pointed at a different lab, not the Wuhan Institute of Virology. I read Biden's intelligence report, which said it was a mix, like the CIA and the FBI couldn't agree. And none of these reports actually said anything about these.
Oh, so this is an important, I understand. This is important. Timelines are important. I say that a lot when you're studying history or conspiracy theories or anything, right? If you're going to make the argument that, wait, I'm mind fucking myself. Yes, okay, sorry. September, October, November, December. Okay, just making sure I'm not losing my mind. If that guy's going to make the argument that ventilation stuff was being swapped out because there was a leak that happened and they knew about it, and that leak had happened 2 months prior, how could it possibly be that for 2 months the lab leak had happened, but it was completely kept under wraps and there wasn't a huge spread of the infection, and then 2 months later it somehow escaped the quarantine that was being explicitly covered up by the government? That timeline is really suspicious.
The report said October or November. I read this Department of Energy report, which actually pointed at a different lab, not the Wuhan Institute of Virology. I read Biden's intelligence report, which said it was a mix, like the CIA and the FBI couldn't agree. And none of these reports actually said anything about these sick researchers. I thought that was surprising. That Wall Street Journal article just cites anonymous government sources. And then when you look outside the government reports, it's not any clearer. Some people blame another lab entirely. This is the Wuhan Institute of Biological Products. Some people look at October because they looked at cell phone records, or they said there's some roadblocks outside the lab. There's this Vanity Fair article. They look at November. They've come up with like a secret language of Chinese officials. They found some memo, and they didn't translate it literally, but they think it describes a lab accident. A bunch of people who actually speak Chinese disagreed. Could line up with the 3 sick researchers, but obviously contradicts the September theories. And then ProPublica, they walked back those claims. They got a lot less attention than the original article, and that was after the U.S. intelligence report said there was nothing suspicious about that lab safety training. Again, these theories can't all be true. The September theories just don't make much sense to me because it's such a highly contagious virus. If it started in September, it'd be all over the world by just December.
Yeah.
Also, this database thing probably isn't even true. It looks like maybe this is just an inaccurate monitoring system, and it was probably available after, probably until mid-2020, early 2020. The other thing I noticed when I read through the theory...
What? I wonder, we might read that. House report, origins, COVID-19. Please have Jim Jordan's name on it. I just love that guy. Was he part of this committee? I just hate this guy more than anybody else. Okay, I don't even know who was part of the 500+ page final report. Oh my God. I don't know if I'll go through this or not. We're definitely not doing it right now, but. This is so cocked. The Chinese government, agencies within the U.S. government, and some members of the international scientific community sought to cover up facts concerning the origins of the pandemic. Operation Warp Speed was a tremendous success and a model to build upon in the future. The vaccines, which are now probably better characterized as therapeutics because they don't want to call mRNA tech as vaccinations, absolutely fucking cucked. This is like sitting in the corner of the longest room imaginable, watching a train of every single BBC on the planet railing every single person in your life you've ever loved. What an unbelievable cucked statement to make here. Undoubtedly saved millions of lives by diminishing likelihood of severe disease and death. Oh my God. Wait, do they even talk about origins here? What is this stupid distinction conservatives make not calling the COVID shots vaccines? Jordan Peterson whaled this out of my debate. They don't want to call them vaccines because they feel like vaccines are trusted, and they extended the definition of vaccine by causing it, or by including the mRNA stuff, which should just be called therapy. It's fucking stupid. Oh, right here, the unknown origins of COVID-19. Just 4 or 5 pages. This is all fucking retarded, isn't it? Every single, I think all of the most frustrating thing, and I know this just from barely reading them, but we'll dig more into this. All of the, like, whenever you hear, oh, new country has determined that COVID-19 came from a lab, I think in every single one of these cases, they're like circle jerking each other and like intelligent. There's no actual like scientific research. There's no novel argument. But I don't know. We'll dig into that more later. Whatever. Okay. We don't need this. Don't need this. Okay, back to this.
Available after, probably until mid 2020, early 2020. The other thing I noticed when I read through the theories is that the theories don't agree on how the virus was made. Like there's this, I guess maybe the most common one now is it's a bat virus and they put a furin cleavage site into it. But there was an earlier one that said it was this chimera combining bat and pangolin viruses. One says it was like stitched together entirely from different pieces of RNA. One blames ferrets, one blames mice. One says it was created in cell culture. There's an early one that said it has HIV genes. There's one that says it's a self-spreading vaccine. One says it came from this mine shaft, which is suspicious because the 50% of the miners died from whatever that disease was, so you'd actually need a loss of function research if it's that theory. And then there's the, it came from a US lab theory. On the second day, I can probably prove that some of these methods wouldn't actually work to create COVID, but you can't rule out every possible method. You can rule out like 90% of these. So let's actually get into the data on where COVID started. This is the WHO report, 174 confirmed cases in December 2019. When I used to believe this theory, I would look at things like, this is December 8th, there's this first case, and he's not linked to the market, so how can you say it started at the market if the first case wasn't there? Maybe it was spreading already. And people dug into this over time, and there's actually 2 drastic researchers. I think it was Brian Reed and Francisco that first noticed that that patient actually got sick on December 16th, and that was just a recording error. And then Michael Warby came to the same conclusion later. That guy had some other hospital issue, I think it's a dental emergency, and then he got COVID later. So you excluded him, you find out the actual first known case was at the market. This is Wei Guishan, who's a shrimp vendor at the Huanan market. And we had a little discussion over this on email already, and it sounds like we wanted to dig in a little more on the first few cases. Reclaim said that the first 2 he said were visitors, so I dug into that claim, and it was actually one of those 2 visitors was transportation staff at the market, so he works there, he just doesn't have a stall. And the other one is a repeat visitor who buys seafood for a hotel, so he could definitely be infected on a previous visit. Those 2 are not the very first. The very first is Wei Wuxiang, and then after that, it's 2 more vendors. So 4 out of the first 5 work there. This is a map from another drastic member.
Sorry, Peter, can you go back to that slide?
Yeah, what's that?
I just wanted to say, is 57F, is that Wei Guishan?
Yeah, that's her age and her gender for each of these.
Okay. Okay, I'll ask the question when we get to the next slide.
So these could even be connected if you look at their occupations. She sells
seashells by the seashore. Sorry.
The outsider buys seafood for his hotel, and the guy who doesn't have a stall is transportation staff that might be billers done between. You don't really need to contact trace these because there are actually cases that we haven't ascertained because some people get mild COVID cases, and these are more like the first 5 hospitalized cases, the first that got sick enough that we noticed. I dug a little more into the...
Oh, hello. Oh, hi. Are you lonely? Hi, baby.
First known case, and I translated some Chinese videos from her. Some people argued over when exactly she got sick. I think she started knowing she was sick on the 10th, but the bad fever started on the 11th, and that's, I got COVID this summer, and that was exactly my experience. I knew I was sick, and then the next day it was like fever of 104. She lives very close to the market. You know, she might walk to work. That's different than the December 16th case who takes the subway. And she doesn't do really anything outside of work. She doesn't socialize, she doesn't play mahjong. She thinks that she got sick in the bathrooms that she shares with the wild meat sellers at the market. She was treated at this clinic very near the market. I think that's also very near her house. We can tell that she brought COVID to the clinic, not the other way around. By the end of the month, the clinic was shut down because they were all sick.
Yikes.
And then when she got sicker, she went back to work briefly on December 15th because she had to make money still. And she went to another hospital because she was too sick. That hospital remembers patients coming in sometime in that range, December 10th to 16th. And when she was just out of it for a few days in the hospital. When she came around, she was talking to people there who said there were also Huanan cases at Tongji Hospital. I marked the location of these two. So the big question here is, was COVID everywhere, or was there some sort of bias that led us to only find it at the market? So, you know, if you pick a random person in Wuhan, there's maybe 1,000 workers at the market and 10 million people. It's like 1 in 10,000 they work at the market. And then if you have 5 that are all there at the market, you know, 4 workers and 1 is a repeat visitor, that's incredibly unlikely. But maybe there could still be some kind of bias. But it's also the hospitals that are independently finding these cases. So there's the 2 that I mentioned there, and then there's 3 more hospitals that I found that all had early cases from the market, and actually it was often 50% or more of their early cases were from the market. The person that probably first discovered the market connection was this Dr. Zheng Yishan. She had 2 patients with pneumonia on December 27th. That was
Michael Warren B. Paper coronavirus? Wait, what was the name of this? Boro Bay. I fucking butchered this name. Is this the paper? In the journal Cell. That's kind of a badass name. Whoa. Okay, not doing this one. Jesus Christ. This is the top journal in the field too, by the way. Oh, really? Oh, fuck it. We'll throw it in as a source at least. Okay.
Man and a woman, they both had suspicious lung scans. She had experienced with SARS 20 years prior, and it made her think it looked like SARS, so she ordered a lung scan for their son. He wasn't ill, but he had the same abnormal scan. So she discovered human-to-human transmission. I think China denied it for over a month after that. The government denied it, but it was known very early on. The family actually had no link to the market, though. And she didn't notice them because they were from the market. She just noticed them.
Is this just a case study looking at this, or is this is this actually trying to answer the question of LabLeak or not? Common ancestors of SARS-CoV-2 linked to Hunan market matches the global common ancestor. Wildlife mitochondrial DNA identified in samples from stalls positive for SARS-CoV-2. DNA from raccoon dogs, civets is what they're called in other wildlife species, detected in market samples, and then genotypes of potential hosts were reconstructed for retracing animal geographic origins. Zoonotic spillovers. I'll just read the summary of this, sorry. I might just be retarded, but the best argument in favor of LabLeak, in my opinion, is the fact that CCP is known to control information and cover up facts about its own mistakes in the past. Well, I mean, that's not evidence of anything. That's just a... Isn't that strange? That's just an isn't that strange argument. Okay, just the summary of this. Zoonotic spillovers of viruses have occurred through the animal trade world life. The start of the COVID-19 pandemic was traced epidemiologically to the Huanan seafood wholesale market. Here, we analyze environmental qPCR and sequencing data. PCR is a way you test for something. What does it stand for again? Polymerase chain reaction. These are the tests they would give. How do you pronounce this shit?
And the way we were able to do that is that we used polymerase chain reaction, PCR.
Bro, what? How fast are you speaking?
And restriction enzymes in order.
Fuck you.
DNA polymerase builds a new strand.
Polymerase.
Be that the virus's polymerase just was
polymerase. Polymerase. Okay. Quantitative polymerase. Chain reaction testing. Okay. And sequencing, or quantitative. Did I say qualitative or quantitative? Quantitative. Okay. And sequencing data collected in the Huanan market in early 2020, we demonstrate that market-linked severe SARS-CoV-2 genetic diversity is consistent with market emergence and find increased SARS-CoV-2 positivity near and within a wildlife stall. We identify wildlife DNA in all SARS-CoV-2 positive samples from the stall, including species such as civets, bamboo rats, and raccoon dogs, previously identified as possible intermediate hosts. We also detect animal viruses that affect raccoon dogs, civets, and bamboo rats, combining metagenomic and phylogenetic approaches. Okay. We recover genotypes of market animals and compare them with those from farms and other markets. This analysis provides the genetic basis for a short list of potential intermediate hosts of SARS-CoV-2 to prioritize for serological and viral sampling. Jesus. Okay.
Because of the symptoms. Over the next few days, she had 4 more COVID patients, and all of those were linked to the market. So she talked to her colleagues at 2 other hospitals, and both of those had Huanan-linked patients. Over at Wuhan Central, 4 out of the 7 were market-linked. After they talked, the link was known, so that's about December 29th, and that alert went out after that. And before that date, it's greater than 50% with a link. And then it was later discovered that the 2 first patients that she had lived 2 kilometers from the market. And it's the same story at other hospitals. Even this is Zhongnan Hospital over right next to the Wuhan Institute of Virology. They didn't find these before that cutoff, but they just ordered a search for all of their pneumonia cases with an unknown cause as soon as that alert went out. And they found 2 cases, and those just both happened to be market-linked. One worked, and the other had visited.
Damn, do you think this guy's like, oh, fuck, I fucked up. Oh, shit. Or do you think his 90 minutes are going to be fucking Kino?
Had friends who worked in the market. You guys will look at the first lab that got samples. 3 out of 5 of their first samples came from market-linked cases, including the earliest one. All those were hospitalized before December 29th. That makes perfect sense if it started at the market. It's extremely unlikely that all these separate places would find 50% market-linked if this was actually all over Wuhan. We don't have full ascertainment of these market cases. Wei Wuxian is just the first known case. She's not patient zero. It's the more deadly a disease is, the easier it is to contact trace. So MERS is 30% lethal, and that's pretty easy to contact trace.
Jesus.
SARS is actually a little bit hard at 10%.
Jeez.
And COVID's less than 1% lethal. So when you get COVID,
Wait, when was SARS? Was 10%? Must be like mainly older people, right?
don't always know how you got it. Some people are asymptomatic, some people have a mild case. You can make genetic models based on the diversity of the early cases, and those say when she got sick, there might be 25 cases, about 50% odds. It's probably less than 100 cases at that time. I'd say it's a good odds that the first patient is actually a wildlife trader at the market. They might have a milder case because they've had 10, 20 years of selling these animals and exposure to similar viruses. They might just have a mild case for random reasons. I mean, most people do. And they might also lie about their illness to avoid punishment. It could be an adjacent vendor. It's probably not a customer because then that wouldn't keep spreading in the market. You could easily have solved this puzzle if China had tested everybody in the market for antibodies. They could say which wildlife traders had antibodies. Either they never did that or they never shared that data. And they could have also just asked detailed interviews of these people, and that could have solved it too. But we've never heard of those interviews. I'd also point out that with SARS, the first 7 patients, so these are the index cases for 7 different towns that SARS went to, and of these, I found only one of them had known contact with civets. One is a market vendor, that's patient 7. She's not a trader at the market, though. She's just similar to Wei Guizhang. She didn't sell the animals, but she worked at the market. 2 of these are restaurant chefs. One of the restaurant chefs had direct contact with a civet.
Oh, shit! Like in the movie.
The very first one, he's listed as animal contact, but I looked it up, and his animal contact is he cooked chicken, and I think he cooked domestic cat, but he didn't cook civet. He wasn't like a civet farmer or anything like that. So it's hard to trace these viruses back. First cases are at the market. This was, I guess I should talk about the history here. Michael Warby was not originally sold on the natural origin theory. He was open to LabLeak back in 2021. He signed this letter with a bunch of other scientists who wanted a better investigation because he thought the WHO report wasn't good enough. And the first papers he wrote in 2021 were like the stuff I just told you about, looking at the early cases before there was ascertainment bias. How were the first cases found? And after he convinced himself that it wasn't ascertainment bias, he went on to looking at the pattern of the cases in Wuhan in December and discovered that these are abnormally well clustered on the Huanan market. It's not just these orange dots are people that work there, but the blue dots are the ones we don't know how they're connected, and yet they're still geographically connected. And this is a kernel density estimate, it's just one way of averaging the data, making a heat map. Okay. And the highest probability contour is just perfectly centered on the market for these unlinked cases. So that could support the idea that this is community spread out the door of the market and from person to person. You can also look at how the cases spread over time.
Can I interrupt, Peter?
Uh-oh.
On the previous slide where you're showing these density contours, if I understand correctly, this 1% contour is supposed to contain about 1% of known cases after you do this kernel density averaging?
The kernel density is, there's some parameters in this model. It's like you put a Gaussian bell curve on each point, and then you can play with the bandwidth there. So if you had a really low bandwidth, it would just be this point cloud. And if you had really high bandwidth, it sort of averages the locations. And I think they used a bandwidth of 3 kilometers there to come up with their centering technique. There's some arbitrariness there. I've recreated this code. If you want to see it with like different bandwidths, you could ask me after the debate and I could show comparison there.
Damn.
Okay,
he knows his shit.
What I was going to ask is, if in December 2019 there were on the order of 200 cases, then a 1% contour, doesn't that make it sound like there's just 2 cases at the market? I'm not sure how to interpret
I think that's
this.
more like a probability estimate of most likely origin. It's not a...
Okay.
It's not a percentage of cases. I'd have to produce some raw heat maps for you to explain this better. I don't have the slide for that, but we can get into that. The spread is, these are terribly low resolution maps from the WHO report, but they're still high enough resolution to see that the initial cluster is near the market and it grows and spreads away from the market over time. And this technique has been used for other diseases, though not usually respiratory diseases. This is 1854 cholera outbreak, and they traced it back to a water pump based on finding sort of the center point of the cases.
Damn.
There are also 2 early strains of COVID. The earliest lineage B case is at the market. That's who we talked about, Wei Guizhang. And the earliest lineage A case came later. That was the one that lived 2 kilometers away that we already talked about. And the odds of them being that close, if you just make a model saying that it's equally spread all over town, the odds are, it's p equals 0.034, that they'd be that close of all these other great odds of possible locations. And then we only have 2 lineage A cases in December, and they're both similarly close. So the odds, if you pick them at random, they both...
When you're looking at lineage, are there parts of where's the 2 guys? Oh, Wang, same contention. When they talk about lineage, is there like junk portions of the nucleotide strain? Are there junk portions of RNA that can just change randomly? And then you can just, so since there's no selection for it, you can like tell lineages based on like similarities of like random sequences of RNA that can change or whatever. And it's like, oh, this came from this came from that. They're not like functional changes, but is that what that means? How you can tell like lineage A from B, or like just different sections of nucleotides that are matching? How much of the WHO report was done on the ground? I don't know. I haven't read it. This fucking guy. Unbelievable.
Be that close are 0.001. One of these was sampled before there was any known ascertainment bias back in December 27th.
Assuming LabLeak is true, couldn't whoever intentionally, unintentionally responsible for the lab spread it to the market? Wouldn't a spread originating from the market still make sense? That would be a type of LabLeak theory that you could have, but that's an exceptional theory. I don't think most people even believe that, but yes, you can compare different sections, but it's more complicated. The parts that aren't functional can just undergo random changes, but the non-junk parts don't change as often. You use both to get a lineage. You weigh them differently. Okay.
And you can trace back every case in the world back to these two strains. So it seems like the market's origin of the pandemic, it seems like a good theory, but let's try a few other theories here. Let's say it's the first super spreading event. This is cases in the market over time. We talked about 5 of these already. I've only marked 3 of them here. And then a week later, it spread more widely in the market.
I'm pretty sure you look at both. The functional regions are going to be largely conserved, but there will still be point mutations over time, while the non-functional regions will just mutate randomly. Strictly looking at the functional regions, you get an idea about who is closer in lineage as they will align better. Okay.
A week later, it spread even more widely on the west side, and it's also made it across the street to the east side of the market. And a few days later, it spread a little more. You can't go a full week because the market gets closed by then. So is what I'm trying to convey here is when you say super spreading event, that's usually like you go to an event and you get 50 people sick. You know, one person spreads it to everyone. But what's happening here doesn't look like super spreading. What happens here is like a slow burn through the market of person-to-person transmission. So super spreading is definitely the wrong place. You could call it the first cluster, maybe, but for super spreaders, not the right term. Is it a likely place for an outbreak to happen? Some of the LabLeak people say it's in the top 5. Warby's group looked up data on this, and they found this is just comparing to other markets and shopping malls. It's way down the list even there. There are about 1,700 places in Wuhan that see higher traffic. If you weight this by traffic, it's again like a 1 in 10,000 coincidence that it would be there. There's only 4 wet markets in Wuhan selling these wild animals. There are about 20 shops in those markets. The Wuhan market has more of the shops than any other market, so that makes it the most likely place in Wuhan for a natural virus to emerge, but unlikely as a super spreading location. Was the case search bias? We already talked about this as a common objection. And it's kind of funny in a historical sense because that was what Warby spent 2021 looking at, but once he got to his second paper, everyone objected that it was biased. We already talked about this as a common objection. And it's kind of funny in the shops on any other market, so that makes it the most likely place in Wuhan for a natural virus to emerge, but unlikely as a super spreading location. Was the case search bias? We already talked about this as a common objection. And it's kind of funny in a historical sense because that was what Warby spent 2021 looking at, but once he got to his second paper, everyone objected that it was still a biased issue. So the data I already talked about, these early cases are heavily linked to the market. There's probably a period after that where there is some bias towards the market because we have that connection. And then up until January 18th, there's this criterion for looking for market connection in the retrospective search. Looking for market connection when you're diagnosing a new case. But then after January 18th, they removed that criterion. And most of these 174 are found, after January 22nd. So the retrospective search should not be biased in that way or for that specific reason that's stated. It's not the January 18th criterion thing. Another way to think about it is just kind of common sense. If you think the search was biased to only find market-linked cases, it's weird that it finds 2/3 are not market-linked. And it's also, if you think it was somehow, I don't know what the mechanism would be where it would just pick cases that are close to the market naturally, because this is like hospital records. They're not going door to door looking for cases. But even if you imagine there's some mechanism for why it picks them close to the market, this same search is finding these blue dots, unconnected cases, even outside of Wuhan, elsewhere in Hubei, and far, far away from the market. So I want a theory for why you think it's biased that incorporates those facts. You can look for other examples, like the first cases were at the market. Also, when you look for early clusters, these early clusters start with somebody exposed to the market and then infecting people outside rather than the other way around. When you
sorry to interrupt. Can we go back 2 slides to the map? Yeah. Perfect.
What?
So I know that this is an important point of contention, and I think this will continue to be. So those clusters that lie far outside of the market, what were the diagnostic criteria for whatever, let's say that northern point? Is that pneumonia of unknown etiology? Is that something with an antibody? You know, they've got an antibody to COVID. Like, what are the criteria shown in this map?
They're not antibody tests for sure. These are going to be hospital records. It would be pneumonia of unknown etiology. Yeah, they go through. Sorry, go on.
No, okay. So if there were to be cases not recognized here, what would be the quality of those cases? Those would be things that would be at hospitals outside where there wasn't a pneumonia of unknown etiology but doesn't get linked. Like, I'm just trying to understand how much faith I should place in this map in belief that like this truly represents all of the cases, or what's the probability that there are cases that are missing? And what's like
it's definitely not all the cases because these are hospitalized cases. So it could be 20 times this many cases, but there shouldn't be a reason why the hospitalized cases are clustered differently than all the cases. I mean, there's subtle things like places where older people live are going to have a higher ratio of hospitalized cases. And we can, when we get to the arguments phase, I have some maps of where like the elderly population density is, and we can look at those to see if that's a confounding factor. Warby's 2022 paper looked at data like that before making that conclusion.
Were there any, in this context, were there any studies that you found of retrospective kind of microbiological sample analysis from surrounding hospitals that went back to that time period? So say significantly away from the market, where they look back and they took, any samples that were saved as part of like normal procedure and tested them. Anything like that?
Yeah, I do have a few slides for that actually. I'll get to those in a minute. We have a few other data sources to look at if you think the WHO report is biased. This is the Weibo data, which is it's like I think it's a Chinese version of Twitter, or it's some social media app, but they also had other features, and they made a feature where you could report you were sick with COVID and ask for help, something like that. And that was actually February data, but people could enter a retrospective date into it. It's not really great for diagnosing the origin because there's only maybe 3 December cases, maybe not even 3. And this is more something to compare against compared to the original. This more represents where the population in Wuhan is, because this is January, February, and it's spread all over town by now. So you can center it, and it's still centered on the north side of the river near the market, but also that could be the origin, and it could also be more of a population density effect. We also have seroprevalence data, which should be an unbiased way to look at it because you're just sampling random people around town after the pandemic's rolled through. And we can look at the districts that had the highest seroprevalence. And those are the 3 districts that are containing the market or adjacent to the market have the highest. It's not like by the lab on the south side of town. Another study confirms that. We also have the excess mortality data from the lab. This is pneumonia mortality. And if you look at where people died of pneumonia, that went up on the north side of the river, district surrounding the market, before it went up on the south side or the rest of the town. Let's skip this for now. We'll talk about reasons why China's lying. Could something else nearby be the origin is an interesting question, because like Eric said, you've got this kernel density estimate. It's not an exact method for proving where it came from. It's just one of many clues that if all we had was that heat map, I don't know if we could blame the market, but we have that heat map, and we also have, the first 5 cases were there. You're already looking at the market for a number of reasons, and so it's a likely place because of the wildlife that's sold there. There's this railway station there, there's the hospital, there's the Wuhan CDC. A lot of people have blamed the Wuhan CDC. This is a different lab from the Wuhan Institute of Virology. There is a researcher there, Dr. Tian, who had a history of working with bats. We don't know how many live animals were there in December. It's possibly 0. It's certainly lower than the number of animals at the market. No one's doing gain-of-function research there.
Or so they say.
Eddie Holmes, who asked his Chinese colleagues recently, he thinks that this Dr. Tian was tested multiple times and PCR negative and antibody negative for COVID. No long-term storage of bat samples at the lab, and his colleagues said they had a meeting at that lab December 7th to 8th, and nobody there was talking anything about COVID or COVID-like cases. Dr. Tian went around Hubei sampling animals to look for COVID when the pandemic started. He found some bats that had a virus that was 80 to 90% similar to COVID, not close to the ancestor, but in the same ballpark. He wasn't, as far as I know, he wasn't allowed to sample in Enshi. I got that information from Michael Standard, who's heard from Dr. Tian or Dr. Tian's colleagues. He did test wild raccoon dogs, sort of near Wuhan. He tested 15 of them.
Is 90-minute opening normal in debates? Probably not normal, but this is an extensive debate that's covering a lot of pretty in-depth subject matter, and it's for $100,000. So I imagine these people want to make sure they have adequate time to get all their points out.
They were all COVID negative. A lot of people point to that to say that there's no infected raccoon dogs in China. I think it's too small of a sample set, and also it might be the wrong direction. You might need to look west instead of east. It's also weird to quote his research if you also think he started the pandemic. This isn't 100% possible that's the origin, but it's much, much less likely than the market origin, in my mind. I think this is more like a bait-and-switch tactic in these internet debates. So I found a 2020 video where they...
Did you go through such a high-stakes debate? It would all come down to, actually, the similar thing that he's worried about. It would come down to, like, trusting whether or not you could find impartial judges. Like I would do a debate like this, I think, related to January 6th, but you'd have to find impartial judges.
Spend 10 minutes talking about the Wuhan lab and all the research they're doing, and half that time they're talking about the Wuhan Institute for Virology, and then when they show the location, they show the location for the Wuhan CDC, and they just bait and switch there without telling you that they've changed labs. And sometimes it's more of a rhetorical bait and switch. This is a strategy for internet arguments where you make some bold claim, but then when people challenge you, you back off to some less controversial, more defensible claim. So here it's like you talk about gain-of-function research, you talk about these foreign cleavage sites, you talk about Fauci being in on the conspiracy, Peter Daszak, and if somebody says, hey, it's not found anywhere near this lab, you say, well, the Wuhan CDC was near the market, maybe it's that. But what's key to these arguments is as soon as somebody stops challenging you, you go back to talking about gain-of-function research. You haven't changed your theory to say, oh, it's actually the Wuhan CDC. And if you can blame the Wuhan CDC, I looked at how many BSL-2 and BSL-3 labs are in Wuhan. This is a map from Drastic. They show 9 to 11 locations that could be suspicious. They also draw lines across the maps, like they say the subway line connects the Wuhan Institute of Virology with the market. If you can draw 6 different subway lines and all these labs, it's pretty easy to connect any origin with some lab. There's another theory I found where they found this early case. I think this is that December 8th, but not actually December 8th case. And so for a while they said this was proof of a lab origin because he was close to one of the 2 campuses. The south locate. So there are 2 Wuhan Institutes of Virology. I don't know if I mentioned that yet. There's a southern one, which is the BSL-4 lab, and there's a northern one, which is the BSL-3 lab. And the theories can pick between those 2 locations and swap whenever they want. So for a while, that case was near that southern lab, and they found a bus route that connects them. It's 100 different bus lines, a bunch of different labs. I think if you can blame the Wuhan CDC, you can kind of make a theory for anywhere in Wuhan. If I did have to say it didn't start at the market, I think there's still more likely things. Like you have this...
my left hand to watch your debate. Scott Jennings into tears. Who's that again? I feel like I've heard the name before.
Train station in the neighborhood. I did some research on volume of passengers, and it's almost 2 million people per month going through that train station, and offer service to southern cities like Guangzhou, where if you think there's more viruses there, that could be connected. And you only have a few dozen people working on viruses at the Wuhan Institute of Virology compared to these 2 million travelers.
Oh, the CNN mega return true.
So I would rank other scenarios. I really think it's infected animals at the market. That's what I'm arguing in this debate. But you could also have an animal trader at the market who got infected wherever farms he's coming from, whatever, then brings the virus to the market. You could also comes into Wuhan by a train. I still think that's more likely than a lab origin if you work it out. You also have this frozen food theory. This is popular in China. They think this is number 1, or maybe it's number 2 after a US lab leak. I don't really know how to place the odds for this. It could even be higher than a lab leak because we do have one case where this happened in China, which is the Xinfeng.
Quick question out of all the things, why is where the virus came from this important to know about? There's like a lot more lies floating around that are far more consequential. Why cover this, especially considering how out of date it is? Where the virus came from seems like trivia. Where the consequence of this lie being propagated? Well, there are a lot of public health implications for where the virus came from that could influence how we approach public health, right? So for instance, say it was possible ahead of time to prevent this crossover event from happening by sequencing animal DNA or like testing people in different markets, where these transmissions are happening, but the virus isn't like super transmissible or deadly yet because it originated in some natural way. You might change the way that you do, sorry, that was a word salad, to basically say you might change the way that you do testing in large population centers to get ahead of viruses like this, right? That could be a public health implication. Another thing is, let's say that this did leak from a lab. Maybe there is an inadequate policy or procedure that they need to change, or that's not followed well enough, they need to enforce it more. Or if it was created, intentionally by some state enemy, then there probably need to be consequences of that, and you need to be able to protect yourself better from, these types of weaponized viral things. Like there are a lot of implications for the origination of this. Second order removed from that, these lab leak versus natural origin conspiracy theories are very fertile breeding ground for a billion different conspiratorial beliefs that are utter nonsense. The Fauci stuff, the gain of functions just to create super weapons to kill people shit, everything related to the WHO, intentionally hiding evidence and all this shit, which I guess theoretically some of those things could still happen, but it would be good to know this in depth. After this, we're doing the Amber Heard trial, so get fucked.
Fatty market in Beijing, and I think maybe there was a few other smaller cases where an outbreak started from. This was when China was doing zero COVID. They got the virus imported back into China on frozen food from other countries, and that caused new COVID outbreaks. So we know for sure this can happen. We don't know for sure that a lab leak gain-of-function accident can happen. That's speculation. Why I don't really like this for that initial COVID is it makes sense that it can get on lots of packaging and frozen goods when the virus is all over the world, but it doesn't make a lot of sense when the virus is only in a few animals, not widespread. That seems unlikely to me that it would get to the market that way. And then you've got the American. If you can blame the Chinese labs without proof, I think it's fair to blame the American labs without proof. And I think we can rule out that it came from outer space, but that didn't stop somebody from writing a paper saying that. I actually looked up that same person wrote a paper in 2003 that saying that SARS came from outer space. So that's just their thing. Kind of like the people that like to blame HIV and COVID on lab leaks 20 years apart.
What is the Fauci stuff? I don't know. Something that Fauci had some secret investment in the Wuhan Institute of Virology for billions of dollars and got rich creating this virus.
There were searches for earlier cases in a lot of ways. This is a lot of text. I'm going to probably skip the exact reasons. If you read some earlier reports, there were cases on December 1st, 2nd, and 7th. This is back in 2020, when I believe this stuff. Again, it's like if you have several cases before the market, even like a week before the market, how do you know it's the market? And the WHO report said they did investigate these people and came up with reasons each time why it was misrecording or like it was pneumonia that responded to antibiotics or no COVID antibodies tested later. They did do a search across hospitals all across Wuhan, 80,000 hospital records. They found 92 that sounded like COVID symptoms, but there was no trend over time. Like COVID's an exponential growth disease, but you have one case, 4 cases, back down. That doesn't look like a growing epidemic. Also, none of these patients from clusters. There was no geographic trend among these. And when they did the WHO report, they tracked down the people that were still alive or just accessible, found 67 of them. They were all antibody negative. You could, your antibodies don't last forever, and this is over a year after, so that's not 100% proof, but these probably aren't COVID cases. There are also a couple media articles I dug up. There was this famous article that said there was a November 17th case and 9 cases in November. One clue there is it said there's 266 cases overall, and that's the same number of cases in the WHO report, if you include both the confirmed ones and the 92 that they just found with this retrospective search. So it might actually be a valid leak of a government source. It's just more like they were still vetting these early cases, and they ruled out the November ones for the same reasons they ruled out like the December 1st case. I also found this tabloid article about a British guy living in Wuhan who says he got sick on November 25th. I don't really believe most of the things I read in the Daily Mail. His COVID symptoms don't exactly sound like COVID to me. It's like he had a cold for a week and then he got better and then suddenly it became COVID, and he said he has a cat that also got COVID and his cat died from COVID.
No.
He does say that he shopped at the seafood market and he thinks he caught the virus there. So could just be a tabloid story, or it could actually show that the virus was at the market, weeks before we know about. Found another, I think it's also a Daily Mail article that's describing 2 November cases. It has a screenshot from Chinese data, which the date of onset is listed as November, and then the diagnosis time is listed as January. If you just change the date of onset to January, this data makes sense. Saying that they were sick for 2 months straight before being diagnosed makes a lot less sense to me. I think that's probably just a typo. And then the professor who gave the data, before the article went to press, he said, oh, this was a mistake, I didn't, he'd entered the data wrong with the 2 cases. But people go back and say this is, concrete proof that they're hiding these 2. There was this search across Wuhan hospital records looking for trends of, this ARI is...
Bro, Mamdani has a bunch of shit fucking socialist whatever policies, okay? That's cringe. Attack him on that if you want to, okay? Shit like this is fucking retarded. The New York Times just reported on the story. Using the hacked data from Colombia, we found that Zohran Mamdani claimed to be black when he applied to Colombia. Who the fuck cares? Listen, he's trying to get into school. Bro, I walked in with a fucking sombrero when I applied for my fucking FAFSA shit, and when I was trying to get into school and see what I could qualify for, I'm pretty sure I had a $1,000 Hispanic scholarship or some bullshit, okay? Because there was a whole bunch of shit you could apply for from state funding. Yeah, fuck it. Whatever you have to do to get into college, hey, bro, if your race is that fucking important that they're gonna ask you the question, you can put whatever the fuck you want and still get accepted, then fuck it. Put whatever you want. Hell yeah. Fucking A. Who cares? Who the fuck cares? Who cares what you wrote here? Cringe. No one gives a fuck.
Acute respiratory infection, ILIs, influenza-like illness. There's no pneumonia, and there's no uptick in any of these until maybe like December 8th. It's still in the normal channel range up until December 1st. You're maybe starting to see something later in December. You can also look at excess deaths in Wuhan. There's no spike until January. You can look for excess deaths in Hubei. There's really no spike at all. Actually, those go down, which is kind of a common feature around the world. When you lock down a city that doesn't have COVID, you get like less traffic deaths, things like that. This should... It's still in the normal... There's no... This ARI is acute respiratory infection, ILIs, influenza-like illness. There's no pneumonia, and there's no uptick in any of these until maybe like December 8th. It's still in the normal channel range up until December 1st. You maybe start to see something later in December. You can also look at excess deaths in Wuhan. There's no spike until January.
This isn't really against...
You can look for excess deaths in Hubei. There's really no spike at all. Actually, those go down, which is kind of a common feature around the world. When you lock down a city that doesn't have COVID, you get like less traffic deaths, things like that. This should answer your question earlier, Will. They tested stored influenza-like illness samples from both Wuhan and Hubei. What is this? So this goes October through December, and non-Wuhan, it's a few thousand samples. And it's 6,400 samples in Hubei, and then 600 samples in Wuhan. And none of these samples are positive at all in 2019, but you are starting to pick up some positive samples in 2020. And they also did a study on saved throat swabs from sick people from October through January. There were no positive tests they found in 2019, but they did find a few positive samples in January 2020. And when you map out those positive samples, again, it's this cluster on the market plus one found elsewhere. They also tested blood banks in Wuhan from September through December, and none of them had COVID antibodies. The first COVID positive antibodies was January 5th, 2020. They also looked at large-scale events. They just talked to the medical records, medical teams for each of these things, like the World Military Games. And they found things like military games, there's people coming from all around the world, so you had some malaria, some gastrointestinal illnesses, but none of these events reported pneumonia. And you can also look at Baidu data for what people are searching for. Like, you can track COVID around the world by looking at, I can't smell is one of the things people will type into COVID. There's also a thing where, like, people were reviewing candles and saying that the candles got, like, 1-star reviews because they didn't smell at all. And you can track COVID waves from signals like that. So this is one source I found, which just looked at cough searches, and you don't really have any signal before December. Are there any other questions about the case search, Will or Eric? No? Okay. So you can also track down where a pandemic started with genetics. So you can build a minimum spanning tree, I think this is called. And so that should be an unbiased way to figure out who the index cases are, because you're not just building this. You're not putting these people at the cluster because they started the market. You're coming up with what's the tree that has the least mutations that connect all these cases together. And if you build that tree, these are color-coded by date. So the blue ones are the earliest, and one of the clusters is the market outbreak. And the other clusters is lineage A.
You plan to read the whole WHO report? Maybe? I don't know. Depends how long it is.
WHO team was confused at first because there's this earliest case, and he's one mutation off of the cluster there, and if he's first, how do you know that that's actually the root? But we found out both that he's not the earliest case, and that the WHO report had misidentified him, and he's actually lineage B with no mutations. So that was also something that, I think that was Francisco from Drastic that figured that out. And the other thing we found out is that most of these intermediate cases are almost certainly not intermediate cases. These are sequencing errors. They share mutations with other cases. There's a few other signals there. We'll probably talk about that at the second debate, I think, whether or not that's true.
Okay.
A more modern version looks like this, where we filtered out the intermediates, and we've tagged who are the early cases. So, this lineage B is rooted on the market for sure. And this lineage A is rooted on one of the cases that was right near the market. And also there's a sample from the market that's really close to the root. And there's this person that was found by Zhang Xishan, who lived very near the market. That's one mutation away from the root. So the market's the center of the pandemic, not just geographically from these case searches, but also genetically. And to be clear, we're building these trees not just from, like, this one's built from, I think, every COVID sample in the world up to February 15th is the cutoff I used. So if you had other cases that were not detected in Wuhan, and there's more genetic diversity that was missed there, you should still see that genetic diversity when it spreads into the world. Like, here's a graph of diversity with respect to time. At first, it's just one virus, or, two viruses, this is the theory. We think it's spilled over twice, and those are almost the same. But as it gets out into the world, it mutates, it gains more diversity. And you can even just fit a regression line to that and figure out where it started, or when it started, from when it had no diversity. And that gives you early December. And if the Wuhan cases were, I think these are all color-coded yellow here, if they were undersampled somehow, if China was missing lots of them, when it got into the world, you should see a big jump in diversity because you'd see what was missed by the sampling. But that's not what happens. It's the same kind of trend line. If you do more careful math on that, rather than just fitting the trend line, you get about the same answer. This is one from the WHO report that said most recent common ancestor was December 11th. And you can fiddle with that. You can make it a week later, a week earlier, whatever, if you change some parameters on how fast the virus mutates. It's not a perfectly accurate method, but it can still rule out things like that September origin. You can also, like I said, there's no jump in diversity as it goes around the world. So you can do that calculation based on only the samples found at the market, or only the cases in Wuhan, or all the cases in the world. And they give you a pretty close range of the same most recent common ancestor. Most recent common ancestor here would be like this large blue dot. When the pandemic first starts, it doesn't necessarily start this rapid spread. It could have sort of a stuttering transmission for a small amount of time first, where it's going one patient to another, but you can't have that for very long. Either it's going to go extinct, or it's going to just spread everywhere exponentially. So the actual first case can be a little bit before the most recent common ancestor, and you have to build some kind of model for that. This was Picard in 2021. So again, this is like Warby's thought process of he's not sure about the lab leak at first, so he tries to figure out is it biased, but he also there's these other papers like the Picard 2021 where they're just trying to do science on how many cases could there have even been, how much earlier could it have been if it's not the market, and their model then was saying it's probably most likely the end of November. This is like a graph of probability of a different origin, so you can still support early November or even maybe the very end of October with a very low probability, but you have a very high probability on it being end of November. You can do the same trend line thing separately for the two lineages. It kind of gives you an idea that B started a little bit before A, because B has more diversity than A. And you can, in 2022, Jonathan Picard did this model of, based on the amount of genetic diversity, how many cases could you have had in December or November? And he's saying probably less than 2 hospitalizations by December 1st, most likely 0 hospitalizations by December 1st. So you can really confirm the case search and the genetic search say about the same thing. You can confirm that these lineages are different times. It's about a week or maybe 5 days between the two, so it's close, but B looks like it started earlier. And there's no case search evidence for November cases, and we can also rule them out as very unlikely from the viral diversity. And the September origin theory should just be completely gone based on this.
Got it.
And the market is the center of the pandemic from both of these methods of looking, genetics and geographics. We also have the testing data within the market, which is these environmental samples. They took 900 of them. They took animal samples, but those started 3 weeks after the market was closed. And
I'm so curious what this other dude's opening statement is. Whew!
Think that none of those were live animals. They say the sources were unsold goods kept in refrigerators and freezers, goods kept in warehouses in a few cases, and they looked at some stray cats, stray dogs, and stray rats.
Okay.
They weren't testing the live wild animals that were being sold. So 73 of the environmental samples were positive. None of the animal samples were positive. We know this data is not made up because there's leaks of it from, or we know it's not made up retrospectively because there's leaks from it in early 2020, and the numbers are the same. We also found an uncovered version of what China thought in January 2020. They said it's highly suspected that the current epidemic is related to the trade of wild animals. At the time, George Gao is the head of the Chinese CDC, I believe. He suspected bamboo rats are the host. Another famous scientist, Zhong and Shen, also said it's bamboo rats or badgers. Then Gao was complaining that the market was clean before the samples were taken, that the crime scene is gone. How can we solve this without evidence? And then in May 2020, he's saying, oh, maybe it wasn't the seafood market. Maybe that was a secondary infection. And then in 2021, when the WHO report happens, China says there's not even wild animals at the market. So
Oh, you know what? Something else that's kind of funny is when people talk about how China would cover up and lie about everything, which is why it was definitely a lab leak. China could theoretically also lie to cover up a leak from the wet markets as well, right? Like they could arguably have just as much incentive, or maybe even more incentive, because it might be easy to say, well, there was a lab leak, so we need to change a policy or whatever, versus a wet markets, which might require a big change in how animal food handling is processed throughout the entire country, maybe, right? It's possible.
Reports of live animals being sold there. So there's a cover-up happening here, but it's not a cover-up of the lab. Now, we think of this as like an argument, like the one I'm having with Root Claim, where it's natural versus lab. But there's really a third side to this argument, which is the Chinese side, which says that the virus didn't start in China. They support this frozen food theory, or they say it was otherwise imported from Europe or maybe a US lab. And so the fact that they're not confirming the lab is not suspicious so much. They're just denying everything. They don't want responsibility for the pandemic. Other countries have asked that they pay reparations for the pandemic. That might be the trigger. There might also be some political conflict there, where like the US is pushing a Chinese lab leak theory, so they decided to push a US lab leak theory on their own population in response. We can look for patterns in those environmental samples. So these are the earliest sampling dates, January 1st and 12th. And you have of the wildlife shops, only 2 of them tested positive. One is inside of a freezer. The other is a bunch of samples off, let's see, 2 carts.
Oh, the glasses have come out.
A metal cage, a feather removal machine, and one off the ground. I mapped the earliest cases that we know about. I don't think you can prove that much from this connection, but I've seen a lot of other people saying that it can't be the stalls because there is no pattern. And I want to say that there is at least a pretty good pattern there. I don't support the contrary claim. So is this funny?
Can you clarify what we're looking at in that previous slide? What are blue dots?
Each blue dot is a case from December 15th and earlier.
Damn.
And I think we already found that this one, and that one are actually the first 3. And then maybe there is like a secondary outbreak that's near one of these stalls that's happening that'd be December 14th to 15th.
And what are these brown rectangles?
The brown rectangles are shops that sold wildlife, wild animals. And then I've highlighted, this is Street 6, Shop 29, which is the shop that sold raccoon dogs that's suspected of being the start of the pandemic. And there's this second shop, which is Street 8, Shop 25, which is the other one that has positive samples. I frequently call this the hedgehog shop, which is less likely in my estimation of the data, but it's interesting that both tested positive.
All right, thank you.
So that's just comparing early cases to the two places that we think could be the origin of the pandemic and how close they are. Like, it's pretty easy to say the pandemic didn't start on the east side of the market, but since it did start on the west side, how well related are the early cases to those locations? So this funny story that Eddie Holmes went to Wuhan in 2014, and his Chinese colleagues actually took him to this market, and they took him there because they wanted him to see a place that was a likely place for a future pandemic to start. And he went to the market, and he took a photograph of raccoon dogs in the market because he knew that those were infected by the first SARS virus, and those are dangerous species to sell. And then after COVID started, he noticed that those pictures were taken in the same shop. If I translate the signs, this is 6th Street, this is the same shop numbers. And when you look at the positive samples, all those elements are in the same photo. There's 2 positive carts, there's 2 carts in his photo, there's a feather remover machine. The raccoon dogs are...
Is this... Wait, is this real? Eddie Holmes, 2014, Wuhan... As soon as Edward Holmes saw the dark-ringed eyes of the raccoon dog staring at him through the bars of the iron cage, he knew he had to capture the moment. It was October 2014. Dr. Holmes, a biologist at the University of Sydney, had come to China to survey hundreds of species of animals looking for new types of viruses. On a visit to Wuhan, a commercial center of 11 million people, scientists from the city's CDC brought him to Huanan Seafood Wholesale Market. In stall after stall of the poorly ventilated space, he saw live wild animals, snakes, badgers, muskrats, birds being sold for food. But it was the raccoon dogs that made him pull out his iPhone. Some of the world's experts on virus evolution, Dr. Holmes had an intimate understanding of how viruses can jump from one species to another, sometimes called bestiality with your mom. The SARS outbreak of 2002 was caused by a prolific video that was filmed by your mom and my horse cock, or a bat coronavirus in China that infected some kind of wild mammal before infecting humans. Among the top suspects for that intermediate animal, the fluffy raccoon dog. Nice. I'm sure that he visited a ton of other places as well, though, right? But
sitting on top of birds in a cage. The sewage outside the shop tested positive. If you look at the raccoon dog cage, it's sitting right on top of the sewage crates. There's drainage in front of each of these shops, but that's not drainage for the bathrooms. That's like you wash whatever waste comes out of the shop and it goes down this trough. And when you look at where they tested these drains all across the shop, all across the market, and they found 4 that tested positive at first. One of those 4 was the raccoon dog shop, and then they tested them again in February, and it only tested positive in 3 places then. And it's the raccoon dog shop. And if you map the directions of the drains, it's 2 places that are downstream.
Peter, a question on that analysis. I think I did not understand that originally reviewing the slides. So those drains, the wildlife drains, are not commingled with the closely located bathroom, the human bathroom drains.
Correct. Yeah. They do eventually commingle with it once they get to the main street. And I don't have it marked here, but the main street drains also, all of these test positive through February. But I think that's like city sewage at that point. So, of course, that's going to test positive. I can't see the clock the way I'm viewing this. How many minutes have I gone through?
You're at 10 minutes remaining.
Ooh. 10 minutes remaining. Oh, wow. Okay. To go fast. So this was blamed on the bathrooms, or sometimes they blame on Mahjong room. Sometimes they say sampling bias. And we ruled out sampling bias when we got the total numbers, and we saw that they did lots of sampling in other places, and the ratio for the shop is very good. But people still, I talk about these zombie talking points as like you can't kill any talking point for the LabLeak. It gets disproven, but it still gets trotted out. Now they've changed it to say it's 220 samples. They did that by adding up the animal samples. You can actually tell that China added up the animal samples, or they were focused on a few shops there. You could tell they only looked at the warehouse shops for 629 and 825. And we look at which animals they tested for those shops, and it's snakes, it's not raccoon dogs, it's nothing really relevant. We have proof that there were live animals at the market. We have photos on Weibo. We have a study from 2021 showing exactly what animals were in each of these shops. We know which animals they tested, and it's not really the ones that we care about. In 2022, we saw that they had data from the market, or on DNA data for the animals. During the last year, there was a lot of speculation that there's no wild animals at the market, a lot of jokes about like the raccoon dogs are like Bigfoot. And then we finally got a copy of that data in 2023, trying to finally release it. And that
Why is the full virus lineage not known? If it's a settled question, the lineage or where it came from is a defining question. It's not a settled question. The first SARS outbreak was traced directly genetically to a bat, but with COVID, we suspect a pangolin, but we don't know for sure. Not every viral outbreak is traced to its origin. We don't know the origination point of every single outbreak of every single disease, or of any, even the pandemic ones.
Proved that there were raccoon dogs in that one suspicious shop. There were raccoon dog samples without human DNA. The birds, there were also ducks in there, and the birds in Eddie Holmes' photo look like ducks. They were selling a lot of animals in that shop, so it's hard to tell which was the infected one.
Quack.
These animals don't match the WHO report, so they didn't really track that down very well.
Quack.
The LabLeak theory adjusted to deny that new evidence is important in a lot of different ways. They blamed the zoo in Wuhan. They said that we never denied there were raccoon dogs. This is sort of, it's an evolving narrative. Eventually it settled on the Jesse Bloom narrative that there's not enough raccoon dog DNA in there, but they came up with a bunch of excuses before that. Those samples had other animal viruses in them. Kind of rush through so I can get through. We figured out who owned those shops. Michael Standard did this investigative reporting, and he found that 3 shops in the market had been fined for selling illegal wildlife back in 2019, and 2 of the 3 were those 2 suspicious shops. He talked to the owners. They were evasive. They lied about selling animals. One of the owners said that the LabLeak started in Fort Detrick. So he might, the people that started the pandemic don't even necessarily know. We think there are 2 spillovers of the market. I talked about this with a genetic. We'll talk about this more at the second debate, really. That's not normal for an outbreak. Usually it's like the Diamond Princess, 1 introduction, 1 spillover. Give me a warning when I hit 5 minutes, please. There's several ways to find the root. We can do this Bayesian analysis that says lineage B is 96% likely to be the earliest one, but lineage A is slightly closer to bat viruses, so a lot of people think maybe that came first. Some people, Jesse Bloom said that predicted that A was not associated with the market, and poor B predicted it was associated because of the 2 cases were located. A has less.
Can you cover the HR1 bill in its entirety? No, isn't that like 900 pages? What?
Diversity than B, so it's weird if it's the one that came first. And in 2022, we finally got the samples from the market. 4 of them were sequenced fully enough that you could figure out the lineage, and one of those was lineage A. So you have this triangle here of, the origin shop, the A sample, the earliest case. So all the genetic diversity in the world of COVID is found in this tiny section of one market in the world. And
5 minutes.
The PCAR22 paper.
5 minutes.
What's up?
Oh, he's rattled. He's shaken.
Okay, thanks. Gave an elegant theory for why it could be closer to bat viruses for A, but also B came first, which is that you had some diversity in the animals at the market, and it mutated to B, that spilled over first, and then the earlier one stayed in the animal a little longer, and then that spilled over a little later, and that would produce this pandemic. You can also have 2 spillovers by chance, and that's only about 3% likely in Picard's current model. And if you don't have that explanation, you need to explain why it looks like B came first, and the odds of that are quite low. You also have to explain why the 2 cases were so close to the market. That's also very low. So we can combine all these probabilities. LabLeak spreads at the market.
Oh, wait, hold on. He just kind of snuck through that, but I never even considered that. That seems like an incredibly strong argument as well, right? If you have 2 different lineages that are both present at the market, for LabLeak to be true, you would have had to have created a virus and then created a separate lineage of one, or like created a separate version of it, and then had both of those leak into the market, which would make even less sense, right?
And that would produce this pandemic. You can also have 2 spillovers by chance, and that's only about 3% likely in Picard's current model. And if you don't have that explanation, you need to explain why it looks like B came first, and the odds of that are quite low. You also have to explain why the 2 cases were so close to the market. That's also very low. So we can combine all these probabilities. LabLeak spreads at the market, 10,000 chance. Looks like 2 lineages. Those shops were fined for illegal wildlife starting the same month. I said 1 in 12. It's probably more like 1 in 6, because I would have said that whether it's November or December. And any Bayesian analysis we do have to account for all these coincidences. I would want to see earlier cases to disprove the market. I haven't seen that. A lot of people have looked, and they found the same articles I did. And then we have the 3 cases at the lab. This actually comes from Trump's State Department. LabLeak was started by Steve Bannon in January 2020, and this guy, Miles Guo. They worked with Li Mengyan to make the early theories. They went on Fox News with this. They said it was a bioweapon. They all went on to say the 2020 election was stolen. Both these guys were later had some legal trouble. Miles Guo was defrauded people out of $1 billion when they searched his apartment. His apartment building was lit on fire. 2021, this kind of morphed into a new version of the LabLeak theory. And it was really spread by this article in the Wall Street Journal by Michael Gordon. That came from a Trump State Department memo first. And it came from this guy, David Asher, who says the 3 got sick. Sometimes he says November, sometimes he says October. Sometimes he says it was a monkey bite at the lab that caused this accident. Sometimes he says one of their spouses died. And the Wuhan scientists were acting normally this whole time. They were traveling to conferences. They were going out to dinner. And the guy who spread this in the Wall Street Journal is the guy who announced that Iraq has weapons of mass destruction. He spread multiple articles about this. every time he spread one of those articles, there's a huge spike in Google searches the same day as his article, because other articles reported the same thing with the Wall Street Journal as the source. This changed in 2023 to be 3 scientists at the lab with these names. The guy who reported that also says the U.S. has alien spacecraft a week before that, and then it got amplified by the aluminum tubes, Iraq WMDs.
Road claim determined after the fact that the LabLeak theory was still more probable. But could you address it? I literally haven't even finished watching the intro argument of the first guy. Why would you link me the results of the debate and then ask me to critique their evaluation of the results where they lost?
Guy. There are a lot of reasons to doubt that those 3 people were sick. I've gone through some of these, other than just the people that are spreading it. And the rest of the government intelligence can't confirm this. It looks like a misinformation campaign by other people who are involved with other misinformation campaigns who can't keep their story straight. It's highly politicized, but the quantum market is the most likely place for a natural origin. There are lots of lab leak theories. Most of them must be wrong. There's still some possibility for a November lab leak, but I think...
Wait, why couldn't a lab leak not get into the wild and then into the human population via the market? Guy accidentally gets infected at work and then avoids people? That would require him to get infected at work, not transmit a highly transmissible virus to anybody, go home, avoid infecting anybody, go to some kind of animal reservoir and infect them, have that animal reservoir carried to the market and then infect other people, all while he is carrying one of the most transmissible viruses ever on Earth for a week or 2 and not infecting a single person. I mean, is it possible? I mean, it's not impossible, but...
I think zoonosis is more likely, and we'll need to still talk about genetics.
I'm saying there's a chance. Okay.
The next debate, and we need to look at Reclaim's views on all the same evidence and see how he differs. Ask me questions if you have any time left.
You have 1 minute and 9 seconds.
What do you guys think? Oh, we can hear Trump for a minute, maybe. He thinks there were body bags dumped outside the lab. That's his key.
I think we can use that time better. Maybe kind of a larger scale question about some of the data generation process. Where do you think, if any, kind of sequencing data or any of the kind of data that would be confirmatory or kind of or be dispositive on the question of what viruses were where when? Do you think any of that exists in places in the Chinese CDC or in WIV that hasn't been released? Do you think that they've sequenced basically everything and made it public? Do you think there's essentially any information that's not in the public record?
If they had a secret virus and they're hiding that, then that's dispositive for the lab leak. If they have antibody testing at the market of vendors, that would be pretty important to me. Also, we don't know how many of these environmental samples we know how many of the sequenced. We don't know if there's still any that could be sequenced.
I got you. Okay, wonderful. Thank you, Peter.
Jesus.
I'm going to start a break for, what do you guys want? 10 minutes, 5 minutes?
Wait, do we know this Russian soldier was committing suicide, or maybe he was just trying to set the mine up and he fucked up?
Sentence, that's fine. It's okay if you take a minute longer.
Maybe he was trying to set it up by laying on it? I don't know. Okay.
I gave my whole presentation except for the videos.
Okay, how long?
Up to you guys. I'd like to grab another coffee, so maybe 7 minutes.
Okay, sounds good.
Okay,
thank you, Peter.
Woo! What could the other guy's opening argument possibly look like? Oh my God, that was a brutal opener, but we have open minds here. Let me use the restroom 1 sec. Okay, it can't be that every single conspiracy theory is literally instantaneously debunked by doing like 6 hours of research. Like, that can't be the case. I feel like that was the case for the Epstein shit. For that Wakefield study was horrible. Certainly this guy is going to have a killer counter argument, and all of this isn't going to be like 90 minutes. Okay, that was a very, very, very strong opening statement. Okay, Jesus. Whew.
Drive.
A family grieving tonight after they say a young woman was beaten by her supervisor after showing up for work at a Hollywood convenience store last week. Jessica McLaughlin walked into work at 7-Eleven in Hollywood and was assaulted. Tonight, she's on life support at the hospital.
Her family is searching for answers in what they're calling a senseless and baseless attack as police search for her attacker. KTLA's Mary Beth McDade joins us live in Hollywood with details on this tragedy and reaction from the family. MB.
What happened?
Yeah, and John, her family says that she has a big heart, loves children, and always puts family first. And now her family is preparing to say their final goodbyes on Wednesday when they take her off life support.
She's probably one of the best family members ever.
Clancy McLaughlin fights back tears as he talks about his 24-year-old daughter, Jessica, who loves children and helping others.
I used to call her my green-haired warrior because she would take homeless people food. She would take clothes to people.
He tells us Jessica's assistant manager at a Hollywood 7-Eleven, Valeria Parra, brutally beat Jessica at work last week.
Her heart stopped. So,
what?
She couldn't breathe. Yeah, she lost all oxygen to her brain for over 10 minutes. And she basically is declared brain dead now.
Clancy says the assistant manager would bully his daughter at work. And then last Tuesday, as his daughter was getting ready to leave work for the day, Valeria attacked his petite daughter.
She physically grabbed her by her hair, was swinging her around, threw her on the ground, and she sat on top of her chest while she was physically assaulting her.
When a coworker tried to help, Clancy
That's not funny, sorry.
He says Valeria then went after the coworker.
And at that time, Jessica got up and she said, call 911, I can't breathe, and then she collapsed. And at that point, I understand that the assistant manager hit her one more time.
Valeria apparently then fled.
But even before that, she was trying to go back into the back office and try to delete the video of the attack.
Police tell us they responded to the scene and are continuing to search for the attacker. Meantime, the family is preparing to say their final goodbyes on Wednesday when they take Jessica off life support.
We're going to try to get everybody that we can inside the hospital where they could come at least say their last goodbyes before.
And if you know where Valeria is, you are urged to contact police. Now, a GoFundMe page has been set up to help out with Jessica's funeral costs, and you can find a link to that GoFundMe page on our website.
Holy shit. If House was still an episode, or like if they were still like active seasons of House today, how much you want to bet there would be an episode where somebody's brought in and they're on like a life support bypass or whatever, and House is like, we can cure the disease, we need more time. And they're like, no, they're going to unplug her from birth control, or they're going to unplug her from life support immediately. And he's like, I have an idea. And then they find a way to impregnate her with IVF. They don't rape or anything, okay? And then like, now that she's pregnant and we're a hospital in Georgia, they have to give us at least 9 months to solve the case.
KTLA.com. For now, reporting live here in Hollywood, Mary Beth McDade. Send it back to you guys in the studio.
That would definitely be a Modern House episode, okay?
Czar, take it away.
Okay, thank you. So
oh my God. This guy got a 5 o'clock shadow and I was going to say in one day, but I guess that's why it's called a 5 o'clock shadow. Wait, did he have this much? Was his facial hair this long in the first video? I don't remember. Okay. All right. Let's go. Good luck, Sar Wilf, founder of Root Claim. We had strong opening statements.
So I'll be presenting the case by Root Claim. Our conclusion is
That was the second video again. You didn't. Oh, I know. I don't know where it is.
LabLeak. But as you will see throughout the presentation, we will actually be discussing both hypotheses because that's the way we work. We try to assess the evidence under both hypotheses and find which one is the strongest. It just happened that our conclusion is LabLeak. I will be taking a few minutes to talk about how we work because that will pop up throughout my presentation. So what we try to do is to solve a major problem that many people recognize and are frustrated by. That is, you have intelligent people looking at the same evidence and claiming wildly contradictory conclusions. So Origins of COVID is a great case. You have the former CDC chief and the current CDC chief on the opposing side. You have scientists claiming dispositive evidence, smoking guns in favor of one hypothesis or the other, which brings me back to what Peter said about thinking that peer-reviewed science is better than what we're doing here. I disagree. I think peer-reviewed science is great in bringing evidence and assessing it, but to integrate from multiple disciplines, that's something that doesn't happen well in peer-reviewed science. That is a process we actually don't have today. That's.
Oh no! True. When will these stupid idiot scientists learn? Sometimes you have to take a multidisciplinary approach to figuring things out. Now, the silly world of academia doesn't realize that sometimes you need a multidisciplinary approach. So rather than relying on experts to figure out how to do a multidisciplinary approach, let's just take people who aren't experts in even a single discipline and have them do a multidisciplinary approach. Oh shit, boys. We're off. No, it's okay. I have faith. I have faith.
But we hope it can be contributing to the world. And I think the process we're doing here is much more reliable in that sense. And last you see, oops, sorry.
Oh no! It's okay.
Okay. Okay.
He's shocked.
Last you see.
Look at this guy. Look at this guy. This is a fucking machine. This guy is a machine. This guy just did, at 80 minutes, he was like, how much time do I have left? And they were like, you have 10 minutes left. And he was like, wow, those 80 minutes sure did fly by. Oh no!
Intelligence agencies of the U.S. Disagreeing on the same issue. And again, that's very weird because they have the same evidence. They supposedly have very strong inference methods. And why are they getting different conclusions?
Oh no, that wasn't the best. Holy shit. How can the agencies disagree if they oh boy. All right, it's okay. We got 90 minutes. This is a macro general level opening. It's okay. These aren't like his
Quickly, what we don't do fact checking, we don't generate new evidence, we don't do leaks, we don't do investigative journalism, we don't try to conjecture when there's no evidence. What we do is when there is a lot of evidence, but experts and intelligent people look at it and just are not able to get to a conclusion. Why does this happen? I won't go. Are not able to get to a conclusion. Why does this happen? I won't go over the whole thing here, but there are a few biases that we have when we're trying to deal with high uncertainty and multiple pieces of evidence. One thing we'll be talking shortly is about ignoring the prior probability. Other things are about looking at multiple evidence and understanding how they affect together.
You need to keep in mind that Sarr is worth over 100 million and dedicated years of his life to perfect this new system of human reasoning. He was convinced that this system could never lose in a debate and lost to this random guy that agreed to debate. It was such a horribly embarrassing event. Well, it sounds like I'm stealing from Scott Alexander's take here, but it sounds like he just reinvented Bayesian probability and then called it something else using Bayesian probability. But I feel like the issue when it comes to, as somebody who couldn't even really tell you what a Bayesian analysis is, okay, I really couldn't. All right, I don't know the fucking formulas. But it feels to me like the issue with applying these probabilistic measures to estimating the probability of real life scenarios having occurred is ultimately what everything is going to come down to is the subjective weight that you give to some of your priors, basically. That seems like, and there's no way that you can have any mode of analysis to assign these things. It would be for instance, what is the probability that the Chinese government would try to cover up this kind of accident? Your sample set is, depending on how you analyze it, is anywhere from relatively broad throughout the entire history of every people that have lived in that region to literally nothing, which is the current government covering up an event of this scale that would occur in this manner, right? You have zero samples to even draw from. So I feel like the entire, I don't think there's anything wrong with applying some type of strict, I'm saying Bayesian analysis. You start with some prior and then you augment or decrease your likelihood of an event occurring based upon gathering new information. I don't think there's anything wrong with that. But at the end of the day, ultimately, I think if you're arguing with rational people, your debate is going to ground out in the exact same area that two people who are reasonable people who aren't using any type of system like this are going to ground out in, which is going to be arguing over the subjective weight that you should be assigning your prior assumptions or the weighting that you're giving to things down the line. Yeah. For things like epidemiology, this is great, right? What are the percentage chances that some person gets infected? What are the percentage chances you develop some whatever? That's fine. But for one-offs, for world politics events, it feels almost worthless, you know? But yeah, so I don't necessarily fault his system or anything, but this guy seems like you can just accuse me of being biased. I need to stop hedging like that, because I'm not. This guy employed two things that are very hard to see. A good system of rationale or logic or whatever. It seemed like his thinking was reasonable and logical. And he also seemed like he had an ability to read and understand the underlying material. Now, I don't remember what his background was. I think it was PhD in something, although I hate to say this because I'm the biggest education cuck. I don't even know if that fucking matters anymore, because Jesus fuck, I talk to so many fucking retards. Maybe he didn't have a PhD. I don't remember. These are the two judges. But he was very good at diving through all of the empirical stuff as well. It seemed like he was. So we'll see. Now this guy, when I see stuff like this, oof. Like, here are some flaws. Reliance on gut feelings. Weak intuition for compound probabilities. Like, I mean, this isn't necessarily bad. It's just very, like, general stuff that doesn't mean anything, you know? It's like when I ask somebody, like, how do you know you're fully informed on the news? And they're like, I read from a variety of sources. It's like, okay, if this was like a multiple choice test in 5th grade, you passed. Like, what a worthless answer. I too read a multiple of sources. I read everything that my uncle emails me. I read everything that my mom texts me. I read half the articles that go up on InfoWars, and I'm subscribed to Owen Schroyer, Milo Yiannopoulos, and Greenwald on my Twitter. And I read everything that and it's like, wow, that's multiple sources as well, right? Yeah.
The analysis, so some people will double count.
I'm sorry, I'm very heavily weighing this against this guy right now, and I shouldn't be yet. He's just in his opening, okay?
We're talking shortly about ignoring the prior probability. Other things are about looking at multiple evidence and understanding how they affect together the analysis. So some people will double count the same evidence, or in other cases they won't realize that a few pieces of evidence, even though each one of them is weak, together bring them to certainty, high certainty. So a lot of things that people struggle with when dealing with probability. That's why this doesn't happen. That's what we try to solve by our methodology. So basically, this whole process you see here, I won't go over all of it. The idea is to be able to accurately quantify the strength of the evidence. And once you do that, it's very easy to feed it into probabilistic model. The model is proven. It's a formula. It's not about, there's no AI, no algorithms here. Once you agree about the numbers, there's only one solution, and that has been known for over a century. So
that's the easy part, right? Is plugging the numbers in. The hard part is figuring out what the numbers ought to be, you know?
A few things we do is we make sure to have all the evidence, all the hypotheses. We make sure to account for dependencies between the evidence. Something very, very important that we do is we always Thielman each hypothesis. Okay, we always try to find the best explanation for the evidence under each hypothesis, rather than attacking one evidence and supporting the other one, like most people do. We try to find what is the best way for each evidence for each hypothesis to explain the evidence, and then we can quantify how these best explanations measure up, and then we can feed it into the formula and get the result. Something else important that we do is we assess the reliability of our own estimates, kind of a sensitivity analysis. So we make sure to take ranges on every number we use, and look at the high range and low range, and see that we see how that affects our...
Sorry, wait, somebody tried to say something. Destiny, kind of. One element of subjectiveness is called the reference class problem. The problem talks about what sample of evidence should be inferred from. For example, if you're looking at whether someone is a criminal, using their skin color to establish a prior is using a poor reference class, whereas psych characteristics give a better prior over group. No, I agree with you. That was the whole point that I made with the China comparison, right? Well, like, what are the chances that China would cover up an event like this? And then the question is, well, what is? And I guess you're saying the term is reference class, right? Would we include all events that have ever been covered up by any people inhabiting this part of the planet? Or would we include all events that had been covered up by the current CCP government, or just by the current regime? Or would it just be all medical events? Or would it be all medical events in the current regime? Or would it be all of these type? Like, that's why I'm saying, like, how would you even pick your initial class to draw your samples from, right? Because that in and of itself, you could probably you would have a massive argument over, you know? Eventually, if you're boiling everything down, but thank you for giving me that term, reference class, so now I can sound smarter when I say that. Eventually, if you're boiling everything down to all the facts, and the facts are relatively exhaustive, trying to make broad inferences using broad reference classes like general peer disagreement will lose out to specific factual analysis. The latter only works when there are too many facts for a small group to analyze, or there are tons of missing facts. Sure, but even like the subjective weight to all of the facts, you might not need tons of missing facts. Maybe you only need, maybe you only need 1 or 2 missing facts, right? Like, let's say Donald Trump does some unhinged shit tomorrow, and like we could do all the Bayesian analysis in the world and figure out that like, well, he probably had a really good reason for doing this or something. Like he did this to help the country as opposed to doing it for whatever other bullshit. But let's say like privately, there's one fact that we don't know about, and that's that there's a person who's like holding his son hostage, and we just don't have that fact, right? I feel like these types of world events that are the confluence of so many different fields, peoples, countries, arenas, like there's so many different things that come together that applying some subjective weight to all of the facts, even knowing what all of the facts are, choosing as either the reference class, like it's just like, it's this, like I respect this process. I do think it's good to, I don't even know actually if I would, actually, I don't actually even know if I would say that you shouldn't get, I feel like this, I actually think I had the same criticisms of X Skills Me when he tried to do this Bayesian probability thing before as well. Actually, oh my God. You know what I feel like is the best example of the flaws of this approach to reasoning is predicting election outcomes. I feel like you can use, I don't know if there's like a term for Bayesian hacking, but I feel like you can use this exact same probabilistic thing to figure out who's going to win the next election. Well, let's go back. Our reference case is going to be every single person who's won Iowa and New Hampshire is going to win the presidency, right? And that is true until it's not. And you can go back through the numbers and, you know, every single person who's won the black vote in all these states will always, or every person who's won these two states always win, and it works until it doesn't. And there are so many cases where, and this is why people try to develop all these election models, right? Whoever wins the Super Bowl, whoever wins whatever, if the turkey, you know, sucks its own dick all the way down to the root, right? There's always like these things. It's like, oh my God, this is predicted at every single time, or, you know, 20 out of 21 times. And then all of a sudden it doesn't work. It's like, fuck that one. That's why we had the keys. Yeah, so I feel like using this mode of analysis or this paradigm of analysis or this form of analysis on huge multivariate global social, it's just, yeah, it's just so...
The confidence in our conclusions. I'm going to go quickly on two cases in which we went against what authorities' mainstream opinions were and were eventually proven correct. I will explain later how. One is a murder case, the most famous murder case in Israel. 13-year-old girl was found dead inside a locked bathroom stall in her school. This person, Roman Zadorov, who was a floor there, he was eventually convicted based on his confession. And we claimed another person as the murderer. The famous chemical attacks in 2015 next to Damascus. So hundreds of civilians dead from sarin gas. The entire Western governments, intelligence agencies, human rights organizations all placed blame on the government. We said it's the opposition. And as you'll see soon, we turned out to be correct in both of these cases. So something very distinct that I'll try to show is how we keep seeing the same patterns when authorities get conclusions wrong. Not necessarily authorities, but whenever you...
I would also say that like if you have a system that's like based in some sort of hyper-rational way of like quantifying world events and probability and everything, this is such a harsh... I'm being such a critic right now. I think it's really good when people try to invent new stuff like this. So big props for trying to do it and putting his money behind it. Like that's really cool. But I would hope that you would have numerous examples of your system being successful and not just these two. When we're going back to 2006 and then 2013, now maybe these were just the most publicized examples that he felt he was correct on, but I feel like that's one thing. A second thing I think would be, have you applied your system? What I would really want to hear actually would be, have you applied your system in such a way that you created a secret account on like Polymarket or Predictit and you've made, you know, you're consistently betting and winning over large periods of time, tons and tons of money, because you can, if you're really predicting this with a high degree of accuracy, you should, I would imagine, be ahead of the markets on at least some things that you can pick and choose, you know, what you want to make your money on. Also, I'm not stating a position on either of these. I've never seen anything convincing that these chemical attacks in 2013 were done by the rebels or by the FSA or whatever instead of the Syrian government, or I don't know anything about this murder of Terror Rada, so I'm not stating a position either of those.
We turn out to be correct and keep seeing the same patterns when authorities get conclusions wrong. Not necessarily authorities, but whenever you have intelligent people, sophisticated mechanisms reaching wrong conclusions, there are several things that you find happen every time. So
yeah, you don't need a 100% win rate. You only need to beat the betting market, right? So if you are 40, even if you're likely that something didn't happen, let's say that you are 60% sure that a thing happened, or let's say you're 40% sure that a thing happened, right? Or 60%, I guess, sure the other thing. Let's say you're 40% sure that a thing happened. So you're not even sure. But let's say that the betting markets are 10% sure that the thing happened. You could still make money there, right? That's a huge delta between the estimation of the market, because the odds are important here, right?
Go over a few of these cases and also show how we see this.
So what have we learned? LabLeak is a plausible theory, right? Well, I've only consumed stuff on one side. We're about to get to this guy's side. So far, from what I've learned, I feel like the LabLeak stuff is a joke. But I don't have an extensive background in molecular biology or anything here. So there might be mechanisms that I don't know about, that I don't understand, or there might be some reports or some information that I just haven't seen yet, or that will be revealed in this debate. But right now, this seems like the LabLeak stuff seems incredibly difficult to salvage from this so far. But maybe this guy will do it. We'll see.
Several things that you find happen every time. So I'll go over a few of these cases and also show how we see the same fallacies, the same biases happening in the claim of zoonotic origin for COVID-19. So one thing we call trapped prior, it's not our name, trapped prior is the name we like the best. It's somewhat similar to confirmation bias, and that is because we're not good, humans, we're not good in assessing multiple evidence. The way we usually approach the world is we latch into something that is easy for us to understand. That would be like the first evidence, and we would say, okay, this gives me an initial confidence in my hypothesis, and then I will examine evidence as it comes one by one. And each evidence I will examine, is it strong enough to contradict my anchor? If not, I will simply dismiss it as maybe it's fabricated, maybe it's an unreliable source, or just throw away this evidence because it doesn't sit with my current hypothesis. And go evidence by evidence, throw away everything that is not strong enough to by itself convince me. And of course, evidence that supports, I will integrate and feel that it supports my analysis. And
I don't like this trapped prior in some of the examples given. I guess they're okay. I don't know if this is a trapped prior. I feel like this is just maybe inappropriately assigning a prior percentage, because if these things are true, then I imagine probabilistically, Bayesianistically, that's not a real word, you would assign a high prior to any of these things, right? Assuming that the data was true and accurate.
This could bring me to a position where I don't realize that all the evidence I look through is already far more strong than my initial anchor, because each time I threw it one by one. Okay, so for example, in the murder case, we had a very common problem in the judicial system. Judges can't think why someone would confess to a crime he didn't commit. That's their anchor. And then they just try to see if there's anything that will very strongly overthrow the confession, when in fact we know today that confessions are very common. In fact, 25% of convictions that were overturned by DNA also had a confession in them. In COVID-19, the convictions that were overturned by DNA confessions are very strongly overthrow the confession, when in fact we know today that confessions are very common. In fact, 25% of
25%, okay.
Convictions that were overturned by DNA also had a confession in them. In COVID-19, the trapped prior, the anchor that people use is that most viruses come from zoonosis. So okay, so that would be our prior. We'll start with that. And then they evaluate the evidence in light of that assumption. But then what they forget is that we had in recent years advancement in gain-of-function research that greatly increased the pandemic risk, and we will look into that. Another thing that happens often is people will latch to some smoking gun, some evidence that they think is very strong, but in practice it's either fabricated or it's sharpshooter fallacy, which we'll discuss in a minute. Basically, it's the concept that you match evidence from a large search space. So you cherry pick a few matches, but forget about all the mismatches. So for example, in the murder case, we had an issue of a shoe print that was claimed to match the suspect, but the match was not obvious. It was based on picking 4 features in the shoe and finding 4 features on the jeans on the pants of the victim, and saying, okay, each of these 4 are a weak match, but together they're very strong, because what are the probability of 4 matches? And of course, what the person forgot to do was account for all the searches that failed, all the features that he looked for, 100 features on the shoes and 100 features on the pants, and forgot to account for that.
Okay.
The issue in origins where this happens is looking at the market as the source. Again, a lot of retrospective matching there. We'll discuss that.
Okay.
Another thing that you see is that there's strong evidence on the other side that is just dismissed without any explanation. For example, in the chemical attacks in Syria, we actually have a video of the opposition on the night of the attack wearing gas masks, launching the exact type of rockets that were found in the target. And the people who support the other side just simply say that's fabricated. That's the fabricated video. And what they forget is that this is very rare. It's like very, very rare for someone to stage a video, take actors and create like a whole fake scene. There's a lot of manipulations of videos, but staging a whole scene is very, very rare. Here we have the free cleavage site insertion, something that is a very clear genetic manipulation in the genome of SARS-CoV-2, and the response is it's not impossible. There is a way for nature to do that, which is of course correct. I mean, random processes can generate everything, but the question is what is the likelihood? Right? And the likelihood is very low for that to happen. Another thing is coincidences that are dismissed. In the murder case, we had a suspect which has a very rare disorder that she wants to kill random people, and she happens to live right next to the murder scene. And in COVID-19, that's the coincidence of the outbreak occurring next to a major coronavirus lab. So in both of these cases, of the outbreak occurring next.
Okay. These are things. Okay.
Next to a major coronavirus lab.
I feel like these are all just different versions of weighting your evidence incorrectly or having false claims, but I guess it kind of work as things, but okay, let's go.
And in COVID-19, that's the coincidence of the outbreak occurring next to a major coronavirus lab. So in both of these cases, later evidence has supported our conclusion. In Syria, it was about that video I talked about. So that was geolocated to actually been taken at the intersection of all the trajectories of the rockets that fell in Ghouta. And in the murder case, there was mitochondrial DNA that was initially dismissed because it was a 1 in 700 match, which by itself was enough, but never mind. And this was later found to be on the order of 1 to 100,000, 1 in 10,000. And this order, that's basically closes the case. Amazingly, in both cases, the authorities still deny that they were wrong. West still believes this was a government attack. And while the convicted person in the murder case was released, the much likelier suspect is still walking free. Okay, so
okay, let's get to the subject matter. All right.
What we will be covering in the next few sessions about LabLeak. So we will start with the priors. We will find out that zoonosis is probably a more common cause for pandemics, but actually LabLeaks are more frequent than people previously believed, and the recent advances in gain of function increase the pandemic risk. We will then look into the location, and we will of course see that Wuhan is a much more probable origin under the LabLeak hypothesis due to the gain of function research going on there. Well, it's not especially interesting in zoonotic. Here below you can see how the probabilities progress as we add the evidence. So we start with a low probability because zoonosis is more likely, and then update due to location. Then we'll look into the specific W of the activity, and we will see that this activity is exactly the kind of research that would produce SARS-CoV-2, bringing us to 97. We will look into the market. We will see that while the market is an early superspreader event, the evidence does not support it being the where patient zero, where the first infection happened.
Okay.
But it's still evidence for the other side, of course, so it does reduce the probability, just not by much. Next session, we'll look into genetics. The genetics in SARS-CoV-2, and especially the specific way in which the frame cleavage site appears in the genome, are highly unlikely to occur in nature and are very natural for a lab manipulation. So that brings us close to certainty. And last, we will look into just kind of remaining evidence of the behavioral patterns of China and WIV. We'll look into missing evidence, which is something important that many people forget to do, is that you need to look at what evidence you would expect to see and don't have, and what's the statistical significance of that. So
Here's also one critique I'll have. What was his?
Well, this will support both hypotheses pretty equally, but because we have this self-control of accounting for our own mistakes, then the more when you add more uncertainty into the model, then it goes closer to the middle. So that reduces the probability, even though the evidence itself is pretty symmetrical. So that's going to be our last final number. So we will see in session 3.
Okay. I don't remember what his number was coming into this, but if you're going to debate somebody who is claiming to use an incredibly valid model of that's mathematically verified in the most stringent of manners to predict something, they, in my opinion, should be willing to offer odds that are somewhat matched to the likelihood that your claim is correct based on your highly mathematical model. So if you truly believe, now I don't think he came here saying he's 99.5% that he's correct, but when you're getting an excess of 65 or 75% correct on a thing, and there's actually legitimately public debate here, then you have a massive edge on the market, and the odds that you should be willing to offer for people to debate you should be quite high, and you should be able to, it should be very profitable, right? If you're 90% certain that you're correct on a thing, then the flip side is the other person should be 10% certain, right? You should be willing to offer 9 to 1 on a bet. If I'm going to bet you 10,000, if I'm right, then you give me 10,000. Or if I'm if I'm right, you give me 10 grand, and if you're right, I'll give you 90 grand. You should be willing to offer odds that are matching if you're doing such a mathematically empirical model, right? So doing one-to-one odds, if you claim to have found some huge thing, I think, well, now you could argue that maybe, well, they're just arguing for the strength of their model. So the person debating them intrinsically disagrees with their mathematical assertion, but I don't know, just kind of, that's what I would say.
Just so you understand we're not crazy, this is basically all probabilistic analysis of origins of COVID reach very similar numbers. It's as far as I know, there's no probabilistic analysis that looks at this and reached the opposite conclusion. Yeah, so let's start. So we will be starting with a prior probability. I will give, I assume you all know it, but I'll go through this quickly. So the prior probability is the initial estimate of a hypothesis probability before examining the specific evidence of the case. So this is something that...
I hope this whole thing isn't just the conceptual theory of his model, and he's not actually going to get into any of the actual facts, but...
Our methodology explicitly required to do in order to prevent the prosecutor's fallacy, the thing that I will now demonstrate. So we have this situation where your friend comes to you and tells you he just went to a routine exam and he got an HIV positive result. And then you look together online and you find this test is 99% accurate, meaning that it will tell 1 in 100 negative people that they are positive. Okay, so we ask people, how likely is your friend to be actually HIV positive? Most people will say 99% because that's the test, 99% accurate, 99% result. But in reality, you need to account for the prior probability of your friend having HIV positive. And since this was a routine exam, then he just has the background probability of being undiagnosed HIV positive, which is about 0.1%. So now there are two paths in which we can reach the positive response. One is your friend is healthy, that's 99.9% of the cases, and then he was unlucky to get the 1% false, so that's about 1% of cases this will happen. Or he's actually he's actually HIV positive and the test worked, so that is 0.1%. Okay, so one thing happens 1% of the time, and one thing happens 0.1% of the time. So obviously the 1% occurrence happens 10 times more likely, meaning having a false positive, that's the larger occurrence, and the ratio is 10 to 1. So we started with 1,000 to 1, and now we're 10 to 1, but still most likely HIV negative. So this is basically what we will be doing. We will be looking at...
Okay, he's explaining something that's called the, I think this is the base rate fallacy. Somebody correct me if I'm wrong, right? An example of the base rate fallacy is the false positive paradox. Okay, correct. So when your base rate of a thing occurring is less than 1% and you have a test that's like 99% positive, paradoxically, a 99% accurate test, the 1% false positives that it will produce in an unweighted population, if you're just testing every single person, will actually produce more false positives than accurate tests. It's a common meme. I'm sure there's like a million Veritasium and Vsauce videos on this base rate fallacy. The base rate fallacy is not a thing that occurs, though, in the medical world. Generally, it shouldn't be, because, and then this is part of the reason why we don't do this, is because you don't, like, remember the Biden cancer thing? You don't test everybody for every single disease all of the time, because if you did do that, you would run into a fuck ton of ignoring side effects from bad tests, or side effects from tests, period, and all the wasted costs and everything else. You'd be running into way too many false positives, and it would just be a huge burden on the medical system. So that's why typically they don't test for things unless you are exhibiting some symptom, or unless you're in some age range or risk range where it makes sense to test for it. Now, maybe I'm being slightly pedantic, but in a debate that has to do with probability, where it's an epidemiological debate, and he's using a probability-based model for his entire argument, and then to use an epidemiological example where he's basically redescribing the base rate fallacy. Now, he does stick here that it's a routine exam. I don't know anybody who's ever done a routine exam for HIV. In STD panels, I have to specially request and pay for that. Maybe I don't even know why I'm granting this. I don't think there's any routine screening for HIV. I think that's only for probably people who travel or people who are exhibiting symptoms or have some other thing. I feel like that's a highly sus example to draw from, in my opinion. But all right, good luck.
At the odds, and every time we see evidence, we'll try to estimate how it affects both hypotheses by how much it narrows each hypothesis, and that will be the new probability. Okay. Another way to talk about probability.
Also, I don't even know if this augments. I don't even know if this has to do with a prior probability, right? So, for instance, if your friend went for a routine exam and they got an HIV positive result, his chance of having HIV is significantly higher than if he would have gotten an HIV negative result. It's probably, I would imagine, it's 99 times higher, right? So I don't even know if this is a good explanation of prior probability. I don't know where my math people are at. Like if you go in and you get a test and the test is positive and it's 99% positive, chances are you still don't have it, but your chances of having it are probably significantly higher than if you would have just tested negative.
Is this famous quote by Carl Sagan that extraordinary claims require extraordinary evidence, right? So you need to give evidence that overcomes a low prior. So we will be looking at the two hypotheses, trying to look at historic data and estimate based on that what is the initial likelihood of zoonosis in LabLeak. This is going to be a bit challenging for several reasons. One is that pandemics are rare, okay, as well as all LabLeaks. So we don't have enough historical occurrences to make good statistics and get accurate priors. LabLeaks have limited documented cases. And there's also limited data on the emerging technologies in gain of function. So the whole area of genetic engineering is rapidly advancing, so it's an exponential area, so it's hard to estimate by how much it increases the risk of a pandemic from gain of function.
Okay.
So one thing to just quickly realize is that LabLeaks happen. It's not rare. I mean, not very rare. A few interesting cases here. One is the 1979 anthrax, which is interesting because this was in the USSR.
He's only drawing attention to the 0.1% prior of undiagnosed in the population. Yeah, but even at that, I understand what you're trying to say. You're saying that if your friend tests positive, you think he's way more likely to be positive than he actually is. You're not updating your prior correctly. But while that might be true, directionally it's true. Your friend is much more likely to have HIV, just not as high maybe as you think it is. I don't know. You could argue that he's making that he's trying to make that example, but I feel like we would need a more fundamental explanation of stats or something if you're gonna. It just seems weird to me to introduce this fallacy and to not even name it when I feel like it's a really common math thing. I feel like we've all heard of this meme. We all watch the YouTubes.
This was interesting because initially the government blamed meat consumption for the pandemic, and only after the USSR collapsed did they admit this was a LabLeak. So just to keep in mind when people say that it's unlikely that this will be covered up, anything like that, this has happened before. Another interesting case is SARS. So this is a very similar respiratory virus. That actually leaked 4 times, two of those times from the same lab, so 3 leaks overall. So yeah, definitely something that is a good prior for our case here.
Sir, can I ask you about the SARS leaks? Do you know which labs or what countries they were in that they leaked from?
Now, the scary thing about this guy, this is why I love debates versus fucking YouTube essays. I say this all the time, right? If I do a 10-minute YouTube video, it's going to be on a subject that I can talk about for 2 hours, right? I'm not going to give you every piece of information I know in 10 minutes. If you ask me about anything in the video, I should be able to give some background explanation for it. When they were asking this dude, like, can you explain how they got these numbers? Can you explain what this is? This guy knew the mathematical models and everything. And this guy's like a mountain climber or some shit who autistically researches things in his free time, I think is what he said. Not with the autistic word. Is he going to know anything about these 4 listed lab leaks? He should. It's a $100,000 debate. He should know. But if he has no clue about these underlying leaks, because I think he said something different. I think he said there was no evidence of these SARS lab leaks, but we'll see.
Sir, can I ask you about the SARS leaks? Do you know which labs or what countries they were in that they leaked from?
Yeah, we'll see it in a minute.
Okay, thank you.
Oh, okay. It's coming up later on. Okay. Ooh, he doesn't know off the top of his head, but or maybe he might, and it's just coming up later. He doesn't want to go over it all now.
1977, a flu leak. That is interesting because that has caused many deaths, also especially among young people. So that is a significant event where LabLeak has caused a lot of damage. I can ignore the rest for now. So here let's start looking at comparing LabLeak and spillovers. Excuse me 1 minute. I will move my snoring dog away. Okay, so we have. Looking at SARS outbreaks specifically, we have 3 lab leaks and 3 known spillover events. This is, of course, the ones we know about. There could be many more spillover events. There could have been many more lab leaks. Hard to tell, but it is important to look at these 3 cases and have a feel that it is not like this is not that one of these is 100 times more likely, right? So these are the locations you asked about, and interestingly, they leaked from all BSL levels. So these are major flu pandemics. So we have 5 in recent century. Of course, flu comes every year, but mostly this is just recombinations of existing flus. These are new and important flu introductions. Looking at major epidemics, this is just basically we looked at.
Oh man, okay. This is going to be a rough. Unless this gets significantly better, I wonder how this, is this Scott Alexander that, is he doing the review here or is it somebody else? Okay, maybe this gets better.
A list of all epidemics filtered by 2,000 dead. So these are the main ones. We have the 1977 one here, so gives you again a feel for what this might look like. So those are like 3 anchors we can work with. Again, not very reliable, but gives you a ballpark. So next one, we want to think about what's reliable, but one here. So.
Like, I'm sorry, I'm not retarded. I have a decent enough understanding of what he's talking about when we talk about like your Bayesian priors and shit to know that, what are we talking about? So what is our prior assumption? What number are we starting with? How many different pandemics have there been? Like, what is the number of, I don't know. I feel like I need more numbers on the screen to understand this. No, I feel like I'm getting like slides with random pieces of information. Maybe he'll bring it all together in a minute. I don't feel like we're very mathematical here. I feel like we're very much in the world of intuition and emotional feelings is what I'm feeling right here. But okay.
Gives you again a feel for what this might look like. So that's
100% wrong about HIV screening. By the way, it's routine in under 25-year-old sexual activity and pregnancy in high-risk populations. Well, high-risk population is literally is agreeing with what I just said, dipshit. Pregnancy people, that's also that's pretty rare. Okay, most people aren't pregnant for most parts of their life. And for sexually active under 25-year-olds, it might be. I've never had an HIV screening recommended to me before, though. I've always had to elect to get that. My understanding is the only way to test for that is through a blood draw. But maybe nowadays, maybe the recommendations have changed on that, or maybe in the past they just never recommended that test. I don't know.
Those are like 3 anchors we can work with. Again, not very reliable, but gives you a ballpark. So next we want to think about what is the impact of gain of function of this. So there's 2 things to consider here. One, first is none of the priors is a gain of function leak. These are leaks for other reasons. So that would of course be a reason to reduce the probability we use. On the other hand, gain of function is a rapidly growing field, which is specifically talking about introducing more contagious viruses, right? So this is exactly something that should increase the probability of a LabLeak. So we're trying to look at that. So we couldn't find good precise measures of the amount of gain of function work. We do have 2 proxies. One is looking at the price of genome editing technology. The other is looking at BSL-4 labs, which are a proxy for indication for looking at highly dangerous pathogens. So looking at the first one in terms of affordability, so we have this mentioned by Ralph Barrick, who is studying coronaviruses. So he says he's very interested in the field. So he said this talking about the drop from 42,000 to 6,000. Here is a more accurate description of the costs. Writing DNA is in red here, gene synthesis in red. These are note that all of these are logarithmic scales. Okay, we're talking about exponential growth. Increasing BSL-4 labs also very rapid over time. It's important to understand that this is not something that happened in retrospect. People were concerned about gain of function well before this happened. Okay, so there was a 3-year ban on research on SARS, MERS, and influenza gain of function. Okay, so this is something that was known before. And looking more generally, humanity is not very good in assessing new technology risks. So the Space Shuttle program was estimated to fail once every 100,000. Happened twice in 136. Nuclear power, again, something that everyone was very well aware of the dangers, but still we do have failures and meltdowns. So trying to, failures and meltdowns. So trying to integrate all of that into numbers, which is what we try to do. So this gives you a first glimpse on how we work. So what we did is we took these 3 priors we used. One was based on SARS, 3 versus 3 cases, the flu one, 1 versus 4, and major pandemics, 1 versus 8. Each one in the middle, you can see the ratio that is implied, the probability that is implied from that. We do give a low and high estimate for each one because, like we said, we're trying to always look at what mistakes we could be making, what assessments could be wrong, and this prevents us from reaching overconfident results. We do a geometric mean for that, and then we do adjustment for gain of function. So on the low end, we do a reduction because the priors are not gain of function. On the high, we do an increase because gain of function is introducing new pathogens, possibly at a rate that is much higher than any laboratory incidents at the best. So these are weighted at 20-80-20, 20-60-20, and this is where we are. Any questions so far? Then move forward.
I wanted to dig into this calculation a little bit here, Zara, to understand kind of some of the sensitivity. So assuming that looking through some of your other sources, there's hundreds or more estimated lab-acquired infections across U.S. facilities, Australian facilities, many other facilities.
Hold on, am I fucking retarded, or is the way he's done his distribution here just going to mean that... Does he change these numbers? Because the adjusted percentage is just always going to be the impartial one, right? Because if, like, he's using the same distance or deviation or whatever, like from 0.5 to either minus 0.2 or plus 0.2, and then from 0.2 to either minus 0.05 or plus 0.05, and then from 0.125 from either minus 0.025 or plus 0.025, whatever the calculation, the geomean is what he's saying, whatever his calculation is on the left and the right, it's always just going to be whatever this middle thing is, right? Am I misunderstanding this? If the weighted is literally just the unweighted average of all three, or the average of all three of these unweighted values, I don't know. I'm retarded. Good luck.
But you seem to be using numbers that are significantly higher than that in terms of the probability of a spillover event causing a pandemic. How do you calculate that, or how do you integrate those two pieces? Because they seem fairly different.
Okay, so you're saying, like, we're trying to compare the hundreds of known infections to the millions of zoonotic infection, right? That's the idea?
Or just that these numbers seem much higher than what would be if using some of the estimates from the other sources, there's a 1.5% chance per year of a lab-acquired infection being generated by any BSL-4 lab. It seems these numbers seem significantly higher.
Okay, so this is for the entire world. This is not for one lab. Okay, so this is we're looking here at the history across the entire world. So these are all the labs together, and in the context of a pandemic. Okay, we're saying, okay, given that we have a new pandemic happening, what's the probability that a lab is the source? So these are the estimates. Because it's very, very, very different. In a minute, I will also show an analysis like you suggesting about looking bottom up on the frequencies that will give like a sensitivity, a sanity check on this.
Okay.
One other question here. So this also seems sensitive to like what counts as a pandemic, and I think that's kind of what I'm trying to get at. And so in a sense, and I had asked this question a little bit in the email, but
we're getting into what that one chatter said before. I don't remember the term he used. Fuck. Your reference class. That's essentially what this guy's asking. What is your reference class? How are you even choosing which events to count? Which I pointed out is like, this is the problem, I think, with this approach to this sort of analysis, is you think that you're doing, you think that you're like picking some numbers and then you're engaging in like rigid analysis, when in reality, you're picking some numbers and then you're just like typing some numbers into a calculator, right? Like this is your data set acquisition here or whatever, this is gonna be the huge thing, or your selection, like what data you even count, this is where 99% of the work needs to be done. The math is easy. This is like not even TI 85 math. This is just like multiplication or division or calculator math. Like
there's a lot of other diseases that people might consider, emergent or pandemic that are bacterial, Clostridium difficile infection, just to take one. So it seems like depending on that conclusion, you might be able to reduce the probability of a lab leak given you've seen a pandemic by 2 orders of magnitude by counting other things that kill a bunch of people that are bacterial diseases or parasitic, for instance. So basically, how did you choose the 200K threshold, and why is that a reasonable threshold to anchor to?
So the 200 was simply at the point where you start to have a lot of pandemics, so the information starts to be hard to process.
I don't know what that even meant. Also, 200K dead. Why is an epidemic only dead people? Do non-deadly infections count? Also, this number doesn't change through time. What was the population of the world in 1919 versus 2009? World population in 2019. I don't know why I just said that, sorry. 1919. 1.8 billion. And now we're at what? Over 8 billion? Why this doesn't change it over time at all? Or also, well, maybe it wouldn't matter because we're just looking at lab related stuff, because I was going to say nothing in Africa or South America, I think, is here. But maybe they did, I don't know, maybe they didn't have science in those continents yet.
You can put different numbers. I mean, this is not going to be a huge difference in the final result. First of all,
what? The thing that you're using to calculate your prior assumption is not going to make a dramatic difference in your final results?
At the point where you start to have a lot of pandemics, so the information starts to be hard to process. You can put different numbers. I mean,
also, that's not a, I'm sorry, but that's not a valid excuse. The data is hard to process. It's 2020, whenever this year was. We have Excel and calculators. You put it all in a spreadsheet and you push you do parentheses, sum, or whatever the fuck I don't know how you fuck Excel. What do you mean hard to process?
Was simply at the point where you start to have a lot of pandemics, so the information starts to be hard to process.
Well, like, what does that sentence mean? You have a lot of pandemics, so the data is hard to process. It sounds like you're excluding even more data, which would probably help you get a good prior assumption because you want more events so that you can measure the probability, right?
You can put different numbers. I mean, this is not going to be a huge difference in the final result. First of all, because you have a geometric mean here, and second, because I mean,
what does geometric mean? I don't even know what that means. I don't understand why your prior assumption wouldn't have a dramatic impact on your final result. I feel like your priors, I guess it depends on what you're going over. I shouldn't make generalizations because I don't fucking know. But my intuition is that your priors are going to be, in some calculations, going to be literally your most important things, right? Like if you're like the difference between starting from an 80% prior versus a 10% prior would be fucking massive. How did this guy win? I don't think he did. I think this guy lost. But I mean, I still want to watch the whole argument.
So okay, so if it would be 1 versus 5 or 1 versus 12, this is not going to be a dramatic difference. Maybe something important to say. Once we get to session 3,
1 versus 5 or 1 versus 12 wouldn't make a huge difference, but that's going to have wouldn't that just have a dramatic difference on his geometric mean here at the end? Like, what if it was 1 versus 50? Isn't that going to pull this average down quite a bit?
We will be talking about numbers. The probabilistic power that would need to be overcome in order to claim zoonosis is about 100,000.
Okay, but we're not even talking about that though. We're just talking about your process. You're talking about a comparative analysis at the very end of this argument. Okay. I don't, unless I'm misunderstanding something, this is a very, very, very goofy thing to me. Like, and it exemplifies like the most base level criticism of people that argue like this, which is that, sure, you can say you're doing some Bayesian analysis, but at the end of the day, the only thing that's going to matter is, I think actually Scott, said it at the start of this, right? But the joke goes that you do Bayesian reasoning. Stop! Don't touch that! By doing, but the joke goes that you do Bayesian reasoning by doing normal reasoning while muttering Bayes, Bayes, Bayes under your breath. Like it's...
Okay, so anything that is going to be about, okay, this should be 10 and not 23, we can simply grant it. It's not going to change anything in the grant thing.
A doubling 2x that sounds like an intuitive feeling that's not mathematically based, right? Especially at these low percentages, right? There's a much bigger difference between 10% and 20%, for instance, than there is between 40% and 50%, right? The difference between 40 and 50% is the difference between me being 60% right or right 60 times or 50 times, right? Which is what? That's like a 20% difference between 50 and 60. But the difference between 10 and 20% might be the difference between me being right 80% of the time versus like 90% of the time, sorry, from the other perspective, might be the difference between me being wrong 10% of the time versus 20% of the time, which is a 50% difference or 100% difference, depending on which way you're looking at, right? The idea that like 10 points off of your calculation here, especially at such a low number, like the difference between your prior starting at like 13% versus 23%, that seems to be significantly different. Maybe none of this matters. It can't be this dumb, right? It can't be this silly.
10 and not 23, we can simply grant it. It's not going to change anything in the grant thing. In order to have our analysis support zoonostics, you will need to show some crazy strong evidence. So basically,
why not speak in numbers? What would be the numbers? What would their prior have to be or whatever? I mean, you're looking at the analysis at the end, but
Basically, anything that is about, okay, let's make these numbers a bit smaller, 2 times smaller, I'm fine with that. It's not going to change. But I agree that there's a lot of uncertainty. That's what I said.
Like what? What do you, I thought that your whole point is your process here. No? Destiny, he's saying the evidence is so strong that even if your power is 1%, once you do your calculations, you'll end up with the LabLeak being true. He's saying that he has a test that is 99.9. Yeah, but if that was true, he should be offering huge odds and making a ton of money betting on this on market somewhere, or he should be doing something. That sounds goofy to me. Like you can't, if your whole model is math-based, you're saying it doesn't matter if you start off with half the prior probability. That just seems really silly.
When we started, that there's a lot of challenges in estimating priors here.
Yeah. But that's the whole point. That's the whole difficulty in these types of things, which is probably, my guess is going to be, it would be one of the biggest criticisms of trying to reason out these huge multivariate, massive international events using this mode of analysis. It's just woefully inappropriate for it.
Definitely be the opposite claim that given what's going on with gain of function, that a new pandemic is 90% to be from that. So, I mean, there's a lot of uncertainty here. This seems to be something that's reasonable. Having no update in the impartial numbers for gain of function growth, I think, is very conservative. That is only because we don't have priors for that. In general, what we call here impartial in practice is a lot of the general, only because we don't have priors for that. In general, what we call here impartial in practice is a lot of these numbers are very conservative. We're doing,
like, what's even the point of doing this adjust for gain of function and growth? Well, what's the point of any of these numbers, right? Like his adjustment for gain of function on the impartial one is 1, but then it's 0.5 here, and then it's 1.5 here, and he's just averaging them together. So what's even the? I don't know. I don't know.
Just in order to try to avoid getting into nitpicking, and because we don't need it.
Avoid. He's doing the lazy gardener in a $100,000 debate with a 90-minute opening. Why would you want to avoid getting into nitpicking? This is the whole point of this. This is the most autistic debate. 3,500 views on this. Why would you want to avoid nitpicking in the most autistic debate that has probably ever been hosted about a major topic before with a 90-minute opening statement? Wait, what?
Because the evidential power is so strong that we just try to put numbers that would be easy to agree on.
The whole point of your mode of analysis is the numbers. What?
Okay, next we're...
Okay, let's go. Oh, hey, it's that map that looks like every map ever. Hell yeah.
We'll be looking at a location.
Speaking of nitpicking.
Oh, no, not another question.
That's a typo. It's supposed to say 1 verse 7, not 1 verse 8.
No, I think it was 8, no? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. You are correct. So
Okay.
that's...
Your numbers are 1 verse.
Oh, that means that even his numbers are off. But it's okay, because it doesn't matter. None of them, at the end of the day, the math doesn't matter anyway. $100,000 debate. What?
7. You just put on the side 1 verse 8. Okay.
That was definitely nitpicking.
Oh, thank you.
All right, thank
That's
you.
good. That's good. Okay. Okay, location. So this, as far as you know, this has started at Wuhan, and we have a few questions we want to answer. First, how likely is Wuhan to be a zoonotic epicenter, given its location, bat populations? Another question is, how unique is the gain of function research being done in WAV, right? Because this is something that a lot of people forget to think about. So they're told this happened right next to a coronavirus lab. Okay, but maybe coronavirus labs are like in every city, right? So that makes it insignificant. So identifying how unique is the researcher is important. And what is the bottom line here? So let's dig in. So we're going to start about thinking what is probability under zoonotic hypothesis. So East Asia is a home to a diverse distribution of bat species. That's where SARS originated. MERS, on the other hand, originated in the Middle East. There's some diversity of bats there and in Africa, but we'll be focusing on East Asia now. Again, a conservative approach. So we will only focus on East Asia, and we will only focus on cities, urban population in East Asia. So what we did is we went over basically all the countries you see here. Some of them, like India, got 50% because some of it seems to be low likelihood. And we got a total of 1.6 billion urban population. Wuhan is 12.3. For each country, we looked at the percent of urban population. 12.3 for Wuhan. We divide, and then following feedback from Peter, we actually added another 2x for Wuhan being a large city because indeed it makes sense that density is important. So calculating, we get 1.48% at Wuhan. If we're hearing about the new bat pandemic, Wuhan being the zoonotic source is 1.48.
Oh. Okay.
Peter, in his presentation, raised several reasons.
You understand what he did, right? He just took all the cities in Southeast Asia, added up all the populations, and then divided that by the population of Wuhan to calculate the chances of the virus emerging from there. This would be assuming that the characteristics and the likelihood of this outbreak is equal among all of these different places. So this is like exactly the reason why, I feel like this is a bad, because I think you can do this like Bayesian reasoning. I'm sure you could do it. But he's just blowing past, to put this in LLM terms, I guess, this would be like me creating like the world's strongest fucking computer graphics card processing lab to figure out like the best LLM in the entire universe and to train it on all the answers of everything you could possibly want to know, and then feeding it the 7 Harry Potter books and just having it train on that data set for 5 years and then seeing what answers it spits out. Like, none of your calculations matter when your underlying data is so horrible. How can you're not doing? There's no work being done here. There's no work being done here.
Is 1.48. Peter, in his presentation, raised several reasons why Hubei is probably more likely. We need to see actual objective measurements. I mean, this is all very retrospective.
Oh God! And he's one of those people who's like, the number is objective. Like, there's not a difference, like qualitative versus quantitative data. I don't actually know if I'm using those terms correctly here, but like, it's not just raw numbers. What do you mean? And I feel stronger about his earlier HIV example, where he was trying to demonstrate the base rate fallacy. I think I was intuiting a poor understanding of how any of this works. He's literally like looking at numbers on paper without any sort of like qualitative weighting, I don't know if you would say that, to any of the actual numbers whatsoever. Like, he's just like, okay, you said that there are 100 murderers in the United States of America. Where do most murders happen? Cities? And there's 100 cities in America? Probabilistically, there's going to be 1 murder per city per year. Bayesian. That's my Bayesian analysis. Like, this is actually so childlike. This is such a naive. It's not even a naive. This wouldn't even be a starting point. This would be a nothing point. This data, the data input here is actually so bad. It's worthless. It's actually worthless.
Seeing that in the past they didn't ban wildlife trade for a while. I mean, we need to see how this happens in all provinces in order to claim that Hubei is in any way unique. And of course,
he did, though. He went through that analysis, and you just added up all the people in all the cities. Like, a very quick and easy question would be, so for instance, something that he might show if he wanted to prove that this is a good data set, he might say, well, here's an outbreak of all of these types of infections and the cities that they were traced to. And then he shows a map, and there's an equal distribution, an equal likelihood of an origination of all diseases. And his map here, I don't even know if his map here is furthering this argument here. The map here is showing the diversity of bat species, source biodiversitymapping.org, and saying the distribution is highest in Southeast Asia and fairly low in Wuhan. Does that even matter? Also, Southeast Asia, that's a big region. Oh my God. Okay.
Another thing to note here is that many countries outside China are very likely to to be the source. So that's
qualitative data is likely data that represents some quality like blue eyes or left-handed. Okay, there you go. Sorry. What do you call it when you, what would you call data that has like, I guess some kind of weighting to it? You would just call it weighted data, wouldn't you? Like if I were to ask a question like what are the chances that a person is colorblind, and I give you 100 people, but then I reveal that 80 of those people are women and 20 of those people are men, your analysis is going to change, right? Since colorblind is an X-linked deficiency or whatever. Would you, what would you call that? Would that just be or more quantitative or subjective or weighted data? I don't know.
And of course, another thing to note here is that many countries outside China are very likely to be the source. So that's something that was also neglected in Peter's calculation, is that we need to account for other countries. It doesn't have to be China. The thing to note here is that many countries outside China are very likely to be the source. So that's something that was also neglected in Peter's calculation, is that
just weighted.
We need to account for other countries. It doesn't have to be China.
This is just this is such a crazy, man. 2020, Wuhan's population stood at 12.3 million / divided by total relevant East Asian urban population, 1.66 billion. And then 2x for large cities. Why? Like, shouldn't it at least be done, at the very least, if we want to do the laziest way of doing this, shouldn't it be 2x based on like population density at least? Shouldn't that like at least factor in? Or like what?
Just note that we didn't estimate Wuhan because it's farther from the places. We just said it's around the place. So again, a conservative estimate.
Conservative. That's a conservative. Okay.
Okay. Under the LabLeak hypothesis, so Wuhan has WAV. That's the second largest lab for coronaviruses. The biggest lab is in North Carolina, which is much more significant. WAV regularly collect coronaviruses and conduct gain-of-function research. These two are basically the largest labs. We give WAV 20% of the world coronavirus gain-of-function.
Okay, we're just gonna blow. Okay.
There's been a lot of reports that there's safety issues with WAV.
Why? Why are you asking why, fucking retards? He just explained it. Because the Wuhan IV Institute of Virology is located in Wuhan and is the second largest lab for coronaviruses. They regularly collect coronaviruses from Southeast Asia and conduct gain-of-function research. The North Carolina lab is probably more likely, as the volume of gain-of-function research they do on coronaviruses is greater. Therefore, the Wuhan Institute of Virology probably does 20% of all coronavirus gain-of-function research. He says it right here. Pay attention, idiots.
There's been a lot of reports that there's safety issues with WAV. We didn't dig into that because that would require looking at whether that is significantly higher than other labs. So we're just ignoring that. What is
We're 38. We're almost halfway through this guy's presentation. Holy shit!
Is that at what level was coronavirus gain-of-function research being done? So these are the virus BSL, the safety levels for labs 1, 2, 3, 4. SARS and MERS usually require BSL-3. WIV had up to BSL-4, and it turns out that the gain-of-function research on coronavirus was done in BSL-2. So the sources for that is we see it here in the website. They describe each pathogen.
Oh, what is the website? We see it on the website? On the official website of the Wuhan Institute of Virology, in 2017, bat coronaviruses are handled in BSL-2. Okay. Is that... actually, you know what? Fuck. I'm supposed to leave soon. I want to see, I actually want to go to this website. What is this website? www.archive.org/web/2017 10-2305-3516/ http://www.virus.org.cn. What does that stand for? Canada or China? /resource. Did I type this right? Fuck! 2017 10-2305 10-2305 and then 3516 http www.virus.org.cn/resource. Does anybody know what the fuck that website is? Oh, it's web.archive. The live viruses stored in the library include human medical viruses, zoonotic viruses, livestock and poultry viruses, insect viruses, plant viruses, and bacteriophages. A virus-sensitive cell bank and a virus genetic resource bank have been established. A digital management system has been implemented, and 13 virus databases and information sharing platforms and web servers have been established. Over the years, the center has provided teaching, research materials, and other related virus resource services to domestic and foreign research institutions, colleges, and universities, and enterprises, and has maintained close contact and cooperation with relevant domestic and foreign institutions. Does this have to do with where they do the research, or is this just where they store them? Or is that the same thing as... is this the same thing that they do the research in? Please let me click this. Hi, baby. Like, is the assumption that there's gain of function research being done on every single one of these things in where all of it is stored at? National Virus Resource Center. This is the Wuhan Institute of Virology, right? This isn't like a totally different place, is it? Okay, it is affiliated with the Wuhan Institute of Virology. China's register was included by the National Health and Family Planning Commission as one of 6 national level human transmissible pathogenic microorganism virus collection institution. Largest virus collection in Asia with about 1,200 viruses isolates. Viruses stored in the collection include human metal. Center features. Center responsibilities. Pathogen mechanism research. The paragraph says stored. Isn't he claiming they were doing work with them? Yeah, I'm curious if they do the research that he's claiming at this lab, or if there's any like information about that. But I don't even know if I can find that. Or maybe they wouldn't even say it here. Maybe they wouldn't admit it. I wish I knew where this fucking, this Anthony Fauci email was coming from. That's part of this screenshot, but.
What BSL. So the sources for that is we see it turns out viruses usually require BSL-3, WIV head up to BSL-4.
So like this says right here, for instance, potentially harmful pathogens like SARS and MERS usually require at least BSL-3. But I mean, like we can see, it feels like they were storing a ton of shit. Like all of it is open on their website. Like, it's not like this is, like, top secret info or anything. Like, it's all just... fuck. Like, it's all just here. I feel like if you went on Joe Rogan, I feel like you could start so many fucking memes. Did you know they were storing rabies on only BSL-3? They weren't even storing and they have measles at BSL-2? Herpes is on BSL-2? Because to an average person, they probably think everything should just be fucking BSL-4 because it just sounds like it should be. canine coronavirus, BSL-2, rat coronavirus, BSL-2, and bat coronavirus, BSL-2. What the fuck? What the fuck is going on here?
It turns out that the gain-of-function research on coronavirus was done in BSL-2. So the sources for that is we see it here in the website. They describe each pathogen and what BSL it is. You can see here from the leaked emails from the Freedom of Information Act, you can see here how virologists responded to hearing that this is done in BSL-2 lab, Wild West.
That you have nothing. There's no context for this email at all. It's a cut off one line, one sentence. What? I don't even know what this is responding to.
You can see here how virologists responded to hearing that this is done in BSL-2 lab, Wild West. Here is Xi Jinping, who's heading this research in WFV, saying they did BSL-2 and BSL-3. Here is a specific gain-of-function.
Laboratory biosafety guidelines for working with SARS-CoV-2. At a minimum, BSL-2 facilities, practices, and procedures are recommended for diagnostic research, anatomic pathology, environmental testing, and virus propagation utilizing SARS-CoV-2. At minimum, ABSL-2 is recommended for work with these viruses in animal models. So this doesn't even violate our own practices and procedures. Updated as of March 27, 2024. This is going to be actual AIDS. Here are the email leaks.
Study done under BSL-2 conditions. This is by far much more troubling than anything else. Something to understand about BSL-2. So if you see the little cute guy here, he does not have any protection on his respiratory tract. You can go to YouTube and look for BSL-2 labs guidelines. You will see no masks as long as you look before 2020, right? After 2020, everyone started putting masks. But prior to that, BSL-2 lab is no mask.
Okay, I'm talking out my ass here. I don't know if anybody here works in research. I would be shocked if you're working with viruses that can transmit like this, that something like an N95 mask would ever be a requirement to wear. My guess is you would either be wearing like full protective stuff or you wouldn't need anything. The idea that you would rely on something that's like 95 or 99% safe, I feel like that would be a thing where it's like, if you're masked up, you're in like a biohazard suit or like a full face covering thing. It wouldn't be like here's a percentage chance thing. That just seems, I don't know, super dumb in my opinion, but. What you're describing is BSL-4 lab PPE. He's describing BSL-2. What would be the point of wearing like just a mask like that? Because it blocks your breath, or? Because my understanding is like for stuff like those masks, that's never 100%. And why would you risk anything at a place like this?
Here for BSL-3, you have full head coverage and.
Unless it's just like blocking your breath to not contaminate stuff, maybe.
Respirator and BSL-4 is a full body cover. Okay, so. People playing with SARS-2 under BSL-2 lab, one could say this is a guarantee of infection.
Okay. Why does the CDC website then literally just recommend BSL-2 for SARS-CoV-2? For right here, it's literally on this website.
Okay, so let's update our numbers. This is where we left last time. 1.48 is what we said for zoonosis. 20% is what we said for LabLeak. We gave 10 and 30 because we don't have enough.
That 1.48% number was literally just you dividing all of the population up? That's where he got that number from. What?
We don't have enough confidence on how much other gain-of-function for we left out infection. Okay, so let's update our numbers. This is where we left last time. 1.48 is what we said for zoonosis. 20% is what we said for LabLeak. We gave 10 and 30 because we don't have enough confidence on how much other gain-of-function work was being done in other labs. We're giving a very mild update for BSL2. I mean, this could easily be claimed to be a 20 factor. So we're giving it 4 and 2 for the conservative. Updating, this is our new number. Any questions at this point?
It could easily be 20? Doesn't that significantly change your outcome here?
Updating, this is our new number. Any questions at this point?
I'm still looking at your summary probabilities. Sorry, what does the adjust for BSL2 line mean?
Okay, so
the adjust for BSL2 line, it looks like an arbitrary risk factor that they added for the probability of a leak of the virus. So if you were being impartial, they added a 4x probability multiplier here. If you were being low, then it'd be 2, and if you were doing a high probability, it'd be 6. But this number came from literally nowhere. It's just like, I don't know, 2, 4, 6. He literally said it could easily be 20. You're exponentially off. You're an order of magnitude off. It could be 500% higher, and you just, source is literally works cited crack pipe.
So here you have the base factor by how much we will be increasing the odds for LabLeak. So this is basically the ratio between the conditional probabilities, right? This is the conditional probability of the location being Wuhan under zoonosis. This is the conditional probability of the location being Wuhan under LabLeak. So the ratio between them is how much you're going to increase your odds. And for BSL2, we don't go for the conditional probabilities directly. We just say this is another increase of 4x.
I mean, but what is that coming from? Is that does it have to do with, you're talking about lab safety questions? You're saying that
yes, this is the fact that if we're talking about LabLeak, then these people were handling SARS-2 and BSL2, basically not protecting their respiratory tract. That's,
okay.
It's just made up. It's literally just made up. This isn't $100,000. Dude, I'm going crazy. I gotta play video games. We gotta retire. I gotta get the fuck out of here. This is a $100,000 debate. This is just made up. You understand what he just said, right? He said I made it up, right?
I mean, but what is that coming from? Does it have to do with, you're talking about lab safety questions? You're saying that
yes, this is the fact that if we're talking about LabLeak, then these people were handling SARS-2 and BSL2, basically not protecting their respiratory tract. That's,
okay. I might dive into more of that later. Thank you.
So it's if you don't wear any safety gear, then it just goes up a little bit, or a lot of it, or not at all a bit, or
basically not protecting their respiratory tract. That's,
okay. I might dive into more of that later. Thank you.
Okay. Next, we will be looking at specific activities in 2019 and overall in WIV. So foreign cleavage sites were a hot topic. They were gradually being recognized as an important feature in the infectiousness of activity of viruses. You can see here some studies mentions. Won't go over all of them.
I want to hear him explain this now.
Very important is the diffuse proposal, which we'll be discussing in detail next session. So this is a grant proposal by WIV and North Carolina and the EcoHealth Alliance, asking for, I think, $50 million in order to study bad coronaviruses. Specifically, it included a gain-of-function section, which had these 3 features. One is looking for human ACE2 binding. Another is introducing human cleavage sites if they don't exist. And experimenting with glycans. Again, will be discussed next session. All of these exist in SARS-2. Okay, so this match is also very suspicious. These exist in SARS.
What was the year for this? This is a grant proposal? Was this grant even granted? I like how he doesn't go into any of this at all. What? I can't even read this shit. Okay, it looks like this was requested for Wuhan, Palo Alto, California, Cumming, and Wuhan, China, Chapel Hill, North Carolina, New York, Singapore, and then Madison, Wisconsin. Total funds requested 514 million. Proposal validity period 6 months. Date proposal submitted is March 27, 2018. So then all of these labs have been doing the exact same type of research? There's 0% chance that he wrote this from that, by the way. This was absolutely copy pasted from some tweet or some from random dude that made this, guaranteed, but. Oh, cool, we have this. Okay. "75 pages. Okay, amount requested proposal for, this is $14.2 million for what, their specific lab, or? Our goal is to diffuse the potential for spillover of novel bat origin, high zoonotic risk SARS-related coronaviruses in Asia. In TA1, we will intensively sample bats at our field sites where we have identified high spillover risks of SARS-CoV-2. We will sequence the spike proteins, reverse engineer them to conduct binding assays. I knew how to pronounce at one point. And then insert them into bat SARS-CoV backbones, then use these bat SARS-CoV backbones, not SARS-CoV, and are exempt from dual use and gain-of-function concerns. And then insert them into SARS-R. I don't know what SARS-R means. SARS is severe acute respiratory syndrome. R, what does the R stand for? Assays? The SARS-CoV backgrounds and are exempt from dual use and gain-of-function concerns to infect humanized mice and assess capacity to cause SARS-like disease. Our modeling team will use these data to build machine learning genotype-phenotype models of viral evolution and spillover risk. We'll uniquely validate these with serology from previously collected human samples via LIPS assays. I'm not pronouncing this right. I know I'm not. Assays that assess which proteins allow spillover into people. We will build host pathogen spatial models to predict the bat species composition of caves across Southeast Asia, parameterized with a full inventory of host virus distribution at our field districts, 3 cases in union, province, a series of unique global data sets on the bat. By the end of year Y1, the year 1, I guess, of the grant, we will create a prototype app for the warfighter that identifies the likelihood of bats harboring dangerous viral pathogens at any site across Asia. In TA2, we'll be evaluating 2 approaches to reduce SARS-CoV shedding in cave bats. Broad-scale immune boosting, in which case we will inoculate bats with immune modulators to upregulate their innate immune response and downregulate viral replication. Targeted immune boosting, which inoculates with novel chimeric polyvalent recombinant spike proteins. Oh, I've heard this meme before that people don't like. Polyvalent recombinant spike proteins plus the immune modulator to enhance innate immunity against specific high-risk viruses. We will trial inoculum delivery methods on captive bats, including a novel automated aerosolized system, transdermal nanoparticle application, and edible adhesive gels. We use stochastic simulation, modeling informed by field. Okay, members are currently reviewed. Work together. Okay, gotcha. I'm assuming this must have been approved, right? It wouldn't be that stupid that they would point to something like this that didn't actually get approved, right? A SARS-like cluster of circulating bat coronaviruses shows potential for human emergence. Here's published research from their program, all done in BSL-3 labs. Sure, this is 2015 though. Oh, they were already doing literally this exact same type of research in 2015 though, and earlier, probably for at least a couple years earlier, right? We generated and characterized a chimeric virus expressing the spike of bat coronavirus SHC-014 and a mouse-adapted SARS-CoV backbone. The results indicate that group 2B viruses encoding the SHC-014 spike and a wild-type backbone can efficiently use multiple orthologs. The SARS receptor human angiotensin converting enzyme 2, ACE2, replicate efficiently in primary human airway cells and achieve in vitro titers equivalent to epidemic strains of SARS-CoV. Oh, holy fuck. Okay. So the idea, I'm just reading the abstract. So it was always a concern, I guess, that a new coronavirus could emerge from these populations, and they were even looking at or maybe, I don't know, maybe I guess if SARS-CoV acted on I don't know if SARS-CoV acted on the ACE2 receptor. I don't know, actually. Maybe they didn't. Yeah. Is the, fuck, I don't know the thing. Is there evidence that that one grant was actually approved and accepted and that they were funding stuff with it, or? It does, that is the same receptor it binds to? Okay. Wait, it looks like the diffuse stuff was rejected. No shot, right? This says, I'm not currently recommending funding of this effort. However, there are several points of great interest in the proposed effort that are potentially fundable should additional funding become available. Oh shit, did they not actually? There's no shot it would be that stupid, right?
Okay, so this match is also very suspicious. So we're adding here, this match is also very suspicious.
You know what's funny is that he's actually falling into 4306. He's falling into one of the very traps that he lays out as like these like trapped priors, or maybe the smoking gun claim or whatever, where he's dramatically overvaluing the strength of some evidence. Like, I wonder if he asked himself, like, has research like this ever been going on? If it has been, well, I guess they'll get into the genetic part on the second part of the debate, but...
Icons, again, will be discussed next session. All of these exist in SARS-2. Okay, so this match is also very suspicious. So we're adding here the probability of all of these happening. Okay, so the probability of... okay, so let me explain what we do here. So
he's just making up numbers for this shit. Like, he's just making up numbers.
If we're talking about gain of function, then it's very likely that this will happen, that this will match the kind of work that was interesting to virologists at the time.
Like, he's making this mistake of...
It's very likely that this will happen, that this...
Like, what are the chances that an emerging virus would have exactly the characteristics of what we're studying? Like, I feel like this is a reverse survivorship bias, right? Like, it's so crazy that all of the planes that were shot down all seem to be shot in the same spot. Like, they must be aiming at that spot every single time they shoot. And it's like, well, no, you don't see all the planes that make it back. You're just seeing the planes that have crashed. Is there like a diership, like a die bias instead of a survivorship bias?
This will match the kind of work that was interesting to virologists at the time. And now we need to estimate what is the best explanation on the zoonosis. Okay, so why would these features all happen in this new pandemic if it's not from a lab? So for the FCS, we say, okay, this is what enabled the jump. So we're not giving it a very high update because it's still an update because it could be other features that will enable the jump to humans. But let's give FCS that is what caused it to be a pandemic, right? So something needs to happen in order for this to be not just any virus. So that's why FCS is not that.
Not very high. Like, what, these numbers are literally based on nothing.
Strong. And for ACE2, the question is, why would a virus jumping from nature be so well adapted to human ACE2? That is pretty weird. We will discuss in more detail next session, but that's...
Okay, someone in chat typed out that he does really well in the second section. SARS-CoV, we should know enough bullshit to be able to look this up directly, right? What would I look for? I would be looking for... Oh, no, wait, I don't need to look this up. This was arguably just part of this paper. No! Although she was cool. Wait, if I understood this correctly. Or wait, actually, wait, it might not even brought up the other thing. Wait, hold on. Yeah, so for instance, in this paper, so it's talking about the receptor part of the spike protein on the SARS-CoV virus, and they're right here. And these are critical for binding to the ACE2 receptor. So SARS-CoV did bind to the ACE2 receptor. It bound to the exact same receptor. So hold on. So he's saying,
and for ACE2, the question is, why would a virus jumping from nature be so well adapted to human ACE2?
Because ACE2 is it seems like there was a word they used for it here. That seems like a receptor that binds with high affinity to ACE2 from humans, ferrets, cats, and other species with high receptor homology. It seems like this is a receptor that's relatively shared to some extent, or at least the binding affinity for whatever amino acids you need to bind is shared for this receptor, right? There's no shot that he survives part 2 if he says something that stupid, right? I don't believe it.
That is pretty weird.
Oh, okay.
We will discuss in more detail next session, but that's pretty suspicious.
Now, I've heard that conspiracy that he said, repeated by dipshits on Joe Rogan, all of the medical frauds and doctors that should have everything in their lives revoked from them, that whole, it's specially made just to infect humans. Newsflash, everything is specially made to infect humans. That's how evolution works. If it wasn't specially made to infect us, it wouldn't infect us at all. No shit, Sherlock Holmes. That's like saying human male cocks are specially made to go into human-made vaginas. Yeah, that's what they're for. No shit.
And glycans discussed next session, also a small update. So
the whole question should be, can you explain, because what he's really arguing for then, I don't know if he realizes it, the molecular biological argument he's making here would be that SARS-CoV was made in a lab and infected humans, because that's where some of that binding affinity from the, on the BDS, boycott, divest, sanction, Israel. No, I'm just kidding. What was it called? The domain-specific binding, DSB. Wait, what, DSB? I feel like I would remember that. Wait, was that what it was called? Oh, fuck, I'm gonna forget this. I'm not gonna remember this. Fuck! Receptor binding domain, RBD. That's what it was. Okay, thank you.
So, yeah, so that's the update.
Fuck it, we'll stream it. Okay, I'm finishing this.
We have here, warning to 97.
Also, what? I like how he didn't even touch. What are N-glycans, bro?
So
what is that?
Next session, but that's
he didn't even mention that. But he has a whole separate category for those. N-glycans. What are the chances of that? Well, everything from 1 to 2, I guess, and for human ACE2, anything from 3 to 10, I guess. Also, I don't know how you ordinarily calculate your deviances Christ, your deviations or whatever. But this ACE2 thing is the only thing that he's like changed. Oh, no, wait, he did it with his FSC as well. He's giving a higher weight to his high end of probability here that's going to change his weighted probability. I don't know if anybody else noticed this. Look, for all of these other ones, his deviation is the exact same from the left to right. He's using the exact same deviation to subtract from his impartial to get to low and to add to his impartial to get to high. But on these 3 ones down here, he's adding more weight to the high than he is to the low. Look, he goes from 2 down to 1.5, so you'd expect to see 2.5 in the right column, but you don't. You see 3. From here, he goes from 5 to 3 in the low, but he goes from 5 to 10 in the high. From here, he goes from 1.5 to 1 in the low, and then from here, he does go to 2 for the high here. Why does he weight, I don't even remember what he called FCS, and the human ACE2 thing, why does he weight these 2 more on the high end? Because that's going to That's going to skew his weighted average because I think he's just taking the mean of these three, or whatever.
Pretty suspicious.
Oh, if you're in cleavage site, okay.
Icons discussed next session, also a small update. So yeah, so that's the update we have here. Warring to 90.
I wasn't going to make that joke because I didn't think anybody would get that joke. But you know what, Selcopa? A fucking plus, my friend. He said, at Destiny, now we know where the Trump team got the idea for the tariff formulas. True. Actual trueness.
7. Okay, so what I'm going to do now is I'm going to take all the data we talked so far, and I'm going to put it in a different framework and see that it reaches a very similar number. Okay, and I think this is...
I'm sorry, I got this. I'm sorry.
Okay, so what I'm going to do now is I'm going to take all the data we talked so far, and I'm going to put it in a different framework and see that it reaches a very similar number.
Oh, we're doing a sanity check. Thank God. Thank God, thank God, thank God.
Okay, and I think this one is much easier to understand. It's just not the way we usually do it.
I like how it's just easier to understand. Like the last stuff was just... the last stuff was like just so complicated for us. Our feeble minds couldn't possibly get it. But now he's going to finally break it down for us retards here. The two PhD whatever fucking judges couldn't understand, but now we're finally going to break it down. Thank God.
So perhaps this should have been the main focus, but it doesn't matter. You can use either one. So what we're going to do here is not going to talk about ratios. We're going to discuss each one separately, estimating the frequency of emergence per year. So on zoonosis, we will look. We will try to estimate at what frequency we will have a bat coronavirus pandemic starting in Wuhan. Okay, this is our target, and we try to estimate its frequency. So
why does it have to be a bat? Also, by the way, it couldn't be anything else.
Zoonosis, we have SARS and MERS, which did not cause a pandemic. We have HKU1, which is endemic but not lethal. So basically, we didn't have a bat coronavirus ever causing a pandemic, but let's generously give it once every 20 years, 5%.
Wait. He just said we've never had this happen before. So let's give it... So why would you give it anything at all?
A year. And we want it to happen in Wuhan. That's 1.5%, as discussed before.
Oh, of course.
And this is your final number for zoonosis.
Okay, thank you. What a genius analysis. Okay.
LabLeak, let's look at the chain of causality. So what we're saying is the defeat proposal got rejected. I don't know if I said that. So the proposal didn't happen. But
wait, then why did he even bring it up? Well, that proposal didn't even happen. Then why'd you even have it back there? Wait, what? Wasn't that part of his calculation for... Hold on. 4627, wait.
About coronavirus.
If that proposal didn't even happen, then what was the fucking point of this whole thing?
Specifically, it included human ACE2 binding. We discussed suspicious. So, SARS-2. Okay, so this match is also very suspicious.
How? Okay.
Proposal didn't happen, but it gives you a good indication of what virologists were interested in doing at the time. And we actually know that, we'll talk about it later, we know that North Carolina did do some of these activities, so it's very reasonable to assume WFV also did some of these activities.
Why would we assume that just because one lab did it, the other lab did it? Are they duplicating research all the time? They're just duplicating it all?
So we're giving 40% that they started it.
Okay,
so,
okay.
According to the proposal.
What? Okay, all right, okay. Could you at least demonstrate that like 40% of all research is shared or duplicated from one lab to the next?
That means screening for human ACE2 match. We know today that there are viruses in nature that are identical to SARS-2 in terms of their ACE2 match. We know WFV had 180 viruses they collected and didn't publish. So we think it's pretty likely that they would find within this database a good ACE2 match.
Wait, but I thought you just said, what are the chances of this emerging naturally? Does he not know that ACE2 here is the same thing as the ACE2 in his last slide? I thought he just said that the chances of it emerging naturally are very, very sus. But now he's saying there's 52 published SARS-2 viruses. I don't even know what a SARS-2 virus is. Was that listed anywhere? Am I being pedantic?
They would then optimize it for human infection, like adding an FCS if an FCS doesn't exist there. That's basically what it says, so it's going to happen. And then they're going to play with this thing in BSL2. So some would say that's 100% infection, but because it's hard to estimate, let's put 15%. And this is the rate of, and then it might still leak and not create a pandemic or create a pandemic not in Wuhan, so that's another 40%. So you multiply that, you get a frequency of 1.2% per year. You normalize this, and this is your move. And this is How do I make this thing go away? And you get a final number of 94%. Okay, so
Is
so very, very similar to here, using a very different method.
So sorry, this is where
I what question? A lot of suspiciously round numbers show up in your highly intricate, mathematically and data-driven analysis. I noticed that we're seeing a lot of numbers like 40% and 15% and 40%. Okay.
Of 94%. Okay, so very, very similar to here, using a very different method.
So sorry, this is where perhaps it's better to ask my question, and I think I conflated two things before. So you have the stat here, given the infectivity, so conditioned on there being some sort of HAI, you have a 40% chance that would start a pandemic in Wuhan. I think what I'm asking you to compare is, given that some of your other slides, or given that some of the other data suggests that LAIs or lab-acquired infections are much, much more common than routinely thought, yet most do not result in a pandemic. It seems like that estimate is orders of magnitude higher than what some of your other slides would suggest, and it seems like that would be...
Yeah, of course. So I'll explain. So we're talking about a specific process, which is described in Diffuse, which is about looking for ACE2 matches, adding...
But this process you said was literally rejected. So how could you even estimate this when you said all of this research is new? How are you even...
a firm cleavage site if needed, and checking the performance of this virus, right? So this is basically SARS-2. SARS-2 is a high ACE2 match with an FCS. This is what it is. So if you do that in a lab, and the worker gets infected, then SARS-2 starts, right? Because we know how infectious SARS-2 is. Okay, so the whole idea of this analysis is to look at the causality chain, not thinking statistically about how often this happens, but specifically what are all the things that need to happen in order to reach the final result of a pandemic, a bad coronavirus pandemic in Wuhan.
This guy talks a lot and says nothing of substance as well. He really doesn't.
Right, but I think I want to focus on this just because it seems very important to the analysis, and I appreciate that there are other analyses. Like, it doesn't, like, this is not, were this not to be true, it is not, dispositive for the overall case. But I think a 40% likelihood of a pandemic, given the infectivity of it, I think that is what I'm questioning. For instance, in some of those initial slides that talked about lab-acquired infections, they talked about examples in the 70s through the early 2000s of smallpox leaking out of British labs, where there was a generally low level of background antibody protection, and smallpox has a much higher rate of infectivity than SARS, or its R naught is higher. So I think what I'm questioning is where that 40% comes from, given that we have evidence of that you cite of higher infectivity strains coming out of a lab but not starting a pandemic.
Excuse me, sir. Are you stupid? Can you look at the numbers, please? There's no way this guy is going to have a meaningful response to that. There is just zero. He's just going to blurb his way through some very random, unprecise statement and hope that this guy doesn't feel like a bully and continue asking him actual pointed questions.
I'll have to look at the smallpox cases.
All of them?
But basically the idea here is that we know how SARS-2 works. If I'm telling you I'm going to get a lab worker infected unknowingly, and he starts walking around with, playing with his family and friends and gym, I think we know what happens. We know what SARS-2 is. So
would it be fair?
That is how this works. But I will look into smallpox and see if I can understand why the discrepancy.
Okay.
Yeah. So now let's look at the other location.
It's just going to be all of this is going to be actually brain dead. All of this is just going to be like, I bet I could write the rest of this. How likely was the Hunan market to be first location noticed? Probably under zoonosis. Very low, because the probability of the virus spreading is equal amongst all of China and Southeast Asia, apparently. Probability under LabLeak, high, because they're just going to pick the place closest to the Wuhan lab. Much higher. Because remember, he's going to assume an equal probability of the virus emerging from all parts of Southeast Asia. But then he's going to assume a higher probability if it was a lab leak of it coming from just like one of 2 labs or one of 6 labs. And he's going to say that it's much, much higher because you would just look at the, that's what he's going to say. That's what he's going to say.
Seafood market was the first super spreader or
Here we go.
Large cluster identified. This is often, the way you would often hear it in the probabilistic, like the intuitive probabilistic arguments is to say, okay, Wuhan is a coincidence, but the market within Wuhan is another coincidence. So cancel those out and you're left with the prior of most pandemics starting with zoonosis. So what we'll try to show here is to show that this is a much weaker coincidence. And also in the next sessions, we'll also discuss other evidence that supports on top of that LabLeak. Okay, let's look at the probability under both hypotheses of Wuhan happening. So the claim on the zoonosis is the market is one of very few places with live wildlife. It's the 1600th most visited place in Wuhan, so that's a huge coincidence that it has wildlife. There's an environmental sample that contained both raccoon dog DNA and SARS-2, indicating that raccoon dog brought it to the market. And there are positive environmental samples that appear to be near wildlife stalls. That is the gist of most of the claims around why the market is strong evidence for zoonosis. Of course, if it's not clear, wildlife
That's cringe. Hold on, we're about to go through some base shit.
A good way for new viruses to get introduced to humans.
Okay, but
so one thing that is very important to understand that when we will be looking now at studies that try to pinpoint the market, is we need to be very careful with retrospective studies. Okay, if the saying goes, if you torture the data long enough, it will eventually confess to anything. So when you do extensive data analysis, you look into a lot of data, patterns will always emerge, just because the sheer volume of data and the searches you make. So in order to claim that there is any significance, you need to account for the scale of the search and the size of the search space. Only then is the finding significant. And we're going to see a lot of problems around this. This is known as the Texas sharpshooter fallacy, cherry picking, hindsight bias, p-hacking, multiple comparisons problems. It has many names.
This is absolutely not even remotely relevant here. This would be relevant if we were literally just coming on an Excel spreadsheet of a bunch of numbers. But there is so much other type of data assessment here, some of which is qualitative, right? I think if you talk about like the types of spaces that are available, there's so much more going on here in this analysis than just looking at a spreadsheet of numbers divorced from all reality and context.
In different fields, but the idea is that when you look for stuff in retrospect and look for something specific, you're much more likely to find it if you have a lot of data to play with. This is something that is in forensics, this is known as junk science. This was an issue that was about a lot of innocent people in jail. We talked before about the murder case we covered in which they made a match from this mess of bloodstains to this shoe. The Dreyfus affair from 120 years ago also had the same issue about experts claiming that for a handwriting match, because they matched a few details and said that every weak match together creates a pattern. This thing was exposed by Henri Poincaré, which was a famous mathematician at the time. So that was one of the first cases where math was got into the court and affected forensics.
None of that has to do with like a sharpshooter fallacy at all, but maybe he's just naming random problems with analyzing data or something. Okay.
Something that is especially risky is if the people doing these studies are motivated. Okay, because if there's the problem of people noticing patterns that aren't there. That's a huge issue. If they want certain patterns, that's much more risky. Now, it doesn't have to be malicious. It's just you just become much more happy when you see a pattern that you like. You want to invest more effort in that area. So what we see is that four of the authors of the main market study also wrote the proximal origin study from the beginning of the pandemic, and we now have a lot of internal emails between them. Study from the beginning of the pandemic.
Yeah, their opinion didn't change. I don't understand what the point of this is. So this first study was the study that we read. What is the argument that he's making?
And market study, four of the authors of the main market study also wrote the proximal origin study from the beginning of the pandemic, and we now have a lot of internal emails between them. And
these messages unmistakably demonstrate the researcher's awareness of their colleagues' biases for specific outcomes, as highlighted in the quote about Ron. However, it's important to note that Ron is he's not even in the HSM paper. Okay. February 2nd, 2020, Rambout discussed omitting the likely possibility of a lab leak to avoid a political shit show. Anderson said, I totally agree. Additionally, Andrew fears the Chinese reaction being accused of... Okay, what is this about? February 2nd, 2020. Roding through Ron's comments, again, I agree, but I can assume that what we differ is from the... where we differ is that he's looking for specific evidence proving that this is unnatural, which is understandable, but except for the most simple scenario where somebody plugged a gene into a pre-existing backbone, that would simply be impossible to prove. Natural selection and accidental release are both plausible scenarios explaining the data, and an a priori should be equally weighed as possible explanations. The presence of furin posteriori moves me slightly towards accidental release, but it's well above my pay grade to call the shots on a final conclusion. Who is Christian Anderson? On part 3, he calls... Oh, shut the fuck up. Is he one of the researchers? Andrew Rambent, given the shit show that would happen if anyone serious accused the Chinese of even accidental release, my feeling is we should say that given there is no evidence of a specifically engineered virus, we cannot possibly distinguish between natural evolution and escape, and so we are content with describing it or ascribing it to natural processes. Yeah, but I totally agree that's a very reasonable conclusion, although I hate when politics inject into science, but it's impossible not to, given the we should... Wait, it sounds like, I could be wrong, but when I read this, it sounds like they're not debating on whether or not to hide whether it leaked from a lab or not, but the debate was over whether or not they should say it was specifically engineered versus whether it was natural evolution and escape. So this has nothing to do with them saying we should lie about it being lab leak. They're just saying that there's no evidence of it being specifically engineered, although that would be really hard to prove regardless. But
not with the pandemic. And we now have a lot of market study, also wrote the proximal origin study from the beginning of the pandemic.
Okay, Anderson and Rambolt were on this. The Huanan seafood wholesale market in Wuhan was the early epicenter of the COVID-19 pandemic. Was this just the big public statement? This wasn't a research paper, right? This was just the public statement, right? The Huanan seafood market was the epicenter. It was this thing, right? Oh. Yeah, this isn't a research paper or a study. This is just that statement that we read earlier that the scientists were like signing on to. Am I correct? Or is there more here? Sci-Hub. Fuck. Oh wait, somebody else has a thing? Hold on. Oh, okay, sorry. This is a paper that they write. Gotcha. Thank you.
And we now have a lot of internal emails between them. And I'll not go over all of it. I'm sure many people have already seen it. You see a lot of attempts to... First of all, they recognize what this means to their field. They know that virologists really don't want that this would be blamed on virologists. They discuss how to present this.
Wait. That wasn't that it would be blamed on virologists. What they were talking about here is that they said that China would throw up a huge shit show. Given the shit show that would happen if anyone seriously accused the Chinese of even accidental release, that's what they're talking about here.
This would be blamed on virologists.
Now maybe in that upper one here, maybe they would, but I can't read this. I don't know what the fuck the resolution is of this, but
virologists really don't want that this would be blamed on virologists. They discuss how to present this to the press in a way that would divert them away from LabLeak.
The emails revealed efforts to deflect questions about the possibility of COVID-19 originating from a lab. Okay, here's what I'm thinking. This is playing on his previous emails and includes humor to deflect the fact that I'm dismissing him. So yes, the smiley face is very deliberate. Can't ignore him and can't give him the scientific story. That would only lead to follow-up questions. I'm hoping that by including extremely busy, I'll also be able to deflect requests for a call and also give me an out of jail free. Okay, I don't even know what this is about. Okay, hi Don. Who? Don who? Donald Trump? National security, White House spooks. I wish my life was that exciting, but I unfortunately don't have anything to add here. My existence isn't really in Technicolor, so I'm just focused on the science, smiley face. Specifically, we're trying to understand the timing, origin, and transmission of the virus as we outline in our approximate origin of SARS-CoV-2 post on Virological. The data is consistent with a natural scenario and inconsistent with a scenario involving any type of deliberate genetic engineering, including a bioweapon. Our post on Virological is currently under peer review, and we're still getting feedback from a lot of people to ensure that once published, the scientific message is as clear as possible. In parallel, we're extremely busy working on more lay language material, including FAQs, that we hope will help clarify important questions about the virus and epidemic to the general public. We're hoping that all this will be finalized within the next couple of weeks, so happy to loop back with you once all of this is complete. Best of luck with the story. I wonder who he's... Sounds good, Eddie. I was on a conference call hosted by the National Academy of Sciences yesterday, and a statement about this not being engineering should be coming out from them. The idea of engineering and bioweapons is definitely not going away, and I'm still getting pinged by journalists. I have noticed some of them starting to ask more broadly about lab escape, and for now I've just ignored them. There might be a time where we need to tackle that directly more head on, but all of you, okay. So it sounds like they just don't want to get into the, like, trying to distinguish any sort of, like, bioweapon or natural escape is what this is about. I guess you can argue about whether or not the whether they could have been. This is nothing. But
to present this to the press in a way that would divert them away from LabLeak. We know that internally they initially suspected LabLeak very strongly, but then when they went public, they presented it as some.
Wait, internally they suspected LabLeak strongly. Doesn't that contradict your initial premise that people tend to pursue the thing that they initially assumed to be true? Now you just completely contradicted that heuristic.
Crazy conspiracy theory. Now they say they changed their mind given the evidence. That's fine. That's good science. But saying that people who think it are have some problem with their inference when they themselves thought it initially, that's of course very suspicious.
It's not if they're researchers. If a researcher thought something initially and then they researched it and then they changed their mind on it, there's absolutely nothing suspicious about that at all, as long as you can demonstrate the change, which they have in their published research, right? Well, at least two of these guys, I think didn't they already publish work? This guy had gone over where they published work saying that initially they thought it was leaked from a lab and then they changed their mind after they did more research?
So given that these are
He's falling into all of the traps that he laid out initially, right? Discounting some evidence, overweighting other evidence.
People who are doing the study, these are studies that are heavily based on pattern matching. This is something that if you want to have a robust probabilistic analysis, you just throw this away. This is something we will not consider in a...
Wait, what?
So given that these are the people who are doing the study, and these are studies that are heavily based on pattern matching, this is something that if you want to have a robust probabilistic analysis, you just throw this away. This is something we will not consider if you want to do a serious result. Here we're doing a debate. I have to address any evidence that the opposition brings. But just so you understand, there is a study that claims a p-value of 1 in 10 million for genetic manipulation of SARS-2. We looked into this. We don't agree with the p-value, but we do agree with a lot of the statements there, and we tend to think it does show manipulation, but we don't use it at all because we know how risky it is. This is just not something that is should be in a good analysis. So generally, what I would recommend is ignore it. But because it's very hard to find in retrospect where all the bias is. Okay, it's hard to when people present to you all the matches they found. It's very hard to go back and see what are all the things they looked at and didn't match.
It's actually really easy. It's called the methodology section of a paper. They'll tell you generally, explicitly, and specifically how they chose the data that they did in a good paper, in a long paper. In that 5-page one we read, maybe not as much, but in a larger paper, this is called the methodology section, where they explain exactly how they get all their data.
It's very hard for me to do that if I didn't have a camera in the room for the entire.
Why do you think you need a camera in the room to figure to? Holy fuck! Why are we even looking at this? I don't know. This was supposed to be the largest debate on this topic, and that by going through this, you're going to cover most of the ground of this. The guy put up $100,000 to do the debate. Holy fuck! There's no way. Is there really 15 hours of this, and we only have gotten through 3 hours today?
Period. However, luckily, a lot of people did have the time to dig into this, and they found a lot of issues. So I will just point some of those out to just to give a feel of how these studies look like. Okay, so one of the things is that until January 18, in order to be considered a COVID case, you needed to show connection to the market. Okay, so that's, of course, a big bias source. Another
Can somebody, I want this initial one here, because one of the reasons why they take blood samples from people, they keep calling this serology or whatever the fuck it's called. My guess is, based on what we read so far, is so that they can go back and retroactively test some of these samples to see what diseases people actually had. So if they did retroactively change the definition for SARS-CoV-2, for COVID-19, for the infection, for the disease, then they should be able to go back and test some samples. They should have some older samples they can test to look for earlier cases. That doesn't mean it's gone or it's impossible to look.
The thing is that the whole Chinese health system was primed to look for new diseases with connection to markets. That's exactly how SARS-1 started, so everyone was looking for that, right? So when you have someone with unidentified pneumonia, okay, that's suspicious. When he works at the market, that's double suspicious. Okay, so you pay more attention to that. You can see here.
Well, but it wasn't the workers that were.
That,
I think
there
right?
are from various sources. You see that there are 90 cases that don't appear in the.
Under case definitions. The initial working case definitions for suspected NCIP were based, this is exactly what we're from, were based on the SARS and Middle Eastern Respiratory Syndrome case definitions as recommended by the WHO in 2003 and 2012. A suspected NCIP case was defined as a pneumonia that either fulfilled all the following 4 criteria: fever, with or without recorded temperature, radiographic evidence of pneumonia, low or normal white cell count or low lymphocyte count, and no reduction in symptoms after antimicrobial treatment for 3 days following standard clinical guidelines, or fulfilled the above mentioned first 3 criteria and had an epidemiological link to the Huanan seafood wholesale market or contact with other patients with similar symptoms. The epidemiological criteria to find a suspected case were updated on January 18, 2020, once new information on identified cases became available. The criteria were the following: a travel history to Wuhan or direct contact with patients from Wuhan who had fever or respiratory symptoms within 14 days before illness onset. A confirmed case was defined as a case with respiratory specimens that tested positive for notice by at least one or at least 2 positive tests. Okay. A 2019 nCoV laboratory test assays were based on the previous records. Tests were carried out on biosafety level 2. What? And the National Institute for Viruses of 2 targets. Tests are positive. The case will be considered a psycho threshold value. Find a positive test. The genome was identified in samples of bronchiolivar lavage fluid from the patient by one of your methods. Wait, is this just on one? Hold on. Wait, he was, oh my God, sorry, 1 second.
Thing is that, okay, so January 18. Okay, so one of the things is that until January 18, in order to be considered a COVID case, you needed to show connection to the market. Okay, so that's, of course, a big bias source.
Okay, he's not reading this correctly. He's wrong. What they said was that for the initial infection, there were 4 criteria: fever, radiographic evidence of pneumonia, low or normal white cell count or low lymphocyte count, and no reduction in symptoms after antimicrobial treatment for 3 days. Or fulfilled the above-mentioned first 3 criteria and had an epidemiological link to Huanan seafood wholesale market. So if you fulfilled all 4 of these, you would be counted as a case. Or you could just fit the first three and have a link to the wholesale market. Or I'm sorry, the wholesale seafood market. So he's not citing this correctly, strictly speaking, but...
Another thing is that the whole Chinese health system was primed to look for new diseases with connection to markets. That's exactly how SARS-1 started, so everyone was looking for that, right? So when you have someone with unidentified pneumonia, okay, that's suspicious. When he works at the market, that's double suspicious. Okay, so you pay more attention to that. You can see
he's not citing that correctly at all. I'm guessing he just didn't read it. Somebody else put this together for him, or
here that there are from various sources. You see that there are 90 cases that don't appear in the final cases that were reported on which this study was based on. We see that early cases that were.
Furthermore, there seems to be around 90 separate cases missing. There's no way to know why this happened and what biases it introduced. How do you know that there were even 90 missing? What? Why not go over this based on leaked Chinese government documents?
Reported that on which this study was based on. We see that early cases were cases that were reported that.
Was this study based on leaked Chinese cases that nobody knew about? What? This is an analysis of data on the first 425 lab-confirmed cases. This looks like it's talking about 174 cases here and then 260 cases. This is not the same data set at all. This is a totally different data set. I don't know if any study at all was done on this data set.
There are from various sources. You see that there are 90 cases that don't appear in the final cases that were reported on which this study was based on.
That's not the data set that study was based on. Remember that secret I told you guys? Remember the secret I said? The methodology section? Well, the method section will usually tell you exactly what your sources of data are. It literally will say it right the fuck here. Okay.
We see that early cases were not connected to the market. You can see it here, all the blue cases. Okay, which is, as we'll see later, that is fairly not what you expect to see if the market is the first outbreak location.
What? Wait. What? A large portion of the early cases were not linked to the Huanan market. That's the most statistically illiterate statement I've ever seen in my entire life. That's like looking at a graph like this. And then being like, there were a number of cases that were nowhere near the best fit line, that were totally inexplicable. Therefore, what?
And something important to understand, the whole early cases here are unreliable. Okay, there is, first of all, because this is a disease with a relatively low lethality, so a lot of people just were sick and no one knew about it. And the other is there is no published effort to contact trace or find the earliest cases. So
there was no effort? The literal study that you cited. Data were collected onto standardized forms through interviews of infected persons, relatives, close contacts, and healthcare workers. We collected information on the dates of illness onset, visits to clinical facilities, hospitalization, and clinical outcomes. Epidemiological data were collected through interviews and field reports. Investigators interviewed each patient with infection and their relatives, where necessary, to determine exposure histories during the 2 weeks before the illness onset, including the dates, times, frequency, and patterns of exposures to any wild animals, especially those purportedly available in the Huanan seafood wholesale markets in Wuhan, or exposures to any relevant environments, such as that specific market or any other wet markets. Information about contact with others with similar symptoms is also included. Like, it literally, all he has to do is read the study. All you have to do is read them. All you have to do is read the thing that you're citing, and you're...
Maybe there is, but it wasn't published. Okay, so there wasn't really good effort to try and find patient zero. This by itself is evidence of a LabLeak because, okay, so there wasn't really good effort to try and find patient zero.
There wasn't a good effort to try and find patient zero. How could you, what an insanely, okay.
This by itself is evidence of a LabLeak because that probably means they started and found something they didn't like.
What? This is retarded. I'm sorry. I'm done. I'm on it. Or I'm over it. This is retarded. He's falling into. This is why I don't ever trust people that like lay out things like this. Here's the logical fallacy, and you can fall into the fallacy when you overrate some evidence and then you underrate like. How do you know it was a LabLeak, bro? Well, they didn't even try to find it, which means they probably did find it. And then when they did find it, we don't know about it because they know about it. And then when they knew about it, they didn't like the answer, so then they didn't tell us. Like what?
But it's hard to say. But in general, you need to keep in mind that all the early cases, very noisy, very partial information. Any information, any conclusions gleaned for it is very low confidence. So any conclusions gleaned for it is
it seems like they're pretty clustered, no? I feel like it's an okay clustering, no?
Very low confidence. So this is, we see that early patients are visitors rather than vendors. I accept, so Peter has responded to that saying that they are not like proper visitors. We will concede that. This is not a very important point for us. We will concede, so this is very low confidence.
Hold on.
So
he said,
this is, we see that early patients are visitors rather than vendors. I accept, so Peter has responded to that saying that they are.
The early cases are visitors, not vendors, as he points to these three things. Both of the first two cases were visitors. The first vendor case appeared on the 13th of December. Excuse me, it's your third case. It's right here. It's literally right here. It's literally right the fuck here. What are you talking about? It's right in your own graph, literally written right the fuck here. And the next one is also a vendor.
Not like proper visitors. We will concede that. This is not a very important point for us.
Wait, is he saying the opposite? Because he said it's not an important point for us, or is he? No, he's not.
So any conclusions gleaned for it is very low confidence. So this is, we see that early patients are visitors rather than vendors. I accept, so Peter has responded to that saying that they are not like proper visitors. We will concede that. This is not a very important point for us.
I'm not even sure if he's making a point or what he's making, or if he does. I actually don't even know what he's saying. I don't know.
We have one case, Mr. Chen. Some say 8 December, some say 16. Let's assume 16. He lives nowhere close to the market, 30 kilometers away. He didn't mention any connection to the market. And they put a thing here. He was diagnosed only because he has a relative that works in the Wuhan Central. Okay? And these are the hospitals. The hospitals in the city center are the ones that have the abilities to notice new diseases, to do genetic sequencing. The local clinics, they don't do that. They don't keep records as well as others. So the fact that we have this one case that no one has been able to connect to the market tells you that there are probably a lot of cases around the city.
First of all, he said it's not connected, and he has a relative that works at the ER. Ooh, how is that? It's not connected, but he has a relative that works at the ER of Wuhan Central Hospital across the river, which is, I thought the north side of the river is where they said most of the cases were.
When we say a lot of cases, I don't mean 10,000. I mean there are maybe 100 cases, maybe 200 cases around the city when the market started being noticed. Okay, another bias they did is they used social check-in data in order to estimate traffic. Of course, people don't really check in to a seafood market. It's not a very cool place. Also, it's generally an elderly population, so this is a very biased source to claim traffic. And we actually know the traffic. It's 10,000 visitors a day. It's a fairly busy place. We'll see later.
The app is unreliable, but we know that it's 10,000 a day because that's an average over an entire fucking year.
How this merges into the calculations. So another important thing is the environmental samples. So these were initially said that many positive samples are associated with wildlife stalls. Once they corrected it to look only at the positive ratio, which is what you see here below, you see that this corner is the hotspot, not really the stalls. And this corner, as you will see later, has a Mahjong hall, which is a much likelier place to generate these samples. Another thing is that when you look at the cases, rather than environmental samples, they're pretty spread all over the place. Okay, it's hard to see here a very strong pattern, other than maybe the west side being more infected than the east side.
Unlike environmental samples, cases are evenly distributed across the market. Am I retarded? Is this evenly distributed? Because it looks like it's highly concentrated in area, whatever the fuck this is, and whatever the fuck this is. Am I Am I retarded? Can I not count the dots? Do the spots even matter? What are we talking about here? What?
So this tells you that there's something else infecting these vendors rather than something that's happening here. Later on, we will speculate that this is the mahjong hall where the vendors went at the end of the day to play and socialize. So of course, they come from all over the market, right? So you're not more likely to come to the mahjong hall because your stall is next to it. You will come from anywhere you want, and then the infection spreads relatively evenly around the market.
But then where is the even spread around the market? What the fuck?
So of course, they come from all over the market, right? So you're not more likely.
Oh, wait, hold on. I'm reading this chart wrong, I think. I'm so sorry, wait. This is the market at some time. I'm sorry, it's hard to tell anything because this guy's just using like these small pictures. This is 4 different figures of the same market, I think. I'm sorry, I just understood that. It still doesn't seem evenly spread across the market, but it's not as autistic. Okay.
You need to come to the mahjong hall because your stall is next to it. You will come from anywhere you want, and then the infection spreads relatively evenly around the market.
To be clear, the mahjong hall is not a place that visitors to the market can go. It was only people who work.
I think you had visitors as well, but of course the locals would be much more likely to be there.
Okay.
Got him. Shut the fuck down.
Okay.
So another thing that is a big, for a while was a big claim, but I think has now died out, was the claim that genome analysis of samples has found the raccoon dog to be the source. This was again retrospective. This was hindsight bias. They looked.
Retrospective? Determining the genetic origins of a virus is done retrospective. What does he want him to do? Go back in time? How are you supposed to do a prospective analysis on the origins of a fucking virus? Can somebody explain? Where are my geneticists in chat? Do they even make DeLoreans anymore to make that possible? How are you supposed to do a prospective analysis on the origins of a virus?
First, this was again retrospective. This was hindsight bias. They looked for the raccoon dog and found positive samples, but in practice, the number of SARS reads was very low. And when you compare it to all the other animals, raccoon dog is actually negatively correlated, right? So you can see here, depending on where you look, whatever the 2 types of correlations, you always see the raccoon dog is actually very low. And the high animals are humans and cow, sheep. So this is probably just the kind of meat that was sold by people in the stalls. So when you look at the correlation, when you look unbiased at the data that is unbiased, you see that there's nothing that points to wildlife being the source. And very important thing, even if somehow we would find an infected raccoon dog, and no wild animal was found positive in the market, even if we did, that doesn't mean that it's the source, right? It could very easily be infected by a human.
Oh no, he started laughing. Oh, he's broken. He's been broken. I would be broken in the intro. I would never agree to I can't even do 10-minute openings because of shit like this.
Was found positive in the market. Even if we did, that doesn't mean that it's the source, right? It could very easily be infected by a human.
What does that even? Hold on.
No wild animal was. And a very important thing, even if somehow we would find an infected raccoon dog, and no wild animal was found positive in the market, even if we did, that doesn't mean that it's the source, right? It could very easily be infected by a human.
He has no understanding of the underlying, like the most big. I don't even want to say genetics. I don't feel like I even have a right to say it. He doesn't have any understanding of underlying anything for this. He's actually he thinks that like, oh, that dog has the flu and you have the flu, therefore it's the same flu. Like he really doesn't think we have any ability to analyze. Well, like any of there is no such thing as sequencing. There is no understanding of where a thing could have come from. The whole alpha, beta, all of that is meme science. Is it just astrology? How could he possibly? Dude, there's no shot that he does better on the second part. The second part has to be pure comedy.
Looking here.
At Destiny, you can use something called a molecular clock. If you have 2 viruses or organisms, you can determine when they diverge from each other by looking at how many mutations they differ by, and you assume you have a certain number of mutations per year or whatever. This is oversimplification. This is how they figured out HIV. It came from Africa to Haiti to the US. Sure. I understand that you can do the thing to try to figure out, because this guy brought it up in the first debate, to estimate like how long ago the virus would have emerged for it to be at whatever point, that based on a complication or an explanation was too beyond me. But I understood he was saying that you could use a genomic analysis to try to approximate the origin date of wherever the first infection was. But it's just funny to hear him say, and I'm guessing he's heard this in an epidemiological context, something like, you can't do a retrospective studies are bad, right? That's like a very stupid night. Like a retrospective study is bad. You have to do another study but that's just like that's a really silly, dumb thing to say. I feel like when you're gene sequencing stuff, like in the past, it's just I feel like there's a nonsense word to use there. And you know what? I'm right, because this guy is crazy, so fuck you.
Looking here, through environmental samples, again, no correlation in wildlife. Lineages. So that's an important thing. So the market is basically dominated by lineage B, which has 2 mutations away from bat compared to lineage A. That's not what you'd expect. You'd expect to see an ancestral strain with less mutations compared to the origin. This is a very complex issue. We will discuss next session. But in general, at this point, we do not agree that lineage A has been introduced later. We believe it was introduced earlier, and the market, the first infection in the market happened to be lineage B, and that was amplified. More things. So
I'm pretty sure they found both there. It was 3 of A and 1 of B, or 3 of B and 1 of A, according to what he sourced at least. But
as you've seen, there's been this attempt to show how cases pinpoint, like the average of cases is exactly at the market, which by itself is very suspicious, because a city is not, people are not ants doing random walks. There's the flow of the city, there's the density. It's very weird that you would get the 1% probability contour falling exactly on the market. That smells a lot like p hacking.
But I don't even think that would count as p hacking. When looking at the spread of reported cases and the Weibo social media platform, we can see they are not centered around the Wuhan market, but instead correlate with population density. Well, of course, once you've been infected, you don't die immediately. Then you would expect them to see them pop off with population density. No, I don't feel like we're saying anything meaningful here. You do see most of the cases clustered on the north side of the river, although I guess there's some here, but okay.
But anyway, you have, of course, you all recall that the diagram. When you look at unbiased data, for example, these are Weibo cases. You see that they basically just match the population density. Okay, this little circle here is the center of population density in Wuhan, and you see it is much closer than the market.
Why wouldn't you use the same type of graph here? Like at least, I don't know, whatever.
By the way, in general, the market is very close to the population center, right? So a lot of things that seem like they concentrated market are just due to population density.
Okay.
Yeah, so let's go on. Again, something to note about how the studies look biased. Here, when they do all this pinpointing, they show the center of one population. But when they...
Wait, what is the difference between this and this? Unbiased cases are not centered on the market. What's the difference between these two? Why is it this one makes it look like centered on the city center, and the other one makes it look basically random?
Again, something to note about how the studies look biased. Here, when they do all this pinpointing, they show the center of one population. But when they used this data, they didn't show the population center. So in general, this looks like not.
I don't think this guy has any idea what he just said or what he's talking about. What?
Objective analysis.
Oh.
Just an anecdote. If you look at the Weibo early cases, then they center around WIV. Just to be clear, we don't claim this as evidence because we don't even expect WIV to be the center. If there's a lab leak, we expect it to be someplace that the lab worker frequents after work.
Wait, what? Wait. We think this is a coincidence. We don't really expect lab leak cases to center around a lab, but rather a location frequented by a lab worker. Why couldn't you apply the same thing here then? Wouldn't you expect the cases to be around the nearest population center, not the actual market?
The center, if there's a lab leak, would expect.
Also, what the fuck am I even looking at here? Why is it that here it shows that the cases are north of the river, right next to this lab, or I'm sorry, not lab, the seafood market, and then it says it's here near the market with the population density, But then here, is this thing the river, or is it the river north? But here it's like south of the river? Am I understanding? What the fuck am I even looking at?
Just an anecdote, if you look at the Weibo early cases, then they center around WIV. Just to be clear, we don't claim this as evidence because we don't even expect WIV to be the center. If there's a lab leak, we'd expect it to be some place that the lab worker frequents after work. But it just shows you how easy it is to manipulate data to show what you want.
Okay.
Another unbiased source is pneumonia deaths and all-cause mortality. What you see here is the red areas are when it is statistically significant. Okay, once you have a statistically significant increase in deaths, then that's marked in red. In general, it just looks pretty random. Pneumonia is on the west side, all-cause mortality.
Does it look random? Or it kind of looks a little clustered in the center to me, no? How is this random?
Mortality is on the east side. Nothing here that looks especially interesting to the market. Nothing here that looks especially interesting to the market. Same thing when you look at seropositivity. So this is the market. What you see here is the seropositivity in April. Note that seropositivity in April is pretty good indication because Wuhan went into lockdown on 23rd January. Okay, so at this point on, you don't have any more spreading that is, the spreading is local, within families, buildings, stuff like that. You don't have spreading outside the districts. So April seropositivity is a pretty good indication of what was going on early in the pandemic. And basically what you see here is that the more
the district of the Wuhan market actually showed lower seropositivity rates in April 2020 relative to neighboring districts, but they went into lockdown on January 23rd. So if they went into lockdown on January 23rd, and these are cases from April, wouldn't you just expect this to correlate with where like the high population density centers are or whatever? I don't know what seropositivity means, though. I'm not sure what that means. Positive COVID in blood? What does this number represent, though? Because here's cases per 100,000.
The higher the density, then the more seropositivity is. But actually, for the market, it's lower than the neighboring. Okay, so these three are high density districts, but the market district is actually lower than the neighbors.
Well, why are the cases per 100,000 high, but the seropositivity is low? What does that mean?
No positive animals. They also looked into a lot of suppliers of the market. So another thing we'll do here is we'll try to compare it to SARS. To two other outbreaks in the market. One is SARS outbreak, and the other is a Chinfadi outbreak, which is another SARS-2. So SARS-1, we had 9 out of 23 other animal vendors were positive for SARS-1. We don't have that for SARS-2. SARS-1, we have multiple locations outbreaks, also a restaurant that had wildlife. SARS-2, everything is traced back to Wuhan. Here you can see how SARS infections look over time. There's local infections that die out in many places until you get the big outbreak. So again, that's how zoonosis looks like, right? You have the animals all over the place every time infecting someone else.
Is that actually true? It doesn't feel intuitively right, but I don't know enough to.
And now we compare it to another market outbreak. So the next outbreak after lockdowns in China was Chinfadi market. So it was also a market, even though we know it's not zoonosis because the virus was traced to Europe. Okay, so we know it's a human that brought it there. Both of these outbreaks lasted for a month, so it's a good comparison. So they give us a good reference point. So one thing is that if you look how many of the infected people were connected to the market, HSM pretty low, 33%, Chinfadi pretty high. Okay, so that's a good indication that the market is really the source. So when you have a much higher case count. Another thing is that if you look at how many of the direct exposure were actually vendors, you see similar numbers. So if it was wildlife, then you expect the vendors to be higher. We don't have that. We just see a normal distribution as we'd expect from just a person bringing the virus in, rather than an animal infecting multiple vendors. In terms of environmental samples, so as Peter mentioned, there was the issue of the drain samples, which was claimed to be more indicative of animals, happened in Chinfadi as well. And in general, the reason Chinfadi was this study hypothesized the reason Chinfadi was the next outbreak after lockdowns is due to the conditions in the market. So we'll be discussing a bit later, and we will see that markets are actually a very good place for this to start. Okay, so what I'll try to do now is I'll try to probabilistically estimate whether, so there's no contention that the market is the first cluster noticed. That's
this is okay. This is a waste of time. This is the most random. This guy, he has hundreds of millions of dollars, I guess, because 100K doesn't mean anything to him because he didn't even try to make this coherent or run this by any educated person whatsoever, I guess.
Why does it, with the one that's ancestral actually being the later one, and that, so all this, three of these. And again, remember how ancient Fadi this is. And then we look at something like perhaps outdoor shopping. We're fine with saying that HSN was the only superspread location. Okay, spread. So and it accounts for all the evidence, like the lineages, the of movement, of hypothesis showing that it's infected animal to genetics.
Can you clarify what it is on the side you wanted changed?
We're supposed to have a line here for the market. So if we basically our conclusion was that the market is not the best explanation. Sorry, that an animal is not the best explanation for why the market is noticed. So if that's not the best explanation, then you're using the best explanation, the same best explanation both for the LabLeak and for the zoonosis, right? In both cases, we're saying the reason the market was noticed first was for reasons not related to the animal, because of how it's built, how the population, mahjong hall, lineages, anything. So the evidence points to the market not being where patient zero was. So that is the case on both hypotheses. So since both hypotheses claim the same thing, there's no base factor, there's no update. Still, I think we did a 0.5 update here. I think I cut the spreadsheet too high, and this would be the new number.
Can you just tell me what the numbers that got cut off were? Or I guess you'll probably send us the written.
I will.
It's not important, but I'd like to know.
I have it in front of me. Yeah. So market. Yeah. So it's 0.5 for market and the low, and 1.1 for the others.
Okay, and that is after total WIV activity.
Yeah.
And is that accounted for and updated, or is that missing in the updated row? Is the 0.5?
So this is what we had before.
Okay.
So we were at 97, and now we're at 95 due to the market.
Okay.
I see. Thank you.
Okay, awesome. Thank you for that. Sorry, excellent. We'll take another 7-minute break and then begin the rebuttals.
Maybe 10.
10 is okay?
Yeah, all right. Thank you for the presentation.
Holy shit. Good job, guys. Only 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Only 7 videos left to go. 9, 10, 11, 12. About 13 more hours. Holy shit. Oh, and he had a ringer come in for the for the genetic part. Oh, that's why he had somebody else come in, because you could tell from the way that he was speaking about the other things, he had no clue. He had no idea what he was talking about. So he brought in somebody else to do this part of the debate. Oh. Okay. 3 days. We'll be done with this in 3 days, I believe. Maybe. We'll see how much I have to see the second part, okay? We got to see the second part. Jesus. Contact, number, exchange, insurance, arrival, college, market, position, almanac, a flight, dealings, team, gate, tan, destination, and interaction. Contact, exchange, interaction, dealings, some type of meeting, correspondence. Things about an airport, the arrival section, the gate, your flight, destination, some bullshit. Something stock bullshit. Number, position, market, insurance, maybe? Fuck. Market. Oh, they're not even. So 2 of these are related. Almanac, college. Number, team. Market, tan. Position and insurance. What the fuck? What does an almanac even have again? I don't even remember. An almanac. Is that for like sports winning things? Is that what they wanted in Back to the Future? Fuck. Insurance, number, almanac, market. College tan. Position. Team. I have no fucking idea. Nope. I don't know. Fuck me. Pro athlete data. And farmers things. Farmers insurance, a farmer market, farmers tan, a farmer's almanac. I don't even know. Oh, okay. Fuck. There's more logistical memes. Oh, maybe I'll go over tomorrow. I'm too tired. All right. Be careful. Love you guys. Don't die. Stay safe.